going to call this workshop to order. It's 9:34 on Friday, July 14th. And we'll do the roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Villalobos. And she is on Zoom. Can she hear us?
She's muted currently. Let's see if she can. Sonia, can you hear us?
Look at this one. That's all.
You chatted me a few minutes ago.
Okay, I'll go on. Councilmember McGovern,
Here.
Councilmember Styler.
Here.
Councilmember McLeod is absent. Councilmember Clinton.
Here.
And I'm Mayor Glaze.
And I'm
Okay,
here. This is Villalobos.
Oh,
There we go,
good.
Sonia.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted, but I'm here.
Okay, good. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And then to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, indivisible.
You don't have your cheat sheet.
I don't have a cheat sheet, sorry. Okay, and then I'll say the invocation. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you, Lord. Thank you for this beautiful day, and thank you for the rain that you did send. Thank you for your gift of salvation. And Lord God, we just ask for your discernment in this meeting, in this workshop today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Okay, are there any public comments?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is for
No,
mostly the city guys, the city office guys. You're talking about budget. Last year, the budget for road repair was $42,000 if you put both 80 accounts together. You're projecting you're gonna spend 14 to 42. You've got potholes like crazy all up and down Northwest River Road, and I'm sure in town as well. On a budget, it would be spent. Really does need more work on the roads, that's all.
Thank you. Any other comment? Okay, so we are going to go ahead and go on to the presentation from the library. So I guess we need to move this out.
Oh, thank you so much.
Would you prefer this or
That's
just?
perfect. Yes,
Okay.
no, I would, thank you.
There's my thing.
I was gonna say it too.
Hello, I hope everybody's doing well today. For those of you who may not know me, I'm Ashley Guerrero. I'm the director of the Martindale Community Library. And today I would like to highlight both our programs and services that the library currently offers to the citizens of Martindale, as well as speak briefly about our budget and our current financial situation, kind of bring a little more light to that. Before starting, however, I would also like to extend my gratitude and thanks to the city, to our Mayor, Catherine Glaze, and to our city council members for continuously providing support and funding to us over the years. Words cannot adequately express our appreciation and our gratitude to you, because without city council and without our funding that we receive, we would not be able to operate. So thank you very much. And without further ado, let's go ahead and dive right in. So first off, I would like to talk about the library programs that our library offers. So we have story time. This is every Thursday from 11 to 12. We have Coffee and Conversation. This is one of our newest programs. This is actually funded by the St. David's Foundation. And so we do this every Friday from 11 to 12. We have Dungeons and Dragons. That's also a new one. Lego Club, our summer reading program, of course, that usually runs from June until September. Outdoor family movie series. We do one in the fall and also one in the winter. And last year, we actually started this last year through funding from a grant, and we were partnering up with the Martindale River Catholic We saw quite a good attendance, and so we are planning on resuming that this year. Um, Christmas crafts and letters to Santa, and that's in conjunction with the downtown tree lighting event. And then, of course, we have our Kite Day every April. Health and Wellness Fair, our first one was last year in August. It was highly successful. We brought in a number of vendors. This includes the Half Helen Optical Mobile Clinic, the cardiothoracic vascular specialist. They did blood pressure checks. We had a wonderful time, and we are planning on continuing that this year in September. We also did a children's carnival, and that took place last July. We had a bouncy house, and we also partnered up with the Martindale River Cafe Rivers event as well. Bouncy house, a lot of little carnival games, and so this saw a very large attendance. We did a brief seminar on Medigap and Medicare. And so this was just providing citizens of Martindale more information regarding supplemental plans. And then we had a free legal advice clinic this past April. Now for our upcoming programs, we have our tie-dye t-shirt party, and that's going to take place tomorrow from 11 to 12:30 at the library. It's completely free. And then our following Saturday, we have the Twisty Art Balloon Storyteller. Carlton has graciously allowed us to rent out 413. So we'll be doing that there. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have a Knight's Tale, which is basically centered around a damsel in distress, the knight in shining armor, and a dragon. And then we have our library field day. This is taking place in August. And we're going to do a number of fun relay races. We'll have a tug of war, a fill it up. It's a water balloon activity. And then we're also going to conclude with a big water balloon fight. Family Game Night is a new program that we are bringing in beginning in September. And we have our Fall Family Festival. This is very similar to the Children's Carnival, except this year we are hoping to expand. We will be having train rides for the kids. We'll be renting a bouncy house and a number of other little fun carnival themed activities. And then we also have we're partnering up with the Area Agency on Aging. And so they will be doing year-long programs, and this will include, our first one will be dealing with end-of-life documents. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody notes everything in the black text, all of the programs in black. These are programs either partially or fully funded through grant funds. In 2022, we offered a total of 61 different programs with more than 1,100 people in attendance. And so we're doing really well. Thank you. And now I am going to be talking about some of our event highlights. So one of our first ones, and again, too, if you can take note of all the programs in black, these are partially or fully funded by grant funds. For our closing summer reading finale party last year, we had our mermaid story time. And so this was our mermaid, Jamie. She came over. She talked with the kiddos about the importance of river ecology. We sang songs, we read books. It was a whole lot of fun. And then the second picture over right in the middle, we had a Star Wars Day, and it was focused around May the 4th be with you. So it took place on May 4th. We read stories about Luke Skywalker's adventures throughout the galaxy. We went outside, we had a Stormtrooper egg relay race, and then we also had a lightsaber duel. It was a lot of fun. So this one in white, this is because we didn't actually have to use library funds or grant funds. One of our patrons very generously donated to us, and so we were able to fund that entire program from her donation. Next, we had one of our funnest story times to date. It was Stories with Officer Rick. As you can tell in the upper two pictures, he read all of the books regarding law enforcement. He talked about how vital our law enforcement is in our community and protecting the citizens of Martindale. And then he also created his very own police badge with the kids and his police hat. He then took us outside to look at his patrol vehicle. And so the kids had an amazing time. We are going to continue our community helpers story time. In October, we're partnering up with Bluebonnet Electric, and they're bringing over one of their linemen. And so we will be doing a story time centered around that. And then, of course, we also have Kite Day. So this year we worked with a fraternity and a sorority. They were amazing. We had a number of different activities going on. We had frisbee golf, we had a bubble station, and of course, we flew kites. Our first annual Easter egg hunt at the library was a blast. We read books focused on Easter, and then I hid Easter eggs all throughout the library and outside. And then we did a number of other little crafts as well. And then our first annual health and wellness fair, again, we had a number of different vendors come in. We had 18 last year. We're hoping to increase that this year. And it was great because it provided a mental health presence to the area. Children's Carnival, again, we did a number of carnival games. You can see in that lower left-hand corner, we had a fish pond, we had a bubble station. The River Cafe ended up renting out two bouncy houses. And so the kids absolutely loved it.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. And then for our summer reading kickoff event this year, we had Tiny Tales to You. It was a petting zoo. And so they brought in a hedgehog, bunnies, chickens, a tortoise, guinea pig. It was so much fun. And then lastly, we did Christmas crafts last year in conjunction with downtown tree lighting, and that brought in a number of kiddos and parents. We watched How the Grinch Stole Christmas, and we created Grinchmas crafts. So we've been having a really good time with that. And now to talk a little bit about our library services that we offer. Thankfully, they're all no-cost services. The first one being anybody who comes into the library is eligible for a free library card. This has made a huge difference, especially since a number of other libraries in the surrounding communities, such as Dr. Eugene Clark Library in Lockhart, they charge a fee for a non-resident card, as well as the San Marcos Public Library. And so we've had a number of people coming over from those communities, and they are absolutely thrilled that, that anybody and everybody can get a card for free with us. We also have access to materials, including books, magazines, DVDs. The total items in our collection, and this includes both physical and electronic items, is 26,285. We also provide access to extensive ebook collections through Overdrive and Symphony E. And with your card as well, you can also have access to texture databases. And I use these both for personal and academic research. I am very big into genealogy. And so I'm usually on there looking up different things. And of course, too, we provide computer, printer, scanner services. And due to our status of being accredited, we are currently eligible for E-rate funding. This makes a huge difference for us because with this eligibility, our discount is 90%. And then just to kind of highlight our Wi-Fi sessions. Now, this number is taken from our 2021 annual report. Unfortunately, last year, since we have new hardware, we cannot keep track of the number of sessions anymore. But as of 2021, our number was 18,649. And we were told that these are unique IP addresses. So these are individual, different people accessing Wi-Fi. And then we also are able to offer tax preparation assistance through our partnership with the AARP Foundation. This past tax season, we were thrilled to report that they prepared 214 tax returns with a total refund amount of $236,417, which is incredibly impressive. And this providing this clinic to our patrons free of charge is huge, especially to some of our elderly population who do not currently have access to the internet or who have trouble getting out and about. And then we also are part of the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. This offers Martindale's children ages 0 through 5 a free book every month. And right now we currently have 38 children signed up for it, which isn't too bad. And lastly, we are bringing in our peer support specialist. So this is entirely funded. We are part of the Libraries for Health initiative. We were very lucky to become part of this initiative. There are only a few libraries in this area that were actually able to join. And basically St. David's Foundation, they are providing the entire funding for this. What we'll be doing is our peer support specialist is currently being trained, and she will begin hopefully within the next month or two
This is basically providing mental health awareness and support, and also resources to our community. And so this is something that we're really hoping to partner up with the police department on. Officer Rick has already brought to our attention a few individuals who are in dire need of assistance. They're currently going through a mental health crisis. And so as soon as our peer support specialist is in, hopefully they can work very closely together and they can help these situations. Okay, and now we're going to talk a little bit about our expenditures and also our grant funds. For 2022, our total library operating expenditures were $46,303, and this was on a $21,000 budget. We've cut corners as much as we possibly can. It's just that our need is quite a bit more than the current amount that is provided to us. One thing that we ended up having to do this past year, we had somebody offering her custodial services, and so we were paying $40 a week for her to come in and help keep the facility clean. Unfortunately, we could no longer retain her because we were just very strapped for cash. And so we did end up having to let her go. This was a few months back. I wanted to highlight too the fact that the grant funds, even though last year we did receive 9 grants, totaling $55,549, which is wonderful. The only thing is these funds are restricted. And so they are only designated for specific things such as book purchases, library improvements, and programming. So we do not have flexibility at all with them. We can only use them for specific things. And unfortunately, one of those things that we are in desperate need of is to pay my salary. And also with our operating costs. And so we are unable to use those for those two. And just to highlight, of those 9 that we received, there was only one, and it was the Caldwell County Community Services Foundation. They were a little more flexible, and we were able to use those funds specifically for operation, which was wonderful. Okay, and so now I just wanted to highlight currently, according to per the Texas Administrative Code, we have got to receive, put that open here. Okay, we must have a total local expenditures of $21,000 for 2023 and 2024. And this is provided by local government sources such as our library districts, which unfortunately we are not part of, local school districts, and since all of our kiddos go to the San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District, San Marcos is already putting money towards their library. So we are really not able to receive any funding from there. And then also for city government, which we're really grateful for, or county governments. And so there are only very limited number of people that we can go to receive funding that we need. Without this funding, we will lose accreditation status, and that would be a horrible thing for us. We will lose a lot of our grant opportunities that we currently have. Our library programs and services will greatly suffer. As you could see, all of the services programs that we had in black text, those would all go away, or they would be drastically reduced. The AARP Foundation will no longer be able to offer tax preparation assistance at our library, which would have a profoundly negative impact on the citizens of Martindale, and will no longer be eligible for E-rate funding, which means no more fiber optic fast speed 1 gig internet for downtown Martindale and surrounding businesses. And I put in this pie graph. I just wanted to kind of highlight the fact that everything in blue, so those are grant funds that you could receive without having the accreditation status. Everything in orange, if you're accredited, that's how much more money you could receive through grant funding. And so it's a huge difference to us. Okay, and lastly, I just wanted to make a quick request. We are actually requesting an additional $4,000 on top of our 21,000 that we have been provided this past year. I know it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but this money will cover my annual salary, which is 24,000. And the remaining 1,000 will go towards my health insurance. And I just wanted to leave you with our mission statement. The Martindale Community Library shall endeavor to be a city for community life and learning, offering people of all ages free and open access to information resources, programs, and technology reflecting the population of Martindale and its surrounding areas. With your funding, we have been able to do that. Please continue to help us uphold this commitment to the citizens of Martindale. And I'd like to thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I had a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned 61 events with 1,100 people. Can you give me a little estimate or the numbers on, say, individuals that visit the library, and do some just come in just to say, ask you a question like, well, where's the best restaurant, or how many people come in to where you're almost acting like a chamber of commerce by giving advice to say, where's the park, where's a good restaurant, can I have a little reflection on
Yes,
that?
definitely. We do have a few people, I wouldn't say every day, but we do have a couple of people come in, which I love that because I feel like the library is an information hub. And so I want people to come to us whenever they have questions regarding the surrounding areas. And it also helps me learn a little bit more too, because as I'm from out of town, it's a good way for me to connect more with the residents in our community. But no, I would say, to give you an estimate, I would say we would maybe have 5 people a week come in.
Mhm.
The majority of them, though, are parents with kiddos that want to check out library books, or recently it's to sign up for the summer reading program and just to know more about the programs that we're offering.
And wait, I have one other question. Sometimes people ask me about the library and say, well, is it a City of Martindale library, or is it independent? And I know that, because you receive a certain amount of funding from the city, that people may have that impression that it's like a city library. But you did mention people come in, and here in the city, we have a very lack amount of office space. And I don't know how you would feel if there was a small desk, say, in the library that would be an outlet as almost a chamber of commerce, to where people would come in, but then that would mean sharing a small amount of the square footage you have. This is just a suggestion, but I compliment you for thanking the city for the funding, and you also thank the city for planning the 4th of July parade. But I've discovered in the past that it's sometimes difficult to try and really have a cohesive and cooperative conversation about either events or planning, and so as we progress into the future, I would like to see more cooperative and cohesive discussion between the library and the city, and to not have this somewhat of a conflict at times, and because conflict doesn't work. And so I really appreciate what you've done. I have Allison and Wade and Drew's mother or wife. They tell me so much how pleased they are about the story time on Thursday, and it is really a great thing. And I think that is one of your shining things at the library. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
I was just wondering, do you know of the library patrons you serve, how many are actual Martindale residents?
I don't have that number offhand, but I can go do a report. I can run a report in our system and I can get back with you.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I did have another question. So in January, there was a GoFundMe page,
Oh, yes.
which said that if you didn't raise $60,000, that the library doors would close in October.
So at that point, and I know it may have seemed a little alarmist. At that point, we had just finished we had received a very substantial grant last year, and basically it was a reimbursable grant. And so it took a huge chunk of our funding from us temporarily until we could, since it was reimbursable, until we could get it back. And basically what happened was we had gotten to a point where the situation was approaching critical, because while all of that money was on hold, waiting for the approval to go through to be reimbursed, we're still trying to survive on our small amount that we currently had. And so we sat down together and we came up with, I believe it was actually 48 to 50,000 that we came up with that we really needed. And so when we did the GoFundMe, it was more of a panicked moment, because at that time it was looking really dire. And so that's the reason why we said, okay, 50,000, let's just put 60, let's see what we can get. We need to make sure though, that when we put this out there, that people do realize that we're not joking about this. This is something it became really scary for us at that point. And for me, coming from the city of Bastrop, we were part of a city department, and all the other libraries that I have worked at, they've all been part of the city. It was a big wake up call for me, because I've never had to worry about if we're going to get enough funding, where it's coming from, because we were part of larger cities with really big budgets. And so the worst case scenario for us at those times would be cutting our book budget. And so this was just something that really scared me at that point, because not only was I afraid I was about to lose my job, but I was afraid the library might have to close. So it came from a real place at that time.
But you're doing better now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank goodness. They did reimburse us. We reached out to, and I won't point fingers or name names, but we reached out to the organization and basically pled for them to look over all of we had to submit refund. It was a request for refunds. And what had happened was they were busy working on other requests for refund, RFFs. And so they just kind of let ours sit for months. And that wasn't part of our arrangement. And so that's when the fear set in. But we were able to get that taken care of. And so now we're doing not great, but we're staying afloat.
When I worked at the San Marcos Library, they were a city library. They are a city library. They receive funds from Hays County, so that they service all of Hays County. Even if you live in Dripping Springs, you can come and get a car. Is there any chance that Caldwell County would help fund you? Have you approached them at all?
Well, from what we've been told, there's nothing for us. Back when I first started, we were really floating the idea of trying to form a library district, because that would be wonderful for us. Not only would we be able to build a new building, which we are in desperate need of since we don't have a bathroom, but it would just be a way to provide more funding for us. And we spoke with Commissioner Terrio and also with Judge Hoppy. And basically we were informed that, and we also talked with the tax collector's office, I believe, and they basically told us there's nothing left over. Every other entity has already taken what we could possibly offer. So
Does Caldwell County give money to the Lockhart Public Library? They get money funded from the county?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I can look into
Okay,
it.
the answer to that's no. Early before I actually got here, there was a time when the board went to see Hoppy and commissioners court and asked them. And that's really the issue is that if they gave money to the Martindale Community Library, then the Luling Library and the Lockhart Library would all be standing there with a bigger footprint and bigger, they would probably get the lion's share if they could go do that. And he just didn't think work that into the budget as a direct donation, just similar to Martindale. Really, the city is about the only place that we've come up with yet to be municipal contributions that we allow them to be accredited. Library district was going to be, was kind of like, had to see if we could have got there, but all the sales, the law only allows you to collect sales tax for library districts. And all the sales tax money is allocated. It's by law, it's allowed and all that's taken.
Yeah, I remember, we would have had to give up our 0.25% that we used to fix roads. So. Anyway, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, you have
Excuse me,
another?
I have one more. You mentioned the E-Fund rating that you need for the accreditation to get your Wi-Fi, which is something that you provide. I think we even use your Wi-Fi link here in the city. What's the difference between the E-Fund rating and you just having a normal, say, internet connection?
Well, the good thing with the E-rate funding, from what I've been told, in order to, we really need, being a library, we need to have a secure internet connection. That's the big thing. And with E-rate, everything is top-notch secure. And so, and also too, that's one of the reasons why if we lost accreditation and we lost the E-rate funding, we would not be able to afford internet on our own, because the last time I checked, I was told it would be over $400,000 for us to have that internet service without E-rate funding, because they take off. So the discount they provide us due to our accreditation, I mentioned earlier, was 90%. And so we only pay 10% right now, which is wonderful. There's no way that we could, it would not be sustainable. It's not even that, we would cease to.
And the cost was how much?
I've been told it's over 400,000.
A year?
If we had to pay for it, they don't have to pay that much.
I see.
It's a grant or,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
And that's one of the reasons why AARP would have to leave the library, because we need, specifically required by the IRS, extremely secure internet access. And so we would not have that available anywhere else in town. The security level that the IRS requires for us to be able to set up is such that this is the only place that we could possibly have AARP access.
Well, thank you very much. Yes.
If I may, there's, the library is obviously part of the budget. And I want to get your, and the Texas Administrative Code, which you mentioned, is likely going to be a topic of discussion. If I could just get your input and understanding. So this is the Texas Administrative Code regarding minimum standards for accreditation. And then it's segmented by population. And so ours, would you agree that we're held to the standard of serving a population less than 5,000? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and then it has the various per capita costs, and you mentioned the 21,000 for next year, fiscal year 24, and fiscal years 23 and 24, right? These other items, do you currently meet the accreditation requirements?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Then one of the other rules was under local government support. There seems to be a distinction in the code between government support and local expenditure. I'm looking for as it describes this. Talks about at least half of the local operating expenditures required to meet the minimum level of per capita support for accreditation must come from the local government sources. What do you understand to be your minimum level of per capita support for accreditation at this point?
All I know, and All I know is that the 21,000 that we are currently receiving, when we start out at the beginning of the year, and I hate to put it in this way, but we're already $3,000 in the hole due to my annual salary, since I am paid 24,000. And really, I'm not exaggerating when I say we rely heavily on the funding that the city provides, because I know I'm just a little redundant, but without y'all, there's no way that we could make it, because without your funding, we have no accreditation, and that takes away everything else. I mean, we can't, it's not sustainable for us. Even being accredited, it wouldn't be sustainable for us to operate solely through grant funds, because again, those are very specific. Those are very limiting. And so we can only use those for certain things. Everything comes back to what the city funds us.
So the description of 21,000 then, what city council should be considering in the funding levels is what I think I heard you say is what the risk of not funding at 21,000, because you're already 3,000 in the hole, is because of the salary expenses, is not so much the minimum spend, it's the ability to support the requirement for 20 hours a week and employ a library director for 20 hours a week.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that the correct understanding? Okay. So it's not so much that 21,000 is a minimum administrative rule requirement. It's a second order effect of funding resources not being available within the library to support the number of hours to remain open.
Mhm.
Okay.
And if there's no library director, then there essentially is no library. I mean, we rely very heavily on our volunteers, and I'm not trying to make light of that, but I'm
So
not who
what-
does all the program.
And this might be another point of conversation with city council. The fiscal year 22 spend, I think you had 46,000 or somewhere near there.
46,300.
So,
And that of course includes my salary.
right.
And that's the reason for the big jump.
So
How many hours are you working a week?
20.
So I work 20, well, usually I work roughly 17 on the books, actually being at the library, because normally I don't work Saturdays. But I'm constantly doing all of our social media, and I also work from home a lot. And so I'll make calls and I'll do a number of other administrative duties from home. And so I would honestly say, Carol and I always joke about this, but I put in about 40 plus hours a week, just it's in a different setting. It's not all at the library.
and so the other hours would be volunteers would be keeping the library open. That makes sense. So the 25,000 in personnel costs are part of the 46,000 in operating expenditures.
Yes.
So there's a roughly $21,000 in other operating expenditures. I guess I'll leave it there unless council has any other questions. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Great
much.
presentation. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to look at the budget, the whole budget, not just, individual like police or library or whatever. I wanted to talk a little bit about personnel. I think until you're in here all the time, you don't realize just how hard the staff works. And we have such a good staff right now that one of the things we did when we started building the budget is we wanted to build in some raises. We haven't done performance reviews because when we did the performance reviews, we'd like to be able to offer raises to our personnel. A lot of the people who work here are also their own bosses, so they're autonomous. And everybody works very well individually. And when I say that, like Jared works a lot from home, so he knows what Ashley's talking about. I spend at least 40 hours a week down here working, and Adrian spends a lot of time even from home. He's doing assistant city manager, and he's done such an excellent
Oh,
job
yes.
of training new
Yes.
personnel also. He's done more than just the city clerk job. Everybody that works here has went above and beyond to keep this city afloat. And the only person that this last year got a raise was Letty. She hadn't gotten a raise in 5 years. And so when we were building this, I mean, they do get like a 3% cost of living, but that nothing else. And so when we're going through this and you see that, oh, we're giving raises or would like to give raises, I just want you to keep that in mind.
Real quick question. So what would you recommend for a raise? Like,
Well, I'm going to turn it over to Jared and we'll go through
Okay.
what the city
I'm ahead
brings
of you,
in.
sorry.
We don't, our income doesn't increase a whole lot. We're doing a little bit better because our police force is now, 3 officers working one at a time. But we're getting not 24/7 coverage, but it's getting close. We'd have to have actually 6 full-time officers, which we can't afford to have 24/7
And plus
coverage.
the state's gonna jack with towns about property taxes. So that's gonna probably be an issue.
My understanding is that property tax issues being addressed only at the school district. So even with the new homestead, we'll see how it gets rolled out. But even the homestead exemption, it seems like there's going to be certain homestead exemption over here, a homestead exemption over here. I'm not sure how it's all going to
We don't
play out, but
we really don't know.
my understanding is at this point, we're talking with representative in the Capitol was that cities want to be affected by
That's good. I didn't. Okay.
whether that ends up being the case, we'll see. And I don't think TML's come out with anything.
Okay. I was just curious about hear about it. Hey, off the subject, we put our Park Mobile signs up day before yesterday, and you know what? Afternoon, not even tollway signs, nothing installed. We got $40. And I talked to a lady, and she was from Lockhart. And I said, hey, just let you know, we're going to start charging parking. This little town, we can't afford it because we can't even afford to hardly mow anything around here. And she says, oh, I love this park. No problem. No problem paying $10. I said, well, thank you. So I just had to add that in there. Little revenue.
Okay.
Do you want to stay on the topic of personnel expenses?
Yes.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay. We can go line by line, but in fact, let's do that. Let's go line. The theme of today is we'll go line by line. That way the council has complete understanding of how things were calculated, where things are, and so there's a desire to make changes. So my hourly rate, the city administrator's hourly rate, it's just a 3% adjustment from last year. Nothing additional to that.
Okay.
Same with the city treasurer.
Okay.
The city secretary, assistant city administrator, is a rebaselining of the hourly rate based off the services and performance. Part of its responsibilities are to make pay match the responsibilities that are being carried out, and then also recognition of performance. Prior to this I think it's $22.50, so it's not a very large increase, but it is intended to be a recognition of those increased duties and performance.
You're proposing an increase, right?
Yes, of $2.50 an hour.
That's for Adrian. Okay.
Um,
I will add something. That's a smart young man. I've been very impressed with his maturity and for being that young, he's really a smart young man. I've been very, very impressed with his work.
I would very much like to keep him on staff, and
Yeah.
I can't afford to lose him. And I think long-term,
I totally agree.
he should be part of the city's succession planning as much as we can retain him for those.
I 100% agree.
We were teasing him, we were calling him Senator. Senator Flores.
And one thing, he's an IT expert. I'm just an old white guy that can barely turn a computer on. Man, he's helped me so many times with he can just get on Google and do all that stuff. So I would call him more of an IT specialist also, but
Yeah.
I agree with you. He's a very valuable asset.
So
That's
could
our
you
approach,
explain
yes.
again where
You got
that hourly wage that's showing there, is that a reflection of the current wage? Or
This is
that the proposed
this
increase?
is the proposed increase.
Right now, he's at 22.50, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's your proposed increase.
Is that, but that, could you bring it down just a little bit so I can see the top of the
Yeah, I'm
page?
sorry.
There you go. Okay.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
The city has hired a planning and zoning intern. And her salary's at $15 an hour. That's based on the minimum pay rate the city set a couple years ago. And for an intern, I think that's fair enough.
And she's here. Do you want to meet her?
I've met her.
If you haven't got a chance to meet her, I encourage you to do so.
She's
She's
here
very
Mondays and
smart.
Fridays.
Currently one of the projects she's working on is looking at the environmental impacts in other localities regarding solar farms.
Oh, that's an important.
And then also looking, as she nears the completion of that research, looking at public funding for infrastructure and development projects, and as it would relate to that policy decision the city will have to make whether to do tax incentives or not in the future. So lucky to have her. The other positions that we have are the assistant city clerks for utilities, or utility clerks. They're named such because 90% of the job that they do or more is utility focused. However, we align them under the city clerk for kind of administrative supervisory reasons, and also to assist with some administrative office tasks. So the pay we set for them was at $15 2 years ago. If you look, I wonder if I have it. When that was set 2 years ago, in today's money, based off of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, equals out to be about $16.34. So
Okay.
$16.50 is about a 70% raise or so off of last year. But setting it at $16.50 more or less is an attempt to adjust to the inflationary impacts.
Sky high, as we all well know.
And when they're not busy doing utility stuff, Adrian has them scanning documents.
Good.
So that we can try and catch up and organize all of the city's documents.
Well, you guys need to educate all of us what we don't, personally, I don't know what these folks do.
Yeah, so that's a big part of it, and then it's handling the utility billing, customer phone calls.
Okay.
And they're really the front office for the entire city, in a lot of ways.
And they're all really good with the public, everybody. Christian speaks Spanish, and Donna's here today, and she's just really precise. And she used to do billing for medical billing.
Really?
Billing, and she's very spot on with everything.
Well, about the rest of the council, if you guys are happy, I'm happy. 'Cause
You know, one reason we can get such qualified personnel is because they've been retired from their professions. And that's where Donna has come from. She can only work 2 days a week.
Okay.
So also Carmen would be an example of that, being
And the
retired.
public loves Carmen. A lot of people come just on Mondays just to see Carmen.
So then the utilities cover all our front desk secretarial work as well?
Yeah, would for the most part. I mean, there isn't a whole lot to do besides answering the phones and greeting people as they walk in, and then directing calls and directing individuals. That there's other needs, but most of the city services that is public facing, in terms of number of contacts, is going to be related to our utility bill. The other things that come in, building permits or other inquiries, they'll likely refer that off to the mayor or other staff.
You scroll down, what's your total expense budget that because the one we have here that we emailed was 451.
So there's been I noticed I didn't want to make changes without you guys, without highlighting it.
Yep.
There was a typo
But real quick, what's
on one.
the chief of police? When is that not available? I just curious.
Oh, it's salaried, so I could try to back that out and divide it by, and I could probably do that. I can back it out and divide it by the estimated hours. Equals this.
About $30 an hour. Okay, thank you.
More or less.
And code enforcement is the one we just added, and he's really done a good
So
job.
you're at 473 now?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Jared. A lot of these, like, I know some of these people retire, like, do we pay their insurance?
Well, that's as we get into police, that's going to become that's a great segue. So,
Hi, Jared, just real quick. I had my
Yeah.
hand up, but
oh,
I
I'm
guess
sorry, Sonia. I
nobody's
couldn't see it.
looking at that. It's okay. But what I'm seeing, because my question was about the assistant city clerks. And
Yeah.
then so like Carmen, because she has been with the city for so long, is she getting the same amount as somebody who has just started?
Yes.
So there's like, I mean, I would like to take into consideration like, something there for like longevity pay. Just because if Carmen has been with the city for, I mean, I don't know how many years she's been with the city, but I'm thinking it's a lot, but I don't know how everybody else is thinking, but I would think that she would be just due to longevity, she would get a little bit more.
Definitely makes sense to me.
Experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a preference on what that would, how to calculate it or what to look at?
I'm confused on how, so she's been at that, she hasn't gotten a raise, and how long has she been with the city?
Well, she has gotten raises, but oftentimes when I started here, I think her pay was just above $10,
So
almost
our
$11.
minimum wages
And
increases.
so as our city has established higher minimum wages,
Mhm.
she's been raised into those higher minimum wages. So that's, and that happened about the same time as these other staff members.
How long has she worked for the city?
Years.
On and off, yeah, because she's retired a couple of times.
From the city?
Yes. And that happened to me. I started at 650 in 1998. And by the time I left, the incoming clerks were just like $1 under what I was making. So
I did make
it kind of
I made it
happens.
My first job.
Well, you're a lot younger than,
Man, you want to come work for me? I got somebody needs to clear some cedars. I'll pay you 10 cash.
About 12 years.
Sorry. I couldn't help
But by the time the budget is adopted, she'll have been with the city more or less 12 years.
She actually retired a couple of years ago.
When did she come back?
She came back because we needed her. I
We
guess.
desperately needed her.
She came back about a year and a half ago.
Okay, so That's good to know.
Okay.
She kind of works.
At her.
Yeah.
Leisure, maybe.
Yeah, she
She's on
likes
the
that.
schedule.
But she, you know, at her age, she deserves it.
Yeah.
She's like 77.
Yeah. She's amazing. She's still working.
So on the clerks, then that's how you cover the whole week, the 16, the 16 and the 8. That's the 40-hour week there.
And by having 3 clerks, then if somebody needs time off, somebody is there to cover. They
So-
can trade.
So the shifting of that 40-hour week, as you said, is not set in stone. They have the ability, because they're all part-time, to effectively create the schedule themselves. Well, not themselves, but,
Well, they work with Adrian.
okay. Yeah, I was trying to add all that up.
Sonia, do you have another question or is your hand?
I just needed to lower it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So it sounds like based on the discussion, you know, having let the city come back at the higher rates. I don't know, is there something that you want the mayor and I can consider and bring back in a future
Yeah.
discussion?
Let's do that.
So the difference then it would be between the 2023 budget is I was looking at 428 versus 436, but that's not the actual payroll.
It was
difference.
451 was this year. And you're proposing 474. Does that sound about right?
Sounds close to right.
Or 24,000 up, 5%.
24,000.
That's about right.
That sounds right, 25,000.
Where did you see the 450?
So
From a different
it's
page.
going to be,
Okay.
That's what I was flipping back and forth. That's why.
it's going to be, yeah, from 428 to, actually,
It's
not that much.
higher than that, yeah. You just,
It's going to be 428 in the budget to 435 in the budget, about $7,000 difference there.
yeah, you just.
But
you
that
just
doesn't-
473.
The utilities gets
Pushed in the
pushed
other.
to a different budget, which
Yep.
is another point of discussion we're going to get to right after this, because
So
it
how-
has some impacts on rates.
What's it cost us? Because how much is it?
Here, let me pull this down real quick. I just want to,
Making them work.
That's his job, man.
Huh?
City manager.
no, I just want to make sure that when I show the next chart, that we're not putting people's names.
Why is something I can throw at you, Mr. McGovern?
Did you say so?
Yeah, like it's big.
I've got one right here. I've got his,
Put signs up in the lab.
All right, yeah.
his,
Okay, so if you want, we're going to have to kind of, let's do a new window. And then,
I just need a rough estimate, you know.
going up.
I know.
That's what.
Well, he's confirming it, Mr. McGovern.
all right, so on the left is your 23
Yep.
rates. Total for all departments, 451. Whoops, I'm sorry.
When does that budget expire? When is the fiscal year?
September 30th,
September 30th.
renews October 1st, and then it's going to 473.
Oh, that's close. Okay. There you go.
Be a little more.
2022, is that right? About 23 change? Okay.
Jerry, can you just give me a brief overview of the process? Like, we're looking at the budget now, and then we're talking about it as a workshop, but then do you get recommendations from us and then make adjustments? I mean, what you're suggesting to us is etched in stone, and I mean, not really. It's like, you come up with this and you tell us, and then, so can you just in a brief thing tell
Yeah.
us about the
So
process?
high level, state statute requires that the budget be submitted by the mayor 30 days in advance of adoption by the city council. So I took a first draft at the budget, reviewed it with the mayor, incorporated her changes, and now we're bringing it to council before the mayor submits it in an attempt to achieve consensus on budgetary decisions. That way, down the line, when it comes to adoption, we don't run into an issue of, a budget being rejected, right? And then now we're forced into last year's budget. So this is an opportunity for council members to weigh in, provide input on the budget with the intent to achieve consensus on these budgetary line items, which will then be packaged up into the budget that's submitted by the mayor for publication. So nothing set in stone. The intent is to achieve consensus, but there could always be disagreement, right? At the end of the day, it is the mayor's budget, and then it'll come to the city council for a vote. In a very hostile atmosphere, the mayor could propose whatever she damn well please, and the council could very well strike it down, right? And they would just
Democracy, isn't it great?
But that's not how we want to operate, in an adversarial way.
Democracy can get kind of heated, but it's democracy.
We're trying to achieve consensus. So input on changes is welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for the explanation.
Going to the police department. The chief of police, we have a, no, it's not lining up. Interesting. It's not going where I click it. Figure it out. The chief of police, his salary is established by a contract that he has with the city. The initial contract called for $52,000 with an annual increase of 3%. The request has come in that the city consider adjusting that, going from put it this way, from $52,000 a year ago, today's money, that's $54,000 and change. And then doing a 3% off of that baselined inflationary adjusted number. With an additional $6,000 to cover benefits that were lost when he retired from his other job. So the city was benefiting from him having outside employment, which provided his insurance benefits, which saved the city money. Now that he's retired from the other job, he has to pay into that benefit package, which is still at a reduced rate from what the city's health insurance benefit would cost. And so considering that as part of a salary adjustment would take his salary from last year at $52,000 to $61,700 and change.
Are the two other officers the same situation?
Other officers, we're proposing a very different payroll, but it includes a similar rebaselining structure. I'll get to their pay scale in a second because it's a little unique.
So then you're saying that because the chief of police doesn't have a separate line item for his insurance, because since he retired, then the difference in the wage covers what he would normally have to pay
Yeah, so
for his own insurance?
if you had outside employment and you had a tenured job and you're at the company for 20, 30 years and you retired, as one of the retirement benefits, you're able to buy into your prior health insurance at a reduced rate. That's basically what he's doing. Through his prior employer, he's able to buy into his continuing health insurance coverage at a reduced rate than what if he did it under COBRA or in the open market individually.
But he still has an out-of-pocket expense.
But he still has that out-of-pocket expense. And so he's asked the city to consider subsidizing that in his salary.
You're gonna discuss the other officers.
Yeah.
As just a normal person looking at this budget, okay, I look at the, comparing 23 and 24 salary, chief of police. I said 53,000 and over here, I said 60, that's $8,000. Okay, that's just a normal person walking through Martindale. $8,000 increase in 1 year.
That's what we were just explaining. He didn't get the health insurance benefit, and now he's asking for that adjustment.
I don't get that, my insurance comes out of my retirement.
Well, we didn't have to pay his health insurance because he had it at the state, and now he doesn't have it anymore.
Well, she's saying she's-
Same thing.
But you're on Medicare.
Yeah, you're on Medicare. He's like, right, Mr.
It
Committee.
drops a lot.
That's exactly. Thank goodness for Medicare. Yeah.
Anyway, so it's up to all these salaries.
Yeah.
You know, cut mine, increase mine, cut the chief, increase his. These are just proposals for your consideration. Whether you agree or disagree, that's what today's discussion is for.
Well, one thing about you, it says that you work 10 hours a week. I
Yeah.
would assume that you work more than that.
So on average, if I take a vacation, because I'm part-time, I don't get vacation benefit here, right? So over the course of a year, it probably ends up close to that. It's probably about a little over 550 hours over the course of a year. It's about 10 hours. Last year, we budgeted 12. In prior years, we budgeted as much as 18. Some of my outside of Martindale activities have reduced my ability to work as much here as I have in the past with going to school and things. So, and that's something that if the council wants to discuss further, I'm welcome to have that conversation. I just prefer to have.
We record, we actually, you don't actually punch in or clock in?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm rolling the clock
Okay.
right now.
Good.
Hour and 39 minutes.
I'm just gonna say something. I'm the one that came up with the idea of a part-time city manager. And I think it's worked out very well having a part-time city manager because it's affordable. The previous one, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, he was paid about 60,000 a year, if I remember.
When the job was initially advertised, it was for $60,000 a year.
Okay. So,
Your hourly wage is basically a $70,000 a year hourly wage, roughly.
Mhm.
Five is 10, this is what the rule of thumb is. Every 5 is
Yeah, it would
roughly he's
so about
making,
73.
on a full-time basis is 70. So it's in line with.
I totally agree. I have no problem.
Yeah, and so I've received the same rate since being here, and mine rate is not adjusted the same way that the assistant city clerks or chiefs are. I took my starting rate from, because not every year had the same inflation rate. I took my starting rate because I was curious, right? Because I was doing all this, looked at it, what would it be for me when I started at $30 an hour in 2019, looked at it forward. It's close. The rate would be like 35 and 70 cents or something like that, 35, 60 cents. To get the budget right, I don't need the 50 cents.
Can you explain the patrol officers?
Yeah, so the patrol officer. So in collaboration with the chief of police, really on his initiative, we wanted to review patrol officer compensation to maintain somewhat competitive with nearby agencies and the broader market. So we're not going to be able to compete directly with Lockhart and San Marcos and others. However, it's a different job environment here with different benefits. And so we're not trying to achieve parity. We're just trying to achieve retention goals. And so with that in mind, we came up with a payment structure that is somewhat complicated, but if you give me a little bit this is a back of the napkin chart, so I don't have it all cleanly articulated, but what we're looking at is every year having on longevity pay increase. So
Do me a favor?
Yeah.
You break it down by hourly, if that's possible. You don't have to do it now, but maybe next meeting.
Oh, my goodness.
actually, that won't be too hard.
I guess my next question would be, what's the average hourly rate of a deputy sheriff in Caldwell County or?
I would have to look. When last time I reviewed officer pay, it was in the context of Lockhart, because Lockhart was doing a rebase.
Close enough. That's close enough.
And I believe their starting rate was about $45,000.
Okay.
And that was about 2 years ago.
That's 2250 roughly.
But that was a couple of years ago.
So they're probably.
So they're probably, getting close to 50,000 is my guess.
So
So you're talking about 8,000 more.
Yeah, but I think, it's still significant, but we're not in a position to try to achieve parity.
I agree.
It's a different job. We're just trying to,
Gotcha. I tell you what,
if we stayed at where we were, I mean,
you know what I'm impressed with? I've met all the officers, is most of them are like, they're kind of retirement, or their second career, whatever you want to call it.
they're experienced officers from other agencies.
Exactly. So I want to say one thing. Rick, for example, I was talking to him one day and I said, man, talking about all the shooting, Uvalde, for example, shootings, what happened. That was a debacle. Yeah, we all know that. So I was asking him about it and he goes, and I said, yeah, what happened there? And he goes, well, I was on the SWAT team in Coleman County. I said, really? So if we got a hostage situation, you're the guy to go to.
Well,
I mean, just saying.
SWAT teams work at teams, not individuals.
I'm just talking about.
Yes, we have highly proficiently trained.
That's what I'm talking about, the experience. And then if y'all want me to continue, want me to stop, I'll continue. If not, I'll.
We see his hourly rate and he's on the clock right now, so.
All right, I'll hush up. Yeah. Mr. Nick, let's stick to the topic, please. It'll be short, but it's to my point. Okay.
No, I'm curious.
Okay, so I was talking to Tommy. I said, hey, man, Rick, he was like head of the SWAT team. You know what Chief Ward said? Oh, I was over him. I said, so you're on the SWAT team? He goes, yeah. I go, damn. I mean, that's to me personally.
It continues, have counter drug, counter.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
SWAT team. Our building code enforcement is an inspector, detective, fire position. So we're benefiting greatly from their experience.
Yeah, I get the point. We're not having some young person out of the academy. We're having seasoned officers with multiple expertise. And I don't know about you guys, I feel a lot safer now in this town, because of their, what they've done. I'll leave it at that.
So with this chart, again, it's kind of back to napkin, but the columns going from left to right is a scaled longevity increase chart. So if you have 1 year of experience, you're in this column. If you have 2 years, you're in this column. If you have 4 here, 6 here, right?
That's with us?
With us.
That's what we're proposing.
With our agency.
All right.
We looked at different ranks, grade structures for recognizing merit. And what we came up with was just a merit scale.
Mm-hmm.
So working with the police chief on the criteria for this, but broad outlines include annual performance reviews, qualification for merit increase based off of significant achievement on goals and performance, And then if you're eligible for a merit rating, then you have to hit minimum eligibility, which means you have to get like exceeds expectations, right, on your performance review. Once you're qualified, then it's police chief decision on where it goes from there. So the thought is we would have a merit category. So any officer's individual pay for a given year would be based off of their merit category and their longevity. That they're stepped at, I think it's a 2% increase on longevity and a 2% increase on merit. So if an officer after working here a year, they've achieved, they're now in their second year, so they go to longevity category 2. Now, whether or not they get a merit increase that same year is going to be dependent on what their salary is. So if they do get a merit increase, they'd be at merit category 2, longevity category 2, and their pay would be set.
Quick question, don't y'all perform the annual review of the police chief, police officer and the police chief, I mean, the officer?
The mayor and I are reviewing a full-scale rewrite of the personnel policy, includes how those performance evaluations are going to be done. I'll be frank, they haven't been done in any regularity to any degree of specificity or in a consistent manner across all positions. And so we're trying to change that.
Am I right to assume this? That you guys would be doing the officers, the patrol officers with a council?
The policy draft as in its current state, which will come to council for approval probably in September, is the first line supervisors would make their rating over their employees, and then it would have a reviewer who reviews that rating and gives a final approval. So there's kind of 2 layers, right? So a police officer, they would have their rating given to them by the police chief,
okay,
and that final rating would be reviewed by me,
okay,
or the mayor,
gotcha,
to sign off on.
Okay.
And our role is just to make sure that things are being done equitably across the staff at that point. We're not really there to question a rating unless it really appears unreasonable.
Y'all would be over the clerks and.
So the policy would dictate how we would break out the utility clerks. A little bit unique. Under current draft, they would be reviewed by the assistant city clerk, or as assistant city clerks, they'd be reviewed by the city clerk on a first draft, and then reviewed again at the second line supervisor, followed by myself.
So clarify this. So I assume that you're an officer, that the council would do the review on you, the police chief.
Right. Exactly.
Accountant.
Yep. So the mayor would do the initial rating and for review by the council. And then, as council wants to discuss with the employees, they'd have the opportunity to.
That's all.
So this creates some expectation for officers looking ahead. It standardizes payroll issues, so we don't get a situation of an employee saying, "I want a raise. I need a raise.
Had a raise.
I haven't had we have it marked out. Okay, you'll be eligible for a raise based on your performance review at this date. We can discuss it then."
That's quite civilized.
So obviously, you can only go up a merit category once per year. So if you're continually getting merit increases and longevity increases, that's what follow you here. It is not the expectation that everybody would receive a merit increase. It needs to be a high bar, and limited to some respects. So.
And plus you'd have turnover.
You'd have turnover and start over.
Yeah.
The other feature is Looks like I copy and pasted, dang it. They started off at 39,000 and change, and the cost of living adjustment for any given year, let's say for next year, if the cost of living adjustment for the next year is 3%, the whole chart, whoops,
Oh,
the whole chart would be adjusted based off of the cost of living. So the first cell, let's see what's happening here. I got two equal signs. The whole chart would be adjusted any given year on cost of living. So that way we're accounting for cost of living, longevity, and merit in the compensation package. Kind of gets to what Sony was saying before, is, hey, we have this employee
I was just thinking about that, but
who's not being
city
taken care of.
employee in general, this would probably be a good thing to implement for everybody.
So, you know, in the following year, the whole chart would get updated. So in practice, this is a good procedure. A lot of places follow this.
Yeah.
The risk for the budget is if we're cost adjusting and longevity adjusting and merit adjusting, you could have some pretty big swings from one year to the next. You know, if you went from a category 1 last year to now a category 2 the following year in just longevity, you're getting, you know, a little over $2,000 increase. Comes 3,000 has that merit rate. So it's a little bit difficult,
A little bit more aggressive.
it's a little more aggressive. Pay advancement in the out years, and this design outpaces the primary revenue stream that we have for the city, which is property taxes. Our property taxes only increase by 3.5% a year. If we're giving people raises over 3.5% a year,
gotcha.
our personnel costs are going to rise faster than our property tax rates, and alternative sources of revenue have to be available to achieve that. At some point, I think, and we're about to hit it with the police department, or I should say, our court, we're going to have a plateauing. We're going to find a steady state in our court of, here's what a fully, you're going to write so many tickets. We don't need to run a city off tickets.
And it worked
Sales
out too well,
tax,
did it?
sales tax and other things are going to have to come into play. This is one of the downfalls and benefits of the property tax ceilings, is that you're going to run into a scenario eventually where without growth in sales tax and with hitting a steady state in tickets,
So
our annual revenue is going to start flatlining at that 3% increase.
Why would this?
This
be
because you're increasing salaries faster than that 3%.
And I'll make a suggestion.
We're already, our salaries and expenses are already above our property tax rate right now.
Yeah.
And so we're going, and our sales tax helps because it's inflation related, because it's percentage of, and so it should keep going up also, but
Why are we trying to be so aggressive with these numbers then?
Can I make a suggestion?
partly is to, so the columns is a turnover, you know, retention, recognizing longevity, and then merit is retention, recognizing performance. And so, that's what it's geared towards.
Yeah.
But I want to be fully honest with the city council that there's risks in this approach.
I'll make it-
Now, as people leave, you get reset back to square one.
Yeah.
The orange square, and so it can kind of self-correct in some ways there, but
Quick suggestion. Could we make, I mean, instead of going like have this set in stone, can we have this discussion every budget year? Like, okay, we're gonna go from 43 to 44 for next year. And then don't have it set in stone, just say, here it is, and then we'll see our property tax.
What the city council would set is the cost of living adjustment side.
I mean, would we,
I mean, the city council can make an adjustment.
okay, what I'm saying is, do we make this the official document for the next, whatever, 5 or 6 years? Okay, but then we review it each year based on our property tax rate.
Well, yeah, you'll have to review it each year to set that cost of living adjustment, and you can look at the
This
other.
is an expectation for an employee. This is what they're,
Okay.
if you're an employee, you want to at least have an idea that you're going to get a cost of living adjustment. And then you do have some type of an incentive bonus for you performing.
Gotcha. Understand?
Asking about the revenue, I understand the tickets. I looked at the budget, the ticket revenue, court revenue has gone up significantly, 60,000 roughly.
Yeah.
You don't expect that to go up much beyond that?
We're looking at the data. It's hard to know at this point. We'll have a good idea maybe at this point next year for a couple reasons. When a ticket's written, who knows when that person pays? At a certain point, after 6 months or so, you would expect that if a ticket's going to get paid, it's probably been paid. We're about to that point of full staffing on our police department. Lag. They've been here almost a year, so we should be getting up to speed. Also, the operations, as they get more familiar with equipment, we had IT issues that shot us in the dirt last year, vehicles issues, other things that come up. So I don't have a good sense on, they could probably tell you in their ticket reports where they're at, ticket reports, number reports. What we don't know is the revenue. On the revenue side, is that revenue starting to flatline yet or not? Because of how long it takes for the court to come in. Then it takes for court reports to be made, and then financial reports to be made, and then for that to be analyzed. So we're probably, we'll have a better idea come September, I think, but I don't think it's going to be real solid.
So the other question is that as far as writing those tickets, those fees are determined by the state. I'm assuming on the speeding tickets.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to ask the chief. We've talked about
And we have
fees
discussed
with him, and we talked about fees in every aspect, building permit fees, other things.
Yeah, he does.
Where the city might have an ability to adjust fees, we might want to look at fee adjustments as well.
Because that's what you're saying. I mean, I've done this before, so I'm very familiar with what you're doing. So this is no-brainer stuff. It's simple, stupid, I like to call it. But yeah,
You calling us simple stupid?
no, just you. This is simple, stupid math.
I bigger you, dude.
I'm over here in the corner. But you get what I'm getting at, you got to at least have an out. Where's your out? And that's your concern is where's our out? There's got to be a way for you to say, well, this is our out. Either we're gonna not do the raises, we're gonna throw this whole plan away in 2 years because there's a budget issue, or we're gonna say there's another way out, and that way out is the ticket costs are gonna get it, or there's an impact fee on something that they're doing that's gonna generate the revenue. So
The state has forced us into looking at additional revenue sources.
yes, you understand?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I understand why we would do this. Might be premature right now because we don't know where everything's.
So the conversation originated from the police chief raising an issue and wanting to give his employees pay raises as they hit their 1-year anniversary mark, and letting him know that, we'll cost of living adjust it. And he raised concerns regarding, well, what about longevity and merit? And
That's fair.
this was the outcome of that conversation.
Yeah.
And it's something that the city could look at if it proves successful, extending to other positions. And so
As long as we look at every budget year, see how our property tax revenues go. Okay. Thank you. That's all I need.
all right, so that's
Jared,
yeah.
I had sent you a message. Can you just explain the merit? Like, you know, would an officer be qualified to get a merit award each year?
The merit award would be, they would be eligible each year based on performance as on their performance evaluation rating. So, the current draft of what that would look like is we would have standard, about 3 or 4 standard criteria that all employees are rated on, you know, customer service, teamwork, you know, sort of things you probably have in your job. And then a rating criteria associated with goals that are established prior to the year's beginning that the employee discusses with their supervisor, and that are tied to you know, the citywide strategic plan and other initiatives that have been prioritized by council or mayor or myself. So each criteria would be rated, would be reduced to a numerical rating. So, you know, fails would be a 0, minimally achieves be a 1, achieves a 2, exceeds 3, exceptional a 4, as an example. And so you get rated out, and at the end you get an average score for your entire rating. And so what I've discussed with the police chief is needing to set a rating like at 3.5 or so, in order, which is, you know, above expectations performance in order to be considered for a merit. And then the police chief within his budget being provided an opportunity to have 1 or 2 merit increases a year. And, you know, or he would have you make a recommendation for a merit increase to the city manager or mayor for consideration by council, or some way that merits aren't an automatic feature of the performance rating.
So right now you've got a budget of 215,000 for the police department. You're collecting roughly 105 in tickets. That's your estimated budget. Does that sound about
Let's see.
50%?
We're on track to get to about 125.
25%.
We're exceeding our budgetary number.
Oh,
We're bringing in, at least by end of April, exceeding our revenue or budget. So yeah, I want to be very careful about equating pay
oh, yeah.
to court revenue.
I understand. No. But if just from a budgetary standpoint, I'm just trying to get, you know, like an understanding that
And if you're going to look at, you know, total cost, you also have to look at the burdens of the municipal court too, right? So it goes all into it.
So does the Selma law still apply to small municipalities?
Yes,
And that is what, 33%?
I was 20, but I have to look at it.
Be careful. We don't want to make that mistake again.
No kidding.
Okay.
No, and so that's of municipalities less than 5,000 or something?
I'd have to look at the law again, but there is a point in which if you bring in too much revenue out of court revenue, ticket writing, that the state says you're capped, and the rest of that revenue comes to us to prevent people from
doing what we did before. Yeah.
doing what we did before.
Wait,
Well, really, I think it was more of just not reporting and other things, but.
is that what it was? Stop reporting it?
Let's not, no, I just asked a general question. I don't want to.
We're going down a rabbit hole.
Yes, exactly.
We have a municipal judge now that keeps us on the straight and narrow on making
Good.
sure the city pays their portion back to the state so that we don't run into the issue. How that's done, why that's done,
That's his job.
that's his job. What we pay him for. But I have a general awareness that there's state laws on that issue, and we're not in.
Is there any way, I hate to say that, is there any way to double check it? Because we don't want to get in that situation.
Yeah, we can double check.
30% of total revenue. expecting $1 billion worth of revenue. Anything over about $300,000.
So we're not near that.
Traffic side.
We're not even halfway.
I ain't halfway, but still, we want to keep a close number on those because,
Well, at the time, we also had like, I think,
Seven
seven officers.
oh yeah. that was-
You know,
Yeah, you
and
didn't have
sergeants
$1 million
and-
worth of- You didn't have any, very little waste treatment, no solid waste.
Yeah.
And the property tax revenue was a lot.
Yeah.
And it didn't take, the ticket structure hasn't grown that much since then, but it wasn't relatively that much smaller back then either. And so you were generating $100,000, but you only had $400,000 worth of income.
Yeah.
Revenue.
Good point. Barney
Got over
going through town.
real quick back then. But
Yeah,
People.
way before my time on council, so there you go.
Thanks, Rob, for the background.
Input.
The other item within the police department is our code enforcement inspector. And he's being paid the advertised rate when he was hired on in the last month or no adjustment there.
He's also highly qualified, so.
15 an hour.
Would you say he's a detective or something?
How many hours does he work?
16.
Where did it say that? Oh, 16 there it is.
And then going to the municipal court, the municipal judge has raised the awareness that there has not been any compensation adjustments for him in a number of years, which is true. His prior compensation was $18,000 a year. The proposal is to take it to $20,000. For some of those years, there wasn't a lot of activity in the court.
They didn't work much.
We had COVID, we had other things going on. But in recognition, that's probably time to review it. Mayor and I discussed putting it at $20,000. The other big change in the court is right now we're only open 2 days, sometimes 3 days a week. We want to get the court back open, given the level of activity, to 5 days a week. And so that's going to have some cost impacts in the court. Bring on another 2 days a week is total is going to be about $15,000 cost to do that. But it's my belief that that's the right thing to do. We have our officers out there serving and protecting the public and keeping people from going at unsafe speeds. And it's generating a lot of ticketing activity. And so a lot of demand for the municipal court for people to pay tickets and other things. So
Your expense on the court is 46,000, but we're only collecting 125. Is that correct? That's a big chunk of it.
That's a big chunk of it. I think they've had it easy for the last couple, we'll discuss that, but whatever, I'll keep.
it's up for discussion. We don't have to open the court up any longer.
That's a huge percent.
That is a huge percentage. I agree with Mr. McGovern. I mean, how many hours does the man work? I don't know. How many hours a week does he work? Do we know that? And a lot of things, get on the subject.
I don't know.
He's never here, and he's never here. He never does this report in front of.
That's another thing.
That's an issue for me. If we're paying this guy and gonna give him a raise, he better be here. I'll leave it at that.
But the more of the increase is increasing the clerk's time.
Yeah,
That's from like 2 days to 5 days a week.
Yeah.
Because currently they're only here Monday and Tuesday.
we're in third. I think we're third day a week recently, right, Mayor?
Yeah, whatever, like anywhere from 1 to 8 hours to do additional paperwork. And she's really good about not putting in more hours than what she needs. Usually it's been about 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours.
One of the other benefits of bringing on another clerk is we expect when the existing municipal clerk to retire in the next year or so.
Can we interchange these clerks or not?
Plus, yeah, if we had two clerks, then when Letty's sick or something, there's nothing.
But could we?
Nobody else knows how to
Could they
do a
do dual
job.
purpose, like city?
I've had discussions with the judge. He's open to it. He's open to the idea. There's been hesitation amongst clerks on doing that. We started to tentatively
Who's the
tiptoe
boss?
Huh?
Who's the boss?
the judge on this issue.
Well, he doesn't show up for me. I have an issue with that. When's the last time you've been to a meeting?
When I was sworn in.
Well, that's the last, but, oh, that was before that then. He's never here. I'll leave it at that. I'm done.
But the.
We could look at adjusting the compensation package to be more of an hourly.
Well, I mean, yeah, I agree with that because the guy's never here.
But you're only suggesting a $2,000 increase in his annual compensation.
Right, which was set prior to my arrival, or at least in the first budget that I was part of in going from 2019 in fiscal year 2020 till now. There's been no adjustment.
Could you do me a favor? Could you go back to which it's not a big issue. I would like to know the last year, how many times he's attended city council meetings. I'll count a Zoom.
I think that conversation starts to bear upon employee appraisal.
That's your business.
Oh, yeah.
That's your business.
No, it's
Get off.
a city. He's an officer.
Oh, well, good. Okay.
I would encourage city council if you want to approach those specific issues to a greater degree, that be done in the context of employee evaluation.
Got it.
But I mean, he does a lot of other things than just coming here and giving
Look, you know what,
us a
Mr.
report.
Clinton,
He spends a lot of
Mr.
time
Clinton,
running court.
Mr. Clinton, an officer can come here once a month or once a month for city council. There's no excuse for that. Unless they have an emergency or get on Zoom. I mean, everybody else comes in, you come in, chief comes in.
Okay,
He needs to be here
yes, sir. Okay.
and not just hand over this paperwork for somebody to read. That irritates me. I'll be honest with you, and I'll leave it at that. Done.
We'll take that, and maybe the mayor will. Put
Thank
that
you.
on the agenda. And then at that point, if there's a discussion on compensation packages, every municipal officer is the compensation set by city council. So you can have that
Jared.
discussion. Yes.
Jared, I wanted to ask, so the court enforcement inspector, the graph that you showed earlier with the tables, that position would be amongst that pay scale?
No, it's separate from it. That was just for the patrol officers.
Okay, got you. Thank you.
But your idea is eventually you can plug in a different starting point and apply that thought process to any position if you wanted to.
Yeah, it would like.
Just start at a different starting dollar.
Yeah, you
Per hour. Yeah.
different employees would have, or different employee categories would have different rate structures.
Well, the only thing I'm concerned about this is 37% of the money is being spent on administrative costs, which I don't know, my business, I would never, I'd be bankrupt doing that. In any other business that I'm involved in, you cannot have that much in G&A. You just can't. It's, that's way, 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 way too high.
And that's what critical to intermix these clerks, I think.
But there's a conflict though, right?
Is it legal or illegal?
Yeah, is it legal?
Yeah, you would. So the judge has been very clear on not mixing the duties in the same role, the same name. For example, he doesn't want there to be two change drawers. And someone walks in and say, "What are you here for?" "I'm here to pay the court." "Okay, let me take that money and put it in the court drawer." "What are you here for?" "I'm here to pay the utility." "I'm going to put that money in the utility drawer." He doesn't want the same desk running both operations at the same time.
Have two separate desks.
So we have two separate desks. So, and that's where we started to tiptoe down the lane of doing the cross training. And,
Because they can't be that busy.
No, she's on the phone a lot.
Is she?
She is pretty busy now.
Is she
Can't
now?
talk to her
Yeah.
for more than 2
Oh,
minutes
okay.
without
I was
the
saying
phone.
corrected that. I know.
Yeah.
I was going prior history when there was nothing going on.
Mondays and Tuesdays, she's real busy.
Okay, I'll stand corrected.
so one of the issues was, given how busy she is, having time to cross train, you have to be on a separate day with the court being closed to cross train. Started cross training employees and it wasn't the best fit. So it's something that if we had, how would I say it? If the municipal judge was more involved in the oversight on that, it might be able to work in kind of saying, hey, this is how I want my court to run. But something that we can, and he might have ideas on how to overcome personnel challenges.
Thank you, sir, for that clarification.
I'm not saying that's any way he's culpable or responsible for it not happening yet already, but I think it's an opportunity. that
He's come to our meetings. That's all I asked to start off with.
His involvement on that issue would be a positive influence, I think.
So are we done with?
That takes us through the personnel cost, which is the largest item. So we'll take it. I don't know if we want to build in breaks, Mayor, natural pauses.
Great.
But if we want to build in some natural pauses right now, might be a good opportunity. And then when we come back, if we want to break, we go through revenue and then getting to the utility fund. Probably where we want to go.
11:35, we're back in session. We're gonna go and look at revenue.
There we go, revenue.
We're going to we'll do a review of all the revenue streams and then get into expenses, starting with utility funds. So there's a number of these charts that have color coded information. I'll put a freeze paint on here so we can keep track as we scroll. You have on these columns, you'll have actual expenditures or revenues for prior years. So 2021, 2022. And in the color coded section, you'll have information from last year. You'll have the budget from last year, and then the end of year projected remaining revenue or expenses for that year in the tan color. Those are based off of, those calculations are made by looking at the month of the end date of that financial report, considering how many days have gone by and how many days are left, to come up with remaining and projected numbers based off kind of a straight line assumption. So at this stage in the year, there frequently are adjustments as you go along. The projection gets better tuned as we get closer to the end, less variables out there. Some things that happen in the projection are, we get anomalies that happen because of, say I straight line project cost when it's a quarterly payment, and on the latest financial report had a quarterly payment, it's going to skew that projection. And there might be things that are a monthly cost, say solid waste as an example. That's a very high monthly cost for the city that we pay TDS. Depending on when the report's done, where it gets captured, you can sometimes throw those numbers, not to a large extreme, but a little bit. So point is, this is give you a sense, an idea. Is don't take it to the bank. Don't count your chickens, for Sonia. And this is end of the year. The blue column, this is our fiscal year spend plan. So our future year spend plan. This was a document that we developed following the citywide community-based strategic plan, the Envision Martindale 2025. We came up with a spend plan modeled after our budget that went through each budget line item and projected out for the next 5 years revenues and expenses that would be used to try to achieve those strategic initiatives and goals that we had in there. So it's useful point of comparison for setting the budget, so that we're going on track with what the spend plan that we made. We do not have to match numbers from one to one to the next. And then in the teal column, you'll see the projected budget. These are the numbers that we're looking to council to discuss and get consensus on. Anywhere you see a yellow highlight, that means it's an update from the read ahead that you had in your prior version. So with that overview, we'll get into each of these charts. On the revenue side, it's organized by fund. We have utility fund, general fund, and special revenue fund. The one fund that we do have, the city does have an additional fund that's not represented in our budget. It's called our community development fund. That is a fund that the city uses to manage projects related to grants. And so those are handled outside of this annual budget, and they use their own individual budgets. For example, Northwest River Road has its own budget. The ARPA funding has its own spend plan budget that the city council's reviewed, and other things along those lines. Oh, on that topic, we got another grant.
What'd you get?
We got a grant, community development block grant, that is going to work out on our treatment plant, expand the irrigation capacity, make other changes, and I think maybe some Crockett lift station stuff. I'd have to go back and look, but it's
It's 150,000.
150,000.
All right. Who got this one? Did you do that?
So it was a team effort. The leads were our engineering firm, who we've paid. So you know how we were paying them in advance of some of these projects. This is one of the projects that we paid them in advance of. We got it, so that's great. We actually scored the best for our regional planning area. We scored the highest in CapCog for that grant.
Showed that to us the other day. I think it's more than 150.
And then Adrian was heavily involved, and the mayor was heavily involved, and I participated in discussions and
Good
laying it
job.
out, but they were.
Give them a clap.
Adrian was more involved with the back and forth on the with the engineer on the specifics, and I was weighing in on project areas of focus. So definitely hand up to them. So those projects are separate from here. The revenue in utilities fund is comprised of fees that we collect for wastewater services, solid waste services. I have to go back and look at what the revenue side on permits is. I don't know if you can.
What do you need to know?
The revenue 5025 permits, where we have a revenue on permit, seems.
Through like May.
It looks like the last time it came in as an actual is in 2021. I know about it on the expense side. I'm not sure why it's on the revenue side. Franchise fees, these are additional fees that get tacked on to our solid waste service. The service fees and late charges, these are the additional fees that come out of our billing. And you'll see that our.
This has to do with wastewater and solid waste, though. The
Yeah.
service fees.
Yeah, exactly. Both.
You say late fees when people don't pay on time?
Yep, and you'll see those fees have gone down, which it's odd to say, but it's a good thing for us and for our customers. And we've going to automated billing options and online options, and also some of the policy changes that we've made over the last year plus 2 years regarding how we handle late fees has seen those reduce. So that's a good thing.
And our staff is always calling people to
Yep, call them.
come and pay.
Yeah, they do that. I've done it to me, done it for me a couple of times.
And then credit card usage fees, this is a straight calculation based off of other revenues. Typically in a given year, we'll have something like 0.75% is about where our credit card revenues come in at. So that's why that number is an odd number, not a straight number because of math. And then we include a small portion for writing off uncollectible debts within our utility fund. The updates here were made in the wastewater service fees revenue that impacted also the utility total, not by a large degree. So the read ahead, I'll pull it up.
How is that, why is that being increased so much from to 133?
Great question.
How much per person is that, or per resident?
We'll get into, we'll
Am I jumping the gun?
you're not jumping the gun, you're going right where I'm going. Because what our conversation on personnel costs lead, it's over here, lead right into that. So for comparison, the adjustment from what you read ahead to that is about $1,000 to the negative, lesser amount. So why is it going up? The basic, simple answer is because it has to, under certain assumptions. Those assumptions are, this is where we'll get into a little bit on the expense side so you can understand what's happening on the revenue.
That's a 30% increase, that's not.
It's nothing to sniff at. So the expenses are large, the big jump are largely attributable to the personnel expenses. So we're jumping from 2022 to 2024, a $10,000 payroll jump. $10,000 spread across the few customers that we have in utilities is significant. And that requires us to look at cutting costs or looking at revenue. The other thing that's happened, and we can do a little bit of a deep dive soon. I don't want to get there yet, but our solid waste, our sewer treatment cost and our wastewater plant costs are grown to a point that it's concerning me on our ability or costs in that area. Dwayne and I we plan to go through, or I've asked Dwayne to look at it. We just haven't had a chance to tag up on it. I intend to work with Dwayne to figure out where our cost allocations are on a per invoice basis on our sewer and wastewater costs. For perspective, we're spending over $80,000 a year in services provided by our wastewater treatment operator, which is, and other services that are being done within those things. So lift station clean outs and other things. So some of those expenses probably could and maybe should be allocated to our ARPA funding account. And in fiscal year 24, we have the option to leverage those ARPA funding accounts to support those wastewater treatment operations. The concern I have, and this is where the big assumption, this is one of the big assumptions, is that we do not use ARPA funding for operational costs. And if we don't use ARPA funding for operational costs, then the full cost of those operations get borne by the customer. Oh, yeah, a big O. So
This is different than the read ahead.
shouldn't be.
the read ahead shows you, administrative overhead expense of 54.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so what's the difference between that and?
It's still, so administrative overhead, that goes into, utilities that we pay on our, like electric services at our lift stations and water services at our lift stations. And other costs internal to.
So you don't have that really broken down. You got a utility expense of 6,500 and then.
So the 54,000 is used towards our printing costs, our postage costs, and other costs. We've looked at this a few years ago, whether 15% of revenue is the right amount. I was looking at it and it actually might be a touch low. It actually, when I was looking at it, those different line items, it's probably the case that 16, maybe even 17% might be, but some years it's only 14 to 13. So it kind of fluctuates. The numbers I'm comparing are budgeted items in our general fund. All of our expenses that we pay for office supplies, postage, printing, is done out of our general fund. We reimburse our general fund with revenues from our utility fund to cover those expenses because they're primarily a utility fund related expense. We don't put up postage for hardly anything unless there's a zoning change or something. So that's covering those costs. That's the 54. The payroll cost is directly tied to the payroll chart for the utility clerks.
Utility clerks. Yeah.
And it's just 100% of their time is attributable.
Where does Pete Casares get paid?
Pete Casares gets kind of, go ahead.
He's in those two big line items that he initially started with.
Yeah, they're going to be in the
Solid waste
Sewer.
expense.
sewer and
No, I mean, and
Wastewater.
treatment plant.
these two lines.
He's in both of those lines?
Yes.
Depending on if it's at the plant or around.
So what did we pay him last year? Total.
I have to look, but
Sure.
several thousand a month.
How much?
Yeah. His base,
He's a contractor.
the contract has a base rate for a certain level of services, and then hourly rates for on-demand or emergency services. If we have a pump alarm that goes off in the middle of the night, Pete or one of his employees, his son, is waking up in the middle of the night and coming out to look at it. If they're here, if there is something wrong and they have to address it, they're rolling time on that emergency hourly rate, which isn't too kind to the city. It's not unreasonable,
What
but
is it? What am I asking?
I'd have to go back and look.
56,000.
It was 56,000.
Last year total? So a lot of this stuff, a lot of these upgrades will prevent like those alarms that we get those lift stations and proper operations.
So
Some of that cost.
to some extent, but not. The electrical upgrades, we intend for it to limit some of those alarm issues. However, we're not going to, no amount of funding we're going to do is really going to change customer behavior in flushing non-disposable items into our toilets and sewer system. We have really good pumps that have been doing a phenomenal job compared to where we were when I started. The apartments lift stations being one. We used to get, as Pete would say, ragged up. You know, these unflushable things getting stuck in the pumps several times a quarter. You know, once a month, if not more. That has decreased significantly. So that's good. We're not getting as many ragged up calls out there. We still get a couple issues here and there, you know, maybe about 3 or 4 a year, but nothing like the
I guess
8 to 10 we were having.
I guess I'm not asking the right expert. Is there any way you can put like filters or screens or something to?
Then what do you do with it? Now we have hazard. We have a hazard
Is there
base.
macerating?
Yeah.
It's the only other way to do it.
So our pumps right now have grinder teeth on them, but it doesn't get everything.
I have a macerator at my house because it was set up to go for the septic, and I still have it. So that's the
Okay.
only thing that saves.
Thanks for
lift
thanks for
stations.
informing that. I won't ask that question again.
No, so we've looked at it. We've talked to our engineer, we talked to Pete about putting in grates where the pumps, where the pipes are spilling into the lift station, catching it. They just require service. And then the biggest problem is it's going to be a significant expense to handle the hazardous waste removal.
Oh, you said, I remember before he said there, one of the crossover that's going to the pump station, one of the two openings had collapsed.
We have a hole in one of them, and that's at the Crockett lift station.
Yeah, so that one, but we still have not fixed that.
So we have not.
Some of this money we got, these grant funding is going to, you know.
That's one of the things that caused us to pause. So one of it was, let's get the right quotes. We got the right quotes. Then we got this ARPA funding's coming. We got the ARPA funding. Then we wanted to have the engineer come up with a cost to do all of it. And then we're like, well, let's do this community block grant. And so I want to follow up with the engineer, figure out which line items got placed under which grant, so we know where we're spending our money.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
So
The real pick.
that's
That will help that too.
it will help that too, because you can transition over to another pipe, so you don't have to get called out for a high level alarm. It won't, so we're not paying an emergency hourly rate, but still fixing that pump is still going to be an hourly rate charge. It's not as much of a hourly rate.
What is the emergency hourly rate, if I may ask?
It's like $75 an hour, and the regular one's 50 is about, or if it's not,
40 and 80.
you know.
Double. Okay.
Then you're also paying because he's got to pump that because he's not lifting it.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I know I talked to him once about that. He's like, you don't want it just to do that, but we have to do
So I
something.
know I asked this question before the meeting. Can you tell me exactly what our sewer tap fee is? Do you know for total?
750, but then we collect $1,000 deposit that goes towards installing that fee, but that's refunded if,
So you're talking $750?
so it's just the permit fee.
And how much for the total cost, do you know?
Well, it depends on the job and how,
At
He gets
average,
bid.
just average.
about 8,500
I'd say 89,000,
or
What's that
$10,000
much?
total, yeah.
but that goes to a pump.
And it's a pass-through, basically.
Okay.
On those line items, the 770, the back up there, is there a way to differentiate between the labor and the materials? I mean, because that just shows us repairs and maintenance. It doesn't really tell us how much of that is labor.
Well, you just said they wrote checks
Yeah,
for 56,000, so 65 minus 56.
9.
So 9 is in material and 56 is in labor.
Okay, I see. Okay.
I mean, it's not really, yeah, your question is great. I mean,
Okay.
But most of it's hourly. Or a service.
Okay.
And thank God for Pete.
So this budget with these higher personnel costs and these sky high sewer system rates, which I'm already budgeting at a fairly extreme risk based off of where our projections were for this year to next. So on the wastewater, I'm already $12,000 less than projected.
how many wastewater customers do we have? 100?
180.
Or,
Fine.
no, that's 400, so solid waste and, well, this will get to, I have the answer here.
You know where I'm getting to, so
Yeah, so I updated the latest customer data this morning. We have, what is that? 202,
Oh,
203.
203.
That's all? Well, that's it.
Well, that's, everybody's on garbage, solid, but. that's how
203 on
many's the
waste,
city sewer.
203 on waste in total for everybody. What do we
How
have?
come you're not doing the whole column?
Because I'm looking at just the base rate. So if I combine the residential one with this one, I'm double counting that customer. So this is the add-on above the base rate. So there's kind of a artificial line, but number of customers is going to be your commercial, multi-resident, and residential based customers. And the rest of it's just for the rate calculation of what someone has to pay per month based on their
It's
usage.
something that the apartments only pay $600 for all the trouble we have with that lift station.
Good point.
Did you notice back in
Can we
May?
discuss that? How many
Apartment.
How many apartments?
units there are, but that,
Every other call is for that.
For that.
It is.
Is there any way to verify that? I mean, like, are you sure it's them type of thing?
I could go,
Well, the bills from Pete say which lift station he's
Or
working.
is that lift station specific to that piece of property?
there might be about 3 or 4 customers that aren't in the apartment.
Yeah, it's that whole little corner. right
Yeah,
there.
yeah, you know where I'm going with that. I mean, if you're, that is something that you just,
I don't think you can differentiate though.
Well, and we already are. They're getting a special rate, $600 flat versus.
How many
I don't know
how many
doors
units?
They have over there.
How many units?
28 or so,
Huh.
about that,
28 units?
24, 28, somewhere in that range. So it's about 2 or 3 units per building.
They should pay.
paying $25 a month.
So
Or
did you
unit
guys,
at 24.
did you guys notice the water company? I didn't
Yeah,
notice
just
this
that.
because I never look at my water bill, but in May,
It went up.
Oh, yeah, the $75.
$75
Oh,
plus your usage.
They went way up.
Yeah.
They're hard crystal clear.
You know, on the empty lot I'm working on right now, no consumption, you still get charged
Yep.
$75 every month,
Yeah, that's right.
every month,
That's right. Same with crystal clear.
Do you
no
know,
consumption.
1991, when I bought my property,
Don't.
it was
tell me.
$12.50 for 6,000 gallons.
I got you beat. When I first came here in '79, it was $7.50.
Wow,
So there you go.
it went up pretty fast.
Yeah, they actually, I thought Martindale was giving us a good deal, but they're higher than crystal clear now. Because crystal clear is like 71.
I think they're saying.
I think that's a good,
Yeah.
good feature. I think we need.
It's not a horrible idea. I wasn't too happy when I saw that, but it makes sense. It has to be there. I mean, it's costing a little more and more money just to keep their pumps running and the
Problem is, our inflation
Salaries.
impact is not only impacting our salaries, it's impacting the service
Yeah,
provider
water.
salaries and
Yeah.
the equipment issues and.
The water authority's problem is they've got repairs to do and they have no money in reserve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also they have how many people working for them and salaries to pay. And,
The biggest problem they have is they have no reserves and there's repairs that are coming
yeah,
and they have no money and they qualify for no grants.
Yeah.
To help.
because they need a
They're not
city.
inside the
They
city.
need to come into our city. But that's another subject.
That's a whole nother workshop.
That's a whole nother, yeah.
What about, you say multi-residential, what about the multi-residential unit on Quail Run or the one across from the cemetery? Let's see, I thought we had other more multi-residential units, like on Quail Run, there's several apartments there.
They hooked up to our sewer?
yes.
They are.
I know that I've seen their billing before, and I know that Carmen's gotten into it.
Yeah,
before, How much they pay for the number of units they
That's
have.
well run. Yeah, but is that on our city
It
sewer?
may not be. We had to go out there and look.
I think it's always garbage that she's always,
Yeah.
They got more people on their dumpster.
The line runs out there, but I don't
dude,
think-
everybody does that.
Hang on, let
Harold's on there, the Lone Star.
Signage.
Yeah, the printing or the sign.
But Carmen sent me out there to go off and look at that. And I believe they've got an aerobics league back.
I think they do too. I think actually, my buddy Matthew worked on that. They just recently redid it all.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's on aerobics.
But if they live within the city limits, they have to be by
But they were there
ordinance.
before the sewer. system.
grandfather, yeah.
Did they replace it or just fix it?
they did repair, that's permitting, yeah. You know
And,
what,
and
yeah.
the second pack, that's still on the septic tank, isn't it? The second pack, right?
Yes.
That needs to be on city sewer, but
Easier said than done.
I know.
Mm.
That's uphill.
Okay, Jared.
Yeah. Hello. Oh, you put yourself back on mute, Sonia.
All this conversation stemmed from the budget amount that we're trying to figure out if that's the correct amount that should be allotted for that line item, right?
So the conversation comes from, why is the revenue jump for wastewater fees so high?
Yeah.
And the answer is, the jump is so high because we're increasing salaries, and then we also have high costs in our wastewater operations. And to cover those expenses, we need to generate additional revenue. To generate additional revenue, that was going to either one or two things. We're taking it from the ARPA funds and kicking the can down the road for
Which is
another
what
year.
we did this year, right? When we took money out from there to pay the overage.
We have not used the ARPA fundings on straight operations expenses or maintenance expenses. We haven't done to that degree yet. We've been looking at more of them working on higher dollar value fixes. There's some ARPA funding spending that might be allocated right now in the financial reports that may need to be shifted to the ARPA fund. So like the cleaning the lift stations, that might be something that we put to the ARPA fund, which is about I think $8,000-$10,000, something like that. But by and large, a lot of it is just cost year over year over year over year of
duct tape and baling wire.
Duct tape, baling wire. We're getting to a point where our system is costing us money. So we got to look at revenue sources. Is either taking it from the ARPA funds, which run out at the end of next fiscal year. They have to all be spent by end of
We're giving
September.
back.
We're giving back,
We'll spend it.
or we'll spend it. Or we have to raise rates on customers.
What if we did do a flat rate? Do we have a flat rate on our
So
food?
right now, pulling Sonia's conversation full, because the ARPA is a separately budgeted item from this. I built the budget with the mayor, with the focus on having it all be internal. So, which requires rate increases. The initial look at it was a $15 per customer rate increase.
How much?
15 rate increase per month per customer on the base rate with
Do it this year or next year?
That's a big jump.
it's a very big jump.
That's over 50%.
On commercial.
No,
Everybody. The other thing we could look at is adjusting our multi-resident, which that's a good point. We probably should.
$25 a month.
For the whole complex. Only $1 less than.
There's only we want to do. We'll look at what their
When's the last time?
you could do. I think probably $50.
Sorry.
We don't want them paying less than the base rate per door, per apartment. And then I think it would make sense to consider.
And then,
and then
do we put them on the tier as well?
Looks like they're not on the use rate unless they're getting tagged. Maybe this is. We had one outlier. They're using an insane amount of water. Maybe that's them.
Let's guess. Can we put an address down? Who's using the most water? Jesus.
24,000 gallons of water.
Either there's a leak
or
someone's just being a Yahoo.
Or no, it's not. It's way below. It's way above that. I don't even know what the gallon was, and it's
Well, the only thing that comes to my mind is like, if you do a
40,000 gallons of water is what
that's a
that
lot.
A month.
It's a residence.
as a single resident. So my guess is that that's probably the apartment.
I can imagine where that is.
Oh, you do?
I can imagine.
Maybe.
There's 4 doors per building,
Is there 4? Okay.
because there's one on each, 2 on each side.
Ah,
And so I think.
Not that much.
Does it have, doesn't it go well? Probably.
well,
Your neighbor.
that's a good point. So if it is 40 or 50, then we're severely undercharging. So if let's do this, let's just say we'll equal whatever the base rate is times the number of doors. Let's go with the assumption that maybe it's 40 doors. That rate would have to be adjusted by about $1,000 a month, which is probably
Pretty close.
That's what
That's 12,000 a year.
12,000 a year, yeah.
that'll cover quite a bit.
And then, of course, the other is, what's their usage? And then figure that out. They should be paying over.
I didn't,
Something needs to be worked out on that.
is there a base rate that we have
Yeah.
already in
Yeah,
place?
$26.
$26.
Yeah, for the wastewater.
Today.
Yeah, right now, it's 26, that's over there on the column E. See, residential's 26, and then you pay if you're over
Okay.
your
So
your water
26
bill.
And for 202, that's like $5,000 a year. Right? 48, yeah.
So that's the total
Yeah,
base
it's a month.
charges that we get for a year for all the base.
Per month, yeah,
Per month.
per month, yeah.
At level 38 person,
Yeah, per month, I'm sorry.
at level 38 person is Dollar General.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sure.
I wonder what they're using so much water on.
that is.
Watering their sorghum right next
On
door.
the right one, residential, what is it?
Yeah, it was 38.
Residential
Residential.
38.
Man, it is like,
That doesn't make any
That doesn't
sense
make
Well, they have
to
a-
use that much
That doesn't
water.
make sense at all.
That base rate pays for,
Wow.
He said the one down, getting down there by the tubers.
The Dollar General?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
I mean, what if they,
they got a leak.
It sounds like it, doesn't it?
a
Sounds like
leak,
a
that
leak.
is like a leak, that
They'll
is.
look for some green grass around their spot.
That's right.
Anyways,
I'm not kidding. You can go walk around there and make sure nothing's soggy.
You think they'd be asking about it, wouldn't you?
They don't.
There's some other interesting stuff.
That's on auto pay. They ain't looking at none of that.
Apartments were like that. They were using that. August about it. Pete saw that because he was running at 2 o'clock in the morning and all the lights were out.
Yeah.
And we went, and got the usage out of from the water department, and we went out there and talked to the lady that running the place at the time. And gave her the test strips, it was toilets and stuff. They got that.
Huh.
I bet you it's a toilet or
I
something.
bet you it's something like a
Just brought in-
toilet. Yeah, just
If they don't know it. They don't understand.
or they do know it. They don't care. They just did a bunch of upgrades in there.
Yeah, the apartments and Dollar General may be the same way. The apartments, of course, all the bills were paid out of,
Auto draft.
Corporate,
no, corporate, but it was in Mississippi, Louisiana or something.
Louisiana. Yeah.
So we ended up having to call in and saying, hey, this is the problem with the plumber.
So if they do have as many as 40 apartments over there, and we set the rates accordingly, how about this? We're not going to be able to answer that in the workshop.
Mm-mm.
But I'll take that for action to look at. I think where a decision point is needed, or consensus point, we're not making decisions in the workshop, a consensus point is needed, is whether to leverage the ARPA funding for operations in the fiscal year 24, or pursue rate adjustments, or a combination of both, as we try to make our utility fund balance. We ran a deficit last year. Years prior, we were lucky to not run a deficit in those prior years. Because there's some transfers and different things that happened.
Yeah.
We really haven't been in a good position for past several years. I mean, we're not it's not an extreme amount. I think it was $15,000 last year in a deficit. Still concerning, because if that starts growing, it becomes a big anchor around our neck going forward. So,
The apartments,
yeah,
that $600. The detail here says 24 residents times $25. And then there's one additional line item for a commercial account of 36.
so they get one commercial rate plus 24.
Plus 24, and the rate is not, it needs to be upped if it's based on 25, because
Yeah.
it's already 26, right?
So what we'll do is make sure that whatever rate we set for,
And then they should be tiered if they're based on water usage. Yeah.
can you tell them their bill if they get tiered service?
No, they don't.
There should be some type of a tiered service.
Yeah, because that report that we get from the water utility,
Doesn't include all of
it
this.
should have their usage on there. We should be able to.
Is each apart, is
Yeah, so we should be able to use that as the reference. They should be paying a tier. They're using, it's no different than us. They should be paying more just because they're using more.
But you would have to divide the 24 users into the total usage.
Well, that's what the $600 came with currently, is roughly in that ballpark.
But you can't differentiate between high users and low users if you only have one.
It doesn't matter. That's only one person's billing it. That's their problem to collect. We're only talking about the meter. If the water meter is X number of gallons, and that means we're running X number of, gallons through the wastewater, there should be some level of tiered usage. And the other flip side is we knowingly know that that is a problem child over there.
Yeah.
So, like you said, it's hard to 100% nail them and say it's them, but you got 30 taps going to that lift station, 24, 25 from that location, and 2 or 3. And that is what percentage of our expense of repairs are affiliated with that location?
at least a quarter in some years. In some years, at least a quarter.
I mean, they're not.
But I don't know what it's been on this year. We've just had lower alarm rates, but I know in a couple years ago.
You're not even making money on those taps. You're losing money.
Oh, yeah.
The wastewater.
We'll look at the rate adjustment, I think, even within the current base structure. Make sure we're billing them correctly. But I do want to follow up on, do we want to use ARPA at all? Go with just rate adjustments or a combination of the two?
Well, you're saying the salary increase to do this is $10,000, but yet you're increasing your goal for the budget of 30. So just the salary increase is 10. If you just look at that line item.
I think,
And I want,
so the problem is there's a little bit of a circular math in this because the overhead is a reflection of revenue.
Mhm.
And so the more that we increase revenue, the more it increases the overhead. And so you kind of get chasing your tail.
Yep.
on that. I would have to spend some time trying to break
I'm just trying to come to an,
circular area, but yeah, we're increasing revenue, which is $7,000 more in administrative overhead. About $3,000 more in
that's my 10.
payroll, 10, and then the rest of it, frankly, is what we're trying to achieve, is not running, here, let me make these a little bit bigger, not running deficits.
Right.
We ran a deficit of 12,000.
How many garbage accounts do we have total on the city? 400 and you said before, 400?
Yeah, I have,
13 or
oh, it's the latest.
And the 203 is inside the 413, obviously.
yes.
It would be a combination of all of these. The sum. Garbage residential.
There's some at the bottom. Other,
408 Is that what that
Yeah,
says?
I was gonna say 400.
Yeah, 408.
Double. The sewer.
Because that first one doesn't count. That's just an additional service.
Okay. Or then.
Hey, Jared, could you do me a favor, like I said before, could you, I mean, get an average of what a sewer tap costs for us as a city, the cost, total cost, and then the average statewide of a town close to our size, just to
Remember,
see.
it doesn't cost us anything. Just, we're charging. us
It does
per
cost us on our own operator's oversight of the project. I can look at the invoices and
Give me an average and see, and you'll see what the average around the area is, Lockhart or whatever.
Yeah.
I would say,
Ultimately, though, you're not gonna make money off those fees. You make money off of the monthly fees. That's how the
Yeah.
city makes money.
It was the monthly.
I
Yeah, but-
project on trying to solve shortage in the utility.
Please.
Sometime back in 2016, we had, we were told, we did a benchmarking study that showed that we were actually charging our citizens a little much. So,
mhm,
one of the things that we did is we got an agreement out of TDS to go reduce the price, monthly price by $2 and some change. That year, and then it began to escalate. And council went in and reduced the administrative fee to return that $2 to the
mm,
citizens. So we went from $10 a month administration fee. I don't believe we've changed that in the last 8 years. So much easier pill to swallow than $15 a month change to $2 change to solid waste fee.
so the more customers.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Whatever, that gets you 400.
Mhm.
Yeah.
10.
That's a good point.
Because that's got a little better story of, hey, we've ever changed it for 10 years.
There you go.
Or 8 years.
And has our cost been the same with the,
Well, so it's,
that's a whole nother animal, right?
the cost is, so we make money on our solid waste services as the mayor was describing with two fees that we add to the contracted base rate. So TDSA will charge, I'm going to make up numbers, $25 for a trash can to come pick it up every Wednesday for you. The city will take that $25, add the fee he's talking about, the $8 to it, and then we add a 3% what we call a franchise fee. It's more just an additional overhead fee to that. So it ends up coming out to be, we get TDS charges us 25, we bill you for 33 and change, $33. So what Rob was describing is maybe just changing the amount that we add to the solid waste bill and cover some of the effects in our wastewater.
Well,
As
it
a-
covers the salary issue.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
You tell me you're gonna raise solid waste to cover
Salary.
wastewater, that's really, solid waste customers don't have wastewater to be fixed. But
It's a salary issue.
the salaries,
Already.
at least be covered by that, and then you've got to work. How come you get paid so much?
That's a good point.
I'll say on that franchise fee, like the Time Warner Cable and the water department,
Yeah.
they write us a check for that, for their
Well,
franchise fee.
that
The
franchise,
garbage company does not, we collect it ourselves.
well, and really the franchise fees in a solid waste typically come up as when the provider does its billing, they'll collect a franchise fee to remit back to the state or to the city. So like City of Houston, they'll use all their different providers, and then all the customers are going to pay, TDS, United Republic, whomever. And then United Republic's collecting a fee for that they remit to the city that pays for the benefit of being, that monopoly fee over that area of the city. We're charging a fee, a franchise fee, even though we're the ones doing the billing. So it's kind of unnecessary in how it's typically done, but
Well, a lot of those franchise fees are for use of city property, just
Streets.
streets and easements and wear and tear on those. And we gotta admit, some race guys wear and tear the road.
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah, I went to the Martindale monthly Martindale Water Supply, the monthly meeting last night, and they mentioned that they have a 2% franchise fee, which they pay to the city. And as Rob just mentioned, they also pay a fee for using the city's pipes and all of that stuff. I have a whole breakdown of the monthly meeting of water supply, which I was going to bring, but they are making more money now that they're charging $20 to $25 more. They're not in the red anymore, but the franchise fee they discussed last night, which from what I could tell was 2% of.
It's like $600 or $800 a month.
What would be really nice, and I've talked to council about this before, but if we were able to combine resources with them, there's a lot of unnecessary, or not, I shouldn't say unnecessary, duplicative overhead between our two organizations, both running utilities for such a small customer base.
Make any leeway?
So I've provided our term letter that I intend to give their board and the general manager and board. And I have to follow up with him to see if he had comments back on that. I gave it to him right before he went on vacation, so I just got lost on my end or his, which is understandable.
But
Thank you.
So you're showing us this, and the average cost is only supposed to be $45 for wastewater?
Yeah, at a usage of 5,000. So TML puts out these surveys. This is a state average. This is something that's useful in considering. So our base rate is not at that 5,000 gallon consumption level. That is actually for us. Our base rate is at 2, which means that we have to look at what the base rate is for, 26 plus 13 is 39. So we're a little bit below state average, which isn't a bad thing.
Well, I agree with, adding the $2 to everybody on that is definitely an easy one to swallow.
For the salary expenses,
For the salary expenses, you at least, my concern is, you're increasing, you're providing 40 hours of coverage to collect, again, 400 notes. That's a big bill to just, and it should be going more digital. We should have less interaction with regard to that topic going forward with this new collection system.
So
not that they don't do other work. Okay, I totally get that.
The other option that the city council could consider is not having those positions be 100% funded by the utility fund. And it becomes a cost sharing between the two funds for those positions.
I for simplicity, I have no problem doing it the way it is, but I mean, in theory, the amount of work that they're doing for at least collecting utility, it should be going down. If Adrian's success rate with the app is in play and our costs for sending out the bill should be going down. I know we don't have at 400 though, there's a whole lot of ways you could be mailing those a lot cheaper too, by the way.
We have added an extra day up there. I mean, we increased the expense 25% just by opening on Friday.
20%.
20%.
4 days.
Yeah, you
Went up one.
Yeah, 25. Yeah, 25. Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, you can, you better be wrong.
You're a CPA over math. That's not a good place for a city administrator to be.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, it's 20. So, yeah, that was on a dollar basis, about $7,000 difference, when we made that change, and that's probably gone to maybe $7,500, $8,000 change. It's the cost of 8 hours.
Yeah.
Hotel, we know.
I think it's been worth it. That's mine.
Yeah, it's
Hard.
seven-
I would-
it's basically
I think you could
equivalent
also
of
argue that that extra day is really more is more valuable administratively than it is for the utility.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, it should be, yeah, absolutely, to have more availability.
So those are some options that we have. We'll look at those rates. We'll look at solid waste on the salaries, and then calculate out the wastewater. On that issue, does council want to review those items again in a workshop setting or a future city council meeting before the mayor submits their budget, or you want to just go with what the mayor puts in her budget and adjust from there? The reason why I bring it up is August 7th, I believe, is the day that we have to
Make the budget.
So, which is one of the reasons why I want to make sure that we had our first workshop
Yeah.
early enough in July to have the conversation, but
And if we want to make that change, then we could do that now, right?
we could make the change now. Just it would take some time to play the math.
Are you good with this $2 increase on the
Instead of
garbage?
the $15.
The garbage increase, $2?
It was $15 on wastewater.
Oh, well, so
Wastewater.
modification. I think what Councilmember McGovern's proposing is, first look at covering salary expenses by changing the overhead administrative fee on the solid waste from $8 to $10.
And that requires an ordinance change.
Yeah, it would.
Okay, so
I
that,
can include it in the budget, but it would be an ordinance change.
and then, so that takes care of, that takes care of that being open, that other 25%
So
increase in the salary increases accordingly. So,
You want to do a head count?
So here's.
yes.
Thank you.
What?
I'm asking you.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so that's.
Yeah, I think the public would,
Hey,
And then obviously.
Sonia, what do you say?
Doing the bill.
I'm
for
a yes.
Yes, we got a unanimous.
That
Okay.
needs to be, the apartments needs to be, I'd like to at least understand that a little better. You know, that seems to be
kind of low.
kind of low.
Having trouble finding them in this.
But in theory, if you charge me $25, $26 at a base rate per one, and they've got 24, that is the $600. But if they're not paying for usage,
Yeah.
you know, that's kind of confusing.
Doesn't make any sense.
There should be something associated with usage. There should be something, because we want to make sure there's not someone using just silly amounts of water over there.
Yeah, it shouldn't be just base rate.
So the amounts of water where at the apartments?
Yeah, we
or
don't-
Dollar General.
The apartments, we don't know, there's no, right now, they do not pay a base rate adjustment based upon their bill, they just pay $600. So we don't
All
know,
support, didn't play anything.
so we don't know if there's a per, you know, there should be, because they're apartments,
Mm.
but we don't know if they're not on average going over the 2,000 base rate. And so at least it's something to look at, you say, wait,
I agree.
it should be,
You look into
the
that.
average is what, and then divide it by 24, or however many units are, and say, there's gotta be at least something, say, especially when we knowingly know there's been more issues with
I agree.
service,
Mhm.
and, you know, that area, that triangle being a basic, the basic expense for the after-hour work has been affiliated with that location.
Isn't a lot of those apartments, Section 8?
They are
or-
100, yeah, they're
Or old?
Or Section 8, the guy made the presentation, remember to get.
Right, right. So they don't, I mean, they're getting their expenses supplemented. Aren't
Yeah,
they?
discounted, yes, their rents did, yes.
Their rent.
I still think we should at least know what the usage is and make sure.
They should pay like I think they,
You know, we just gotta know.
Mm,
It appears they're not off a lot, but,
mm.
you know, they're off.
to be fair to everybody else, they should pay the same.
And then garbage, I'm assuming they're just paying a commercial dumpster rate with the throughput.
Well, I'd still be curious to know why Dollar General's using 23,000 gallons.
That's a good point too.
Too.
I'm surprised the water company hasn't gone over there and
That's significant.
asked that question.
They probably have. Steve watches that. He watches for green yards.
Well, nothing's changed if they're using it. I don't see how they can use that much. I mean,
They have a 6 cubic yard dumpster and they pay to have it picked up. No, I'm sorry. That's the apartments.
The $2 increase changes your solid waste revenue line from 219,730 to 31 to 227.
Looks good to me.
It's $8,000. That's
That helps, a little bit else.
Significant.
significant.
That almost covers that position, right?
Good suggestion,
You're
Mr.
close.
Benny.
Idea. Thank you.
Over there thinking.
Just remind you, I wouldn't suggest, I'm not in favor.
No, but
We're gonna have a hard time explaining to the citizens of Martindale that you had 130,000 excess, more revenue than you had expenses, and yet you need to go raise the rates. This is gonna be anybody that looks at the bottom line, they're gonna have a hard sell on this one.
Well, you know,
Have at it if
you know about experience, Rob, you can't please everybody.
want.
Thankless job.
that's his point is one of the things, like if we wanted to change the mix of how much these positions get reimbursed out of the utility fund, that's what that would make sense to do.
Again, if you start looking at how much you're paying administratively to collect this $300 and something thousand versus what you're doing for a municipal court, is significantly, it's
Yeah.
not even in the same realm. Even if you took the judge out of it, it's still not, you know what I mean? The SG&A on a business is very serious about what it should be. You know, and to have one that is just way out of left field is, you know, to me, the biggest concern I have. You know, there should be some understanding standards that if we're spending 20% to collect every, you know,
That's a good point,
then-
Mr. Governor.
then, you know, that's not,
The guy can't even attend every meeting. I'll leave it at that.
so. I want to go on record that I was not trying to get Mike to bring that up. It's gonna-
so those different residential numbers are actual accounts that are individually monitored or paying higher rates based on their usage.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm in category 5 because for 2 months I broke 6,000 gallons per month. And now I'm stuck with 5 for life. So,
Oh, the one, because
Till next year.
even though,
Next
even though I'm at 4,200 now.
And
So,
that's something
you know.
that you might want to study too, Jared, or was not a study, because remember we had the winter storm a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
And it totally jacked up these numbers.
Yeah.
And we just decided not to roll everyone back or something to what it was the year before. And I bet once we look at this, there might be money there,
well, I had that discussion with Steve Fonville
because it,
on that
you
freeze.
know,
I thought that the sewer rates were based on water consumption with the lesser usage months like December, January,
they are,
February.
but in 2020, was it? Or
Yeah, the freeze,
21, we
the
had
big
that
freeze.
freeze, and the water department didn't have good data.
Mm.
And we did the best we could, but council decided they didn't want to use our method and just rolled everyone back to what they had been the year before.
That was a fair thing to do,
And,
I think.
No, I think they do. I think in 21 we did it because my rate changed.
Did it change last year?
I moved from one category to another. I moved up. I remember I was in 3 and I'm in tier 5.
No, what happened, we had the rates went way up because the water department didn't know they didn't know what they were even doing because of the freeze and their pumps went down. And I was one of them that said just use the previous year.
Yeah, but that was in 21. In 22, we reset it.
Yeah.
22. It was reset.
All right. Oh, that's the number of accounts, like the one and all that. Those are the ones that are in that tier.
So you're just playing with the, like $4, or you're just bumping it up and try to see
Yeah, I'm trying to see
how close you get.
what's going on funny here.
Got a formula, boo-boo.
Just
What is that?
that's miscellaneous is my check digit on getting to balance. So when I have a small remainder, $70, $72, well, it's hard to budget $72 in the line item. I budgeted on the remainder. I'm just seeing what the effects. You could probably do this more intelligently by.
But if,
it's on. There you go.
but on that rate of 23,000 gallons, did that say residential or commercial? On the big number at the bottom there, and you said it was maybe Dollar General, shouldn't that be a commercial account? That's
so-
the add-on fee.
So
And it's the same.
that's on me. That's the actual budget, how it spits out in the report just says the level.
Wait, what was that you said?
The way that the reports are generated by Dwayne just has the level. I ignore where it says residential level. Here,
Because then if that commercial level
there you go. That's probably the more accurate way to say it.
Yeah, but that 38 is a commercial.
is a commercial account.
So they have a base rate.
And they pay another $170.
They pay $170.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just trying to see.
We don't have different escalatory rates between residentials and commercial customers.
It's different base.
Oh, you don't have a different a different fee structure between residential and commercial, you're saying? For the overage. For the overage, I see, okay. Trying to get to this 366 budget number, you're not.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there slowly. Seeing where,
It's too high, I don't like.
well, that's the other option, right? Should all these costs,
And some of them be absorbed through.
there you go.
grant, you know.
So it's a $10 increase across all customer, $10 increase per month for commercial, $10 increase per month for base rate residential, and then classifying multi-residential as commercial for the purposes of their base rate. So apartments would pay the same base rate as a commercial base rate.
We've gone through that before, though. I think, well, no,
That
if
had
it's over 4 units, it is considered commercial. isn't it?
we do it for, that's how we do it for solid waste. So the question is, after adjusting for a change in fee on the solid waste side, also, do we want to change the fee on the wastewater side or transfer those costs either by pushing it to the ARPA fund or pushing it to the general fund, I guess?
I don't think we can adjust. Yeah, I kind of like what Rob was saying. I don't know. It's gonna be hard to
That's a huge
sell that
increase.
story.
Yeah, what about you say? It's still, we gotta use it up by next year? I'd say use those funds for
Operations.
Your budget for 23, 24 is going up 10%, roughly. $44,000.
If we do, if we do, it could be a combination of both, but we shouldn't hit the citizens that hard. There's some poor folks in this town. And $10 is a hell of an increase, you know?
Especially on a month.
Yeah, you make.
Well, it's $10 on solid waste, it's $2 on there, it's total $12.
And that's too much.
And they're paying $25 more for water too,
Yeah, we need
which was a big jump.
I think we need to use our grant.
Everything's
What do you mean?
jumping.
Yeah, it's gone up. Yeah, $75 is now $100. That's what the fee, that's
I
what
think we
the
go,
bill is. My
we're
average
already gonna
bill
hit the
is $100.
Well, that's you.
citizens are $2 already. I think when,
75.
with fee increases for the solid waste, I think we need to use the grant funds to,
Find the
for our
100.
maintenance
He's
for
got
now
two
and then.
people. I got-
Hopefully, see what happens in a couple of years or a year on our budget.
Yeah.
Every person is a flush.
I think that's too much. We can't hit, a couple of bucks, somebody can handle a couple, but if we're at, we're getting, you know, there's a lot of people on fixed income.
What do you think, Sam?
I think that's, he's right about that it should come out of the fund initially. Let's cover some of these expenses with the fund and not raise the rates as much as you had said, $10, because we're already paying 25 more for water, two more for garbage. So I would like to see it spread out and not see such a high rate increase in one push, one step.
Mayor, this is your budget. This is one of those rare areas where you get a vote. What do you think?
I think we probably better do what they're saying.
Disregard?
Yeah, I definitely think we need to just increase it a little bit across the board. Yeah.
Sonia, do you want to weigh in on this? The consensus so far is to push it to the ARPA funds.
Yeah, so I think that, I know that we can definitely use ARPA fund, but everything I've been hearing about the budget, like there's increases everywhere. And I mean, that's just life. That's just how it's happening. And I think that if we need to increase just the minimal amount, just the minimum, then I would be okay with the small increase.
How about if we got to the average that you showed on TML?
Yeah, so what Dwayne mentioned to me is we could try to make sure we don't get to and don't exceed the TML average, statewide average, which this would be at a $10 per customer rate would be too much. So I would have to put this at like 32. Yeah, that's 45.5. And that would put our budget.
Basically $6.
Yeah, it'd be a $6 change on solid waste, a $2 change on water for 12.8.
Well, the wastewater, if you want the wastewater at 45.66,
It would be 45 even.
yeah, say 45. So it's 26 plus 13.50. So you're at 39.50 right now. So you want to go to 40, that's
45.
yeah. So
15.
So that's
$6 on the base rate. And then
would put you at the average just for wastewater, not talking.
how's the statewide average? So you're getting lumped in with Dallas, Houston.
I still say I'm gonna stick with mine.
Typically are small.
Yeah,
Because they have better scales of economy.
More people you got, the better. That's why we lost Manzola about getting them on there. That would have doubled the amount of revenue in utilities and the wastewater stream, or in the utility stream.
Yep.
That hurt.
I think I'm still for the $2. No charge no extra charge on the sewer.
Okay. Sam?
$2 raise for now.
You don't want to add on the wastewater at all?
Not so much, no. I mean, I'm a very low usage person, and I think people that use less than 5 gallons should actually be.
Well, you would pay less. Those people would pay less. This is based on the 5,000 usage. So we're only talking about increasing the base rate of $26 up. So that the equivalent of tier 3, okay, is 45.60, you know what I mean?
45.50, yeah.
45.50.
So it's going up from what to what?
The base rate would go from 26 to 32.
Oh,
26 to 32. $6.
I'm going with the 2,
just the 2 on the
solid waste.
solid waste, I think is a no-brainer for everybody.
2, that's a, you know, they're already getting hit with the higher water bill. And $2, I think, will, that like Mr. Vinnie said, it kind of spreads it out throughout our customer base.
Are we gonna have enough ARPA funds to pick up the?
But then we're gonna have to raise it next year.
Well, we'll see what we're at that point
Well,
in
next year is
time.
next
I
year.
would also
Yeah.
like to just add that, if we do have to raise it up next year, then it may not be as gradual as it would be like this year from doing it a little bit at a time. And then either they're gonna get hit with it next year and it'll be more of an amount.
Well, we got a grant coming up too, another grant coming up.
That's beyond operations.
You're kicking the can again.
I think I would want to raise it $6.
One, just
How about
make it less.
3? Go halfway.
Go 2 and 3,
I'm good with that.
2 and 3,
2 and 3, yeah.
2 on solid and 3 on waste. And that gives us a chance to kick,
That's
only
$5.
do a little bit next year.
That
That's
sounds-
$5. That's
that
less
sounds
than what
better.
they're saying it should be for just the increase for the wastewater. We're still below the average.
That sounds better to me, 2 and 3 instead of 2 and 6.
Compromise.
That's gonna really help the budget there.
And then on the commercial side, are we still doing $10 on the commercial account?
Oh, you mean increase on a monthly?
Yeah, on the monthly base rate on the commercial account. That has a big impact on, we classify the apartments.
How about 3 and 2?
That's what we're doing.
Oh, we're going, so we're going,
2 on
No, we're doing 2,
wastewater.
we're
I mean,
I'm
3
saying
on
2.
wastewater and 2 on garbage.
I'm saying 3 on garbage, 2 on wastewater. That way you spread it out with all users, that's just my opinion. Flip the numbers.
It doesn't matter. It's still a $5 increase, basically.
What are we waiting on?
What we're waiting on is how much you're gonna increase the commercial. You just raise the current rate from 2 to 29. The commercial goes from 36 to what?
46.
Right now.
Right now.
You can make that number, right now it's 36. In the chart, 46 is written down, but that can be whatever number we come up with.
17 customers.
What I'm saying is you give a break.
It's really more than 17 because you have another 24 hidden in here in the.
Right, right.
So it'd be $10 per, I mean,
$10.
$10 per customer at the apartments?
Well, not, it would be for the property.
Customers don't pay water.
Right, it would be a overall increase.
Eventually there would be some incidents of that raise getting filtered down. Possibly. I'm not sure how the subsidies work, but maybe it's just covered by the subsidy and it could be paid for by the federal government. Maybe
We got a lot more money than we got.
Who knows?
And there may be a contract.
Because they can print money, we can't.
We'll have to look.
Should have asked Don about that when he was here. You would know.
Yeah. That's-
So the commercial accounts,
sounds right.
consider that likely the downtown area and the few properties along Highway 80. That just for basic assumption.
Okay.
We good with 10?
Yep.
10. Okay. All right.
And you guys gonna look and see if there's a contract with them.
Yeah, we'll see if there's something there, but I don't think so. It could be. All right, so, and that'll put us at a, 12,000 or so funding requirement.
I pulled my calculator.
Are you on TikTok, the Chinese hacking phone?
You chat some girl up.
Watching TikTok videos over there.
Wish.
So we'll cover the deficit with ARPA fund. Any other discussion? We can go through the rest of the line items on the utility fund. We start on revenue. Let's go back to revenue. We'll come back to
Is-
expenses.
The duets, is that considered on this line item as a commercial account, or we're waiting for them to come online?
I think it's probably the building is going to be a commercial account.
I think they're already paying,
Uh,
they're not paying the overage.
They have to be, yeah.
So they're already using water, so.
Yeah,
And
that is-
wastewater.
Okay. Well, I don't know if they're using wastewater yet. but-
Yeah, they've got the tap in.
And there's a little grocery store, that commercial also.
Basically, make the assumption
Downtown.
that downtown's commercial.
Good enough.
The 2 sack and packs, yeah.
If you have questions on a particular account, we could look.
Got it.
I don't want to make policy on onesies.
So let's go down. Let's keep going.
Okay.
Revenue thing, what that was in 2021.
And then we're still in utility fund.
Yeah. 5025. The other revenue items we kind of discussed and went over franchise fee. The rest of the expenses, credit card processing fees, that literally equals our revenue in, expense out. Utility expenses, these are expenses that we pay to Blue Bonnet and local, it's 5025. The Blue Bonnet Water Supply Corporation. Yeah. The overhead payroll, we've gone over smaller line items for equipment rentals. Lab fees, we send off sampling every month, and then on pH samples and water samples. And then we do ground soil sampling once a year. That's what that pays for. Permits and fees, I think we have another year until we have a large permit fee.
Yeah, next year.
Next year's going to have a large permit fee on our treatment plant as we go through the renewal.
Oh,
You'll see
that might have to be in this budget.
we have the package development.
Barry, that might have to be in this budget,
Um,
because we have to renew it in 24.
Yeah, it's in the 24 budget.
I know I have it here for the engineer at $7,000, but I wasn't sure if the fee gets paid out at that point.
Okay.
We can follow up.
Okay.
But yeah, we're set aside some funding for that.
Professional.
That might be something, the treatment plant renewal package, that might be something that's easily shifted to our account
Okay.
as a line item.
So those professional fees are just relating to utility type expenses?
Professional, these are going to be engineering.
And then there's a renewal, the wastewater plant renewal is coming up. That's what the 7,000 is. So there's paperwork involved with that.
But the professional fees for the engineers just relate to utility type engineering expenses, not what we paid, say, Turk to draw up what it was to do the text dot.
This is only in the utility fund.
Okay.
So it'd be engineering services for the
That relate to utilities.
Okay.
which in our case, the only one that we own is the sewer system, the treatment plant. We got over the sewer maintenance, the outflow grounds repair. This is one that Dwayne and I might look at the costs. They might be being attributed for in our treatment plant cost area instead of on its own line item. That might be as we
Yeah,
look.
the only thing that I put there, oh, this is a couple of years ago. I didn't get to last year, sorry.
Yeah, we'll look at that one. I didn't want to leave it out of the budget, but if we need to move it, it's likely just that 6,000 number, just moving from here to the treatment plant fund. So if this got zeroed out, this would turn into 42 and a half.
Because that's just the mowing of the treatment plant of the area around the evaporative ponds.
And
Lift
and lift stations.
500 a month.
It looks like I've been only putting the lift stations
Okay.
on this line item. And
Yeah, 'cause
and
we've
the
mowed
treatment plant
there.
I've been putting on the
Treatment plant, which is fine. We can continue. We'll want to make sure we're just accounting for the cost. I'm okay with having it go in the treatment plant. Might be better though if we can get them reallocated into that line item, so to just track that cost more discreetly.
Yeah.
But we don't have to. So when we do the outflow, what that's talking about is the irrigation that we do. We have to have somebody on site monitoring that irrigation activity. It can turn expensive over enough time because we're paying that hourly rate again. So we irrigated, I think, 32 hours this last a little bit, and it was almost $500. No,
$1,400.
$1,400
Oh, God.
for some irrigation.
Is there anything?
But he hadn't irrigated hardly at all this whole year,
Yeah.
so,
Then we have to, once we irrigate it, we gotta go out there and mow it.
yeah.
So you're saying when the sprinklers are on, someone's out there watching how they run the whole time they're on?
Sure.
And that's the
I
expense?
don't believe that at all. I think what probably happens if you're getting a big bill is he turns it on and the sprinkler gets busted or something, and he has to run off and go fix it.
That's probably.
Which is much
Almost.
more plausible and realistic if you've been out there and seen the things. Heads, Cody's not watching what he's doing, I'm knocking this damn thing down, busting all up, and the hoses, a lot of them are, this was kludged together by the people before Pete. Which is why grant is so important. That can really make a big difference
Upgrade.
Yeah,
in that particular thing, because a real irrigation system, they'll have time.
Exactly. Good point.
So we'll look at this. That runs through the, and then this miscellaneous, that's just run my numbers to match. So we'll run that, transfer those costs over to.
Yeah.
All right. That solves that one. Going back to revenue and heading into our general fund. So general fund revenue is made up of several sources, primarily is property taxes, municipal court revenue, franchise fees, sales tax revenue, and then to a lesser degree, building permit fees, and new this year, interest on our taxable savings. To quite the windfall of $20,000 so far this year, and if it continues to render, the year we might get, $33,000 we might get out of that. Which
So we're
is-
not paying it off early is what you're saying.
Well, no, this is our savings. This is our
Savings,
What kind
okay.
of interest rate we get on that?
pretty dang good rate.
I moved my money over. I'm getting 5% on a regular checking account.
That's, I'll talk to you after this.
Good deal. Get it yesterday. Okay.
And then we also have new this year, a parking fee revenue. We're projecting at 15,000. So
Question.
yeah,
Okay, is that a restricted fund then?
No,
no,
Why not? Because it's
$42 a day, by the way, it's projected.
It's generating, it's revenue that's being generated by the parks, and I had asked before that it be a restricted fund and only be used for the parks, but now
I
you're
think
saying it
that's-
isn't.
I'm saying it's not on this draft. Doesn't mean it can't be. That's up for discussion with your council members and mayor, whether to restrict that on the
I don't know
budget.
if that should be restricted, because that's people going to the city.
I gotta agree with Mr. Clinton, because if we didn't have the parks, we wouldn't get the revenue. And we need that.
But do you think it should just be restricted to?
Yes, I
I
do.
mean, what about the roads that go to the, go to the?
I agree with Mr. Clinton, that if we did have this fund, we would not have any revenue at all.
And then also my other question about the park mobile money is that if I guess if it's not restricted, then if it would then carry over to the next year, you don't spend it all in that
You know
year?
what we
Or would
might
it just
wanna
go into
do?
the general
Well,
fund?
What we might want to do is finish going through the revenue and then the expenses, because I think you're going to see that we raised the parks budget $10,000.
In the budget, all $15,000 generated out of the parking fee is accounted for in the park budget.
Yeah, we raised,
Now the park budget from more to the general revenue goes back to that baseline 3% of or so of the total revenues generated out of property taxes and other things. So it's not 15,000 plus 19,000. It's I think whatever it was 17,000 plus 15,000, whatever it is. 18,000 plus.
Yeah, I saw it was 35,000 in the park budget, so you did add the projected. But what if the money that we make off the park mobile app is more than that? Then where does it go?
So with the funds being in a general fund, it's unrestricted and it would just go to the general fund. When the general fund experiences a surplus, which if things hold as they were in April, we're projected to have a sizable surplus. The city council has often taken the approach to move those surplus funds into a capital investment savings account. When the funds aren't moved, they stay within the general fund and becomes a floating cash balance. That's in there. We haven't moved funds in a while. We will likely need to or want to allocate funds this year. Just without doing it, we're breaking some policy making best practices, because what we don't want to do is just keep collecting taxes and fees, and to Rob's point earlier, not spending it, because then we're not providing the services that those are intended for. It makes sense to have a rainy day fund, emergency fund. Our goal was $250,000 in savings. I think we'll get close to reaching that. We can make that happen at the end of this year. And then we also likely want to have a 90 to 120 day cash balance as we carry forward into the year. What that does is it gives us some cushion through October, November, December, January, as the property taxes don't come in. We could probably get by on a 90 day, 120 days, probably a better, more conservative approach. But one of the documents that is required, or one of the features that's required out of the statute for a budget, is we come up with these financial statements. This is a different financial statement than what is included in the auditor's report, and it is a different financial statement than what is shown by Dwayne on a monthly basis. But it's directly to what the statute says.
Yeah, this is what's published like in the paper.
Yeah, so what you'll see here in this financial statement, and it comes into play on this issue of rolling over funds. And here, I'll get everything situated so we can see numbers.
But if the Park Mobile app then brings in more money than the projected amount that you're going to increase the park budget by, then the difference would go into the general fund, which could address the concerns that Rob and Nick have said about how that could then cover road expenses. If it's put into the general fund, then couldn't the overage on the Park Mobile app cover those road expenses?
Well, actually, we have
So,
a budget we haven't spent.
so it wouldn't necessarily be used on roads.
But it could be.
It could be used on, we could use it on copy paper if we wanted to. I mean, it would just be an unrestricted use of a general nature that could go towards anything. Not that we spend $15,000 on copy paper, but
The other thing that we're not thinking about is Tommy's team, who's gonna be monitoring all that stuff. You know, that's,
So there's an I keep promoting or talking about is what's the cost to collect? So we're talking like right now, our cost to collect back here at the court is over 35%. It's projected to be 38%. Our cost to collect on on our utilities is, I think it's at under 10%. Okay, so the same thing is there is a cost to enforce and collect this money that we're gonna get for the parking. So what Nick's saying is like, okay, some of it in theory needs to be thought as there's a cost of collecting. You know, the app is charging us nothing. We put the signs up, there's our collector. So we're gonna get revenue for the towing company, but in theory, what's a fair percentage of that?
we don't get revenue from a towing company.
We don't get any revenue from the towing company.
No,
I thought they were giving
the contract that we're likely going to, we don't have a contract yet, but the contract we're likely going to have negotiated in is the towing company has a contract with the city. They collect the fees from the customers that they tow, and that's it. The service that the city is providing or receiving is the benefit of parking enforcement. So financial benefit, but we're getting.
Yeah, I would love that.
Yeah, they changed the law, so
Thank
a tow company cannot pay a city a fee if they go tow a car that we request them to tow. They can, so if they charge them, let's just say $100, I don't know what number. Let's just say they charge them $100 to tow that car out of there, they can't turn around and give us money. The law changed on that recently.
Okay.
So we don't get no money, they just tow the car. All that does for us is give us a vacant space that we can make sure the next person parks there and the next person parks there.
Thank you for clarifying.
You know, well, I'll add to this. I think Dick made a good point. How about if we have a combination of restricted fund for parking and include law enforcement? Because if we didn't have them, people would not abide by the rules. I'm agreeing with Mr. Clinton. I think the parks, that's the reason they come to Martindale. They don't come here to drink coffee. They come here to the river. And you know, and the police are important for the disposable container, alcohol. So if we could designate that park fund to the parks and to somehow put a little section for the police.
Well, it depends though, if he has the time to actually figure out how much he and his other police force is spending, how much time then are they spending enforcing these things at the park? And then, yes, maybe part of the funding that it takes to pay them, as you said, could come from that park fund and pay them, but then that's so much more work for you. Is it to break down and say?
Go to the general fund, whatever overage you guys have, I prefer to go to the general fund and we work something out when we need stuff, right? We're gonna go there and enforce it as we see. We're working on getting our computers up right now where we can go through the license number and so forth and say, hey, this person didn't pay. Now we're gonna walk out there and find that person, whichever person whose car that is, and say, hey, you didn't pay. We're either gonna tow your car right now or you can pay the fee. And
That takes time.
it does take the time. It's time consuming, but you know, we're gonna work and I think it'll get better as time goes. This is brand new. We've been working on it now for 2 days now. We'll get a system down
if we need to call, if we run through and see there's 5 cars that haven't paid, it's probably best to see a tow truck there. So if they look at the first one, then the other people gonna start paying them super fast, I promise you.
They'll run out to their, or they'll have their phone, or once they see a tow.
Well, we
Or
need to
there.
make sure that all the citizens, we still have a couple little things to
Oh, yeah,
work
yeah,
out.
we all-
So we're starting the ball. That's all great. But ideally, we talked, there's two ways to look at it. One is, a percentage of this money, let's pick 25%, okay?
Of
Is
which
it-
money now?
Of the parking
Yes.
money,
Yeah.
in theory, would go, or in theory, is a cost of doing business, and then they're doing the enforcement arm. Ideally, I would like us not to have a parking, a park line item. All the money that we collect from here would then make that 25,000 we're currently spending towards the parks be paid by the public that is using it. You know what I mean? And that would just make it go away.
That makes sense to me.
And that could be the handoff, is right now, we have been averaging between $21,000 and $25,000 a year in a park budget.
Mhm.
Hopefully, we're gonna collect enough money down the road to 100% make this its own little island, and it's self-funded. That would be I think our goal.
Yes.
And if $10 isn't enough, we go to the Venturous $20 fee or something that we agree upon that gives us a ballpark
non-resident.
idea. Yeah, for non-residents, that it's gonna say, hey, this is, all we're trying to do is maintain the park and it not be a burden on the citizens of the town.
Yeah.
That's it.
How about, I mean, I just think, well, I have to agree with Mr. Clinton, though, restricted fund, maybe include the police, and maybe we get data, we can get data together and see how much time,
Let's just collect for a while.
Well,
Yeah, let's just try this
Let
out.
me finish my statement, but if you could have your guys see how much time, in an 8-hour day, just estimate how much time do you deal with the park versus running a patrol?
Hey,
Yeah.
depends
And
on
the
week.
weekend,
I could tell you, I spent probably 3 hours there just at the phase 1 this past week. And just
3 hours out of 8.
standing there the whole time.
Okay,
But
if
if you going back over
you
there,
think it'll get better, once people get used to, they start towing away vehicles?
I'm hoping so, because it takes a while to walk through there, contact every person.
We don't really know yet. We really don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if
It's
there's
fluid.
70 cars there, as there was this past weekend, it's gonna take you more
Yeah,
time
and
because
it's
we
fluid,
had
right.
80 cars there, you
Yeah.
know? But maybe it won't be that high if people know that they all have to pay. Okay. Then you're in favor of not making it restricted, but only increasing the budget of the parks to offset to give us the increase in the parks to offset having to make it a bigger line item in the budget.
And right now, that's how I think it's wise what you did.
yeah.
That makes
Let's just see how much it brings in first and how much time
Yeah,
it takes.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that seems,
We don't know
like
yet.
a logical way to go right now. Because you don't know. We don't know.
Question, the parks, I know we're kind of up in the air about what the park committee, do you have information, or does the city council have information on what the budget is for parks? Like, what are they spending their money on?
No,
Oh,
it's-
mainly mowing
it's mowing.
and garbage removal and,
Mulch.
And mowing.
mulch and,
And mowing.
and
Cleaning
then
up
making
toilets.
some minor
And the toilet.
improvement, the toilets, electricity, a lot of the infrastructure.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I was talking about that. I apologize. I missed that.
Yeah, and then some minor improvements, like we had, Mr. Holmes, put some more, base in there and all of
And
that.
by the way, Mr. Holmes donated his time and equipment to drive those depots to the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I'd
Oops,
give it
sorry.
appreciation. It was a lot of work. So, okay, I think we're on the same page now.
All right, started with the revenue, good discussion. While I'm on this chart, I'd like to finish the conversation on it. So, you'll see the fund balance, this was the cash balance, for the different accounts in October of 2022. Then you'll see the estimated revenues and expenses through FY23. Right now, what the estimated fund balance will be at the end of 23, and what the fiscal year 24 budget impacts of revenues and expenses will have on the proposed fund balance at the end. So in the general fund, this is where we talked about where there are surpluses. So over the course of years, these are where the surpluses go. In this $430,000, there's a cash on hand and also the savings account. So if our rainy day savings, if that's 250,000, right, is where we want to be. If we take our proposed expenses and we look at it at a per month basis, it's a little over $57,000 a month. We have, or for 30 days. So if we want to try to keep a cash on hand separate from our rainy day fund of 90 days, I'll put our general fund cash availability, want to probably keep that about 422. Let's just say 420. 420,000 is probably where we want to be for both those things. The upper limit, if we want to have cash on hand for 120 days, basically is 480,000. So that's really the trade space that you have to work with on how much cash on hand you want to just keep floating, which earns the interest. But anything above 480,000, based on the expenses that we have, really should be put to good use.
Can I add this?
So when we get to the end of the year, and we do have surpluses, we'll be working with council to identify where to put those. And I think a lot of it, if it doesn't go to roads, is needed in the police department in a big way.
Yes.
Can I ask one request? Dwayne, you included? Can we put a line item for the park mobile just to see how much?
So
money-
this is a total financial statement. This is a statutory
I mean, it's on,
document.
Is that in there? Okay.
In our own budget summary slide, which is at greater detail, I believe I broke that out. No, I didn't. It's all in there.
I think
But on the revenue side, it's
on the revenue you have it.
you'll see it.
but you didn't have a number for it.
It's a new account.
Oh, I see it. I see
Yeah.
it. I'm sorry. I should have looked at it. Thank you.
That interest number, it's over 5% now. And $3,800 last month.
Wow.
So what you're basically saying is we're gonna be 70,000 over in surplus based
Well,
upon what you're saying right now at some point.
What we need is new computers and radios and stuff for the police department. And we could maybe use some of those funds for that. And a new phone system for the office.
Our phone system,
Is then-
we've been getting told that we're going to be our phones are obsolete and non-supported here soon.
And we need new computers even in the office.
Track of that.
I had a great meeting with the sheriff earlier about.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
So, any questions on the general fund revenue line items?
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
I had one question about the hotel tax fee and the projected expenditures for 2023. It was like 5,000 something on the hotel tax. No, it was.
Yeah, the estimated expenses for 23 is 5425.
Where was that?
That was on the
Not
front, that
there.
was on your other page when you're doing the recorded one.
On that.
If you don't mind, we're going to cover hotel tax
Okay,
as
later.
a special revenue fund item.
Okay.
While I'm here, I do want to quickly explain what's going on in the property taxes. So we have not received our reports yet from the county on, excuse me while I go through here, on what the actual rates are, calculations are based off of new properties and other things. So I think for budgetary reasons, I did the last year's revenue multiplied by the total, the cap at 3.5% increase takes us to a voter approval rate of about $381,000. Last year, the no new revenue rate would generate $369,000. So it would raise property taxes about $12,000, maybe $13,000 from last year to this year.
Seems like it would be more than that. I mean, we've got acre of land on the river now for $400,000. I mean, it would seem like it would be a lot more. My evaluation, the appraisal district wants to raise it 100% in 1 year. And so it would seem like the projections of the property tax would be higher than that. I mean, we've got the 11 Lanzola lots, we've got, other.
They kick in, next year.
So one of the ways I can explain that is your valuation is skyrocketing, right? It's for Sony Online, it's a vertical line going like this.
Yes.
However, the amount of, even if we tax the same rate here to here, as you go on that line, your property taxes would go through the roof. You'd go from like $2,000 last year, if it goes 100%, doubles, be $4,000 this year.
Yes.
The city cannot, under state law, double everybody's taxes. What we have to do is take your rate, reduce it so that the incremental increase on your property taxes for the city's portion, just the city's portion, is 3.5%. So if you paid $2,000 last year to the city in property taxes, this year it's only going to be $2,000 plus 3.5%. So it's like $2,060.
Regardless of your valuation.
Regardless of your valuation. Your valuation is.
That's why we're talking about the solar farm type, was talking about the money on there is exempt from that stepping up type of thing. That's what he was bringing up in that discussion. It doesn't get impacted by that.
So it's the school district tax that'll go up and the county.
Those are different. They have different restrictions.
Yeah,
City
we all play by different rules.
Yeah.
The state just passed, you get $100,000 homestead for school districts now. And there's also some rate reduction initiatives that are happening on top of that. So overall, the city makes up, last we looked, I think it was about 20%, 30% of total property taxes that someone likely pays in your total tax rate, something like that. So if your total tax rate on all your property taxes are, over 1%, we're at like 1/3%, likely even less. So it's and our property taxes are the lowest in the region, and every city is being capped at the same way, and so our values are going up. Our rate last year was 36 cents per $100. That may be like 28 cents per $100 this next year. It could be even low. It might be more, it might be less. CAT has to do the math because they have to segregate out the over 65 rates, segregate out the new property. But for the purposes of coming up with this early draft of the budget, we did a straight line, 3.5%. It'll likely be within $1,000 or $2 of what we'll end up being. We don't have to raise it. Make that clear. You don't have to raise taxes. If you want to do a no new revenue rate, you could. If you want to cut taxes and cut revenue, you could. But that's for the budget.
Because we in theory have a surplus.
We have a surplus this last year.
We're gonna have another surplus.
But right now, this budget is not written to have a surplus. This budget right now on the expense side is we went through the salary increases before. They're pretty hefty in in total, pretty hefty. And then we're also looking at the rest of the line items. So The other thing that goes in is sales tax. Sales tax, as you guys know, there's a total collected amount, portion that gets repaid, a portion that goes to street and road, and then remaining balance that goes to the general fund. I look, for the purposes of doing the math, looked at about a 10% increase in total taxes collected from one year to the next. That's capturing greater activity in growth in our sales tax, and also the effects of inflation rates pushing 7%. You know, I think those rates are starting to bend down.
Eggs
But-
are 250 a dozen, baby.
So that's where that came from. And then trying to think if there's anything else on the other capital. I think that's about it. The other line items, municipal court. I've used the end of year projection as a budget starting point for the municipal court revenue, 125,000. The franchise fees, that has been solid at right about 50 to 51,000 for the last 6 or 7 years, because it's per customer, per house kind of fee. Building permit fees, that's the number used is based on the last two years of actuals and what the projection looks like this year. It might be a little conservative. And this does not include any building permit fee rate changes that the council might consider in future meetings. Sales tax, investment risk pool. This is the interest we're getting. We talked about how we're going gangbusters on funding there. I 10, just it's a dart throw. I'm going to be honest, it's about a dart throw because we've had nowhere near that in the past. In 2022 it was about 5,000, and the year before that it was almost zero, right? So you have to go back quite a ways to get some numbers, and they got to about 7, 8, 9,000, except that those were with much less amount of money in the that was being affected by the interest rate. So 10 is probably a conservative number, but I don't.
What do I think it's gonna be?
And if you know what the
Well, I mean,
you know what the interest rate is, let me know. I'll go play the stock
The
market this
banks
afternoon.
are selling 1-year CDs at 5% right now. I
Yeah.
mean, that's the length of this budget. You know,
That's true.
I mean, we've
So you,
got,
so you put $250,000 in a CD which is the reserve amount at $5,000, at 5%. You know, that's,
so, and we've got $1 million. Not all of that is invested, but about 3/4 of it is. So you're getting 5% on like 750 grand.
Want to use a different number? What do you think?
At 5%.
Thank you. Thanks.
it should be closer to 35,
There you're saying 250.
35 to 40,000. 3750 is 5% on the 750. So
You want to use that?
Yeah, I mean, well.
I think
told you
30 is conservative.
Last month, we got $3,900 nearly, so that works.
Household.
The interest rate is not going to be, they're not dropping it for the next year. They're not. The Fed's going to raise it at least 0.25%. Yeah, it's
Stop.
and then he's going to stop. And he's going to sit there for a long time.
I mean, it depends on what radio
Hey,
station you're listening
you're
to.
in real estate. What's that real estate rate going to be? It's up there. It ain't coming down anytime
It just
soon.
went back, it's going up on into 6.9 right now.
They're talking, this could be a decade before it gets below 6 again. It's
Yeah, but
literally, it could be a decade.
my parents bought a house. I mean, there again, all right, not to be off topic here. Money was different back then, but in late 80s in Austin at 16%.
Yeah.
You know, and it stayed like that for years.
Yeah.
Years. It was like that for years. So we got so.
When I first bought a house, it was 4.25%. A decade later, I got 4.25% again. So
For years.
Yeah,
for this whole for years, the market was based on that 4% number, not the 16%.
I got 2.9.
Well, yeah, I missed the boat by about 90 days on mine. Dang, whatever.
I think 35,000 is a very conservative number on this budget.
30. Oh,
On $750,000 in revenue, that's 30 is a conservative, no, 35, I think is a conservative number.
want to go 30?
Yeah, I'd go 30 at least.
Before we leave the parking fee though, I just want to.
Oh, we're still on the interest.
Okay.
Hold on now.
The businessman and the CPA said 30 sounds like a good number. I'm inclined to follow their lead on it.
It sounds right to me.
It just
Trust me, my dad's been buying CDs left and right, so I'm telling you.
the difficulty in this is you don't want to overshoot your revenues, right? You rather undershoot your revenues.
I'd agree with that.
You know, but if we think 30 is still a conservative number.
Unless we have a disaster, we got to use that money. We're in good shape.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that changes things. That's going to open up quite a bit on our expense side.
So the parking fee is $10.40 per car.
The $10 of that goes to the city.
I thought they charged us 2% or something.
That's the 40 cents per transaction.
They're only charging us 40 cents per
No,
transaction.
they're charging the customer 40 cents.
Yeah.
Okay. And they make the 40 cents. So we're
It's like sales tax. Like it's additive to what you buy. People are coming here, they're buying $10 worth of parking. They have
Their credit card fees.
They have a fee on $10. But what comes to the city is the $10.
So that is 1,560 cars at $10 each or whatever.
It is
43.
about 60 cars for 26 weeks.
What is it?
So we took half the year, 52 weeks, cut it in half. So the park will be used for half the year for 26 weeks.
During the
With it-
peak season, say, or,
No, I'm using like averages.
okay.
For half the year, an average for one half of the year is going to have 60 vehicles parked in it for that half of the year
60 per week.
per week, which is probably a conservative estimate.
Okay.
10 a day.
Just to give you an update, San Marcos is gonna start charging parking probably in this fall, what I've heard.
I've heard that before.
No, I have a connection.
They actually have it ready.
Well, I know they already put it in the paper.
They had it, they had everything ready to charge, and then there was some
They were gonna
council
start in
people who
May.
got,
Some red tape.
there was some council, there was some red tape, that's what I was saying.
Red tape.
Yeah.
So you're looking at somewhere about 10 a day on average. Now you're going to have big spikes in the summer. You're going to have higher than 10 a day in the summer. You're going to have big spikes in the weekends.
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah, you gotta give this you gotta give it a year at least.
Oh, yeah.
At least.
We've already gotten $40 in our cost.
Baby. Go get
I
your-
have, I was down, I was down there putting those signs up.
There you go.
With Matthew.
All right. So that's
Like it, do you?
any other questions, discussion on revenue? All right. Do you want to take 5 minutes before we get into the expenses, or want to keep pushing?
I think we should take a little stretch.
No, be hands down back there.
Hotel tax
Back,
revenue,
just be,
is that in there? Hotel tax revenue?
yeah,
Well, it's in this special revenue fund under restricted accounts.
after the break.
We'll go after the break. We'll come into the. All right, we're off mute. All right, so we already went through the personnel expenses, so we'll skip past that and get into the line item. So the general fund budget's kind of broken out into some different sections that are labeled as operating expenses, other expenses, and then contractual services expenses, and then we have some planned savings. So we'll go through each section by section. Let me do this. Probably help you guys. Put this on the freeze pane. Go. Where'd my freeze pane go? Right on. Oh, it's on. Yeah, that's what it is for you. All right. So operating expenses, a little small, right? Fit it all into a single window. There we go. Unless you guys have a particular desire to discuss some of the smaller items, I'll just focus on those that have a significant change or are over $10,000.
But the election, why was it 14,021?
We had 2 elections, I believe. I think we had the disannexation election, and then we also had a municipal
I know we had a municipal
election.
I didn't know there was a.
I think that's what that was.
Makes sense. So you think it's gonna go up next year? You think it's gonna go to 12 instead of
It might have been just municipal.
What?
Let me pull up.
21.
21?
Higher the election rates are, you're not fair to someone.
Well, that's the year they hired Pam to be the elections
Yeah, we had to
administrator.
run one ourselves.
Okay.
As
Go
opposed to
back.
being fair. County always runs their elections in November. We unfortunately do ours in May.
And the school board
The
does
school
theirs.
board,
in May.
when they have an election, we can go on to we're sharing costs.
Yes.
School board used to run out of Caldwell County because they handle the Caldwell County side of the school election, which out of Fan Martin. And when we get that, then judges are paid shit, but there have been years when we have not had a school board thing strictly running ourselves.
So that's why
Those
it'd be
are extreme.
so that's why it'd be that's why you have 12 on the budget, just in case.
Just in case. Yeah.
Because you don't know anything that's gonna happen. Okay.
We haven't had, the last 2 years, we haven't had to have a municipal election, but we did have that one that was tagged on to November for the 1/4% for the street tax.
Yeah, and that'll show up here. I think it was a few $1,000s. It just didn't hit our expenses on the time we did the report.
Okay. So we, yeah. Oh, shit.
It's small though. It's real small. So yeah, election expenses 12,000. If those of you who are up for re-election are lucky enough to go unopposed, save some money.
Yeah, so it'll be Sonia, Nick, and Mike.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
The next is of significance is software expenses. So this is for those keeping track on your sheet, expense account items 6552. You'll see a marked increase, substantial increase from prior year actuals and current projections. This is to fund a cloud-based permitting software that I would like to purchase. It is a subscription cost between $8,000 and $10,000. The benefits to this are we would be able to accomplish rule-based plan reviews, maintain continuity and visibility from one permit to the next, maintain records, and also facilitate more accurate administration of building permits. Here's how the software works. It's like a online form where you can create rules and information requirements based on the nature of the permit that's being submitted. Right now, in our paper-based process, we get a permit, we get a check. We've had issues where issued, then not followed up on inspection. It's been people give us their check for their permit prior to the plan review. It goes through a plan review process and then requires additional funding. We've had issues in flood damage, the application of flood damage prevention rules in the building permit space. By and large, the paper-based process is inefficient. Further, it is almost 100% reliant on the volunteer mayor to manage all of it.
I
So
like that.
You know, before Sylvia was doing it, she was trying to do everything. And she was doing permits and then all the stuff the clerk was. And so I think sometimes the public got the idea that she wasn't doing her job. And it was because she was doing too much. And so I tried to take over permits and I think probably Mayor Davini did too, to a certain extent, to try and alleviate some of that overworked position. The clerk constantly gets overworked. Even now, I mean, he's writing ordinances and whatever needs to be done. And we're trying to tailor his job so he doesn't constantly get overworked. If we can have some kind of system where everybody can see what position that permits in, whether it's like planning and zoning, the permits, or just sometimes they're simple, just like putting on a new roof. And then sometimes it's a whole house.
and then also with the paper-based process, it requires a lot more hands-on staff involvement on the application phase. And by putting it online, in a website designed for this application, we can do a fill your own form on our website right now. It would be very difficult to facilitate the permitting process under a basic form-based website because of the workflows and the application of different features as you go along.
Revenue wise, the revenue to offset this is only under building permits.
That's correct.
That's $21,000 is the budgeted revenue. Right now, the P and Z falls into that as well. Is that correct?
So we would,
Where is P and Z revenue come?
that's a question I wish I had Dwayne here for. I believe it puts that the building and permits revenue side as well.
That's I have a thing about this because I know where you're going with on this, and I like where you're going with on this, but we need to address it at another level too. But the issue is this is a loss leader, probably one of the silliest ones for the city, is that we're losing money just doing building permits. You know,
We haven't yet. We might be losing some opportunity revenue.
But you know what I'm saying?
Enforcement, but
we're now increasing our costs by bringing people in, which I think we need.
Yeah.
But if we're not, going forward, this is not looking to me at this point to be a revenue positive section of the budget.
it would still be revenue positive, but it'd be closer to revenue neutral. One of the things that we also need to address is our building, and one of the things our assistant city manager, city clerk is overstaffed with, and is this issue of building permit fees and fee arrangements and zoning application fees and et cetera.
This would free up time.
It would free up time. One of the main ways to free up time is changing our business practices to a degree where it would allow the city to remove itself from the
Process.
process to the greatest extent that we can.
What is the
We-
software called?
Cloud permit is one,
Cloud
I've looked at a couple, they'll have demos online on YouTube.
But it isn't so much that the city is removing themselves from the process. It's like more personnel of the city would then know about the permits and the inspection and all this stuff.
That's
than
true.
Just one employee that knew that in the past and wasn't sharing it with all the other employees. If this, from what you're saying, if this is all up in a cloud, then she could just look that up and say, this is what we have active, this is how much they paid. It would be to where the building or the code enforcer, the permits and all that, they would be required to put all that information into the cloud, and then it could be shared or visually seen by all the employees.
Yeah, you could have in the software, depending on how many modules we buy, you could have a record of a particular residence, of a zoning variance request, the building permit that was built on there, and then any code violations that went against that building, and it would be all in one place. You can, if you're a code enforcer, you can quickly look up, if you see something, somebody put something in their yard, did they get a building permit for that? You can look it up online, on the road. You see what the building permit was for, what it wasn't for. We've talked with Bureau Veritas, whether they would be able and willing to integrate their process, not their system. Their system doesn't have any back connections yet, though they said that they hope to have something in the future. But they'd be willing to log into our system and put notes on there. Likewise, we've also obtained access to their system, but it's not a user-facing application. Bureau Veritas doesn't give us anything that's user-based. So if someone has a building permit application, they have no way to receive, Bureau Veritas has no way to receive that direct from customer. This would, to your point, create a unified view across government staff on what's going on with what in this space, and be able to handle cases through its life cycle.
Once we get in on these guys, we're hooked.
Yeah. So you got to be careful that you're not getting a free printer when you buy it.
That's a very good analogy about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they could just jack your fees,
Right.
I've been involved with it. I know exactly where you're going with it.
Anytime you're going to service providers,
3 years later, you're just like, what do you mean it's a month? And once you're hooked, you're hooked. There has to be some level of cost control. That's the negative of especially if you get to someone who's a private or not a big enough player.
other thing that's in here, unless we want to talk about cloud permits more, is the other costs in here are the QuickBooks costs and things that the city has already purchases.
QuickBooks is included in that software expense?
And what are we doing, cloud, or we're still?
I was just saying, unless there's any more discussion on this one application, there's other software expenses.
Yeah.
In this one, but that one is why you see the big jump.
Okay. So right now, I look at the revenue for building permits is between 21 and 20, revenue is between 21, 26,000. And then there's another line item for permitting budgeted of 7. So basically, right now, we're looking at revenue somewhere around $33,000 total that fall in here. Now you have a P&Z person making 14, a code enforcer making 16, that's 30, then another 10, 8 to 10, and then we're basically gonna be difficult to get over this $33,000 threshold.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to look at our fees anyways, the structures, because the state keeps pushing for non-value-based fees by cities. And unfortunately, our contract with Bureau Veritas is based on value determinations. I think right now our fees are at the square foot cost. And so we're going to have to but they haven't been adjusted in quite some time. Our engineer has advised us that we're way below market on our fees, especially in the development space.
You referring to Turk? Has he made a proposal about?
He's given us some examples of what they might want to be. So that's something that staff's been working on as we get time. Hope to have that to council soon, but might be not until September, October before that happens.
I'd love, obviously, to be on the cloud, though I know there was some hiccups in the last year with regard to.
That's one of the key drivers on this.
Yeah, when it's someone's in someone's drawer, it's a problem. Yeah.
Or when there's greater accountability when everybody can see what's going on.
It's a great idea. I mean,
Necessary step.
And the biggest thing is it's a staff saver.
Yeah.
We're hurting on time for the mayor. We're hurting on time with our city clerk. We're trying to alleviate that with the intern, and it's worked to an extent. But something like this is, I want to be very judicial about how the permitting application is done.
Yep.
You submit a permit, it's immediately going to plan review and being rejected or accepted. We're not going to, the city staff we're not being paid by the taxpayers to be your subject matter expert advisor on how to submit a permit. And by removing the face-to-face interaction that comes with the permitting process, we can hopefully drive greater compliance in the permit procedure and get better applications up front. City staff will still be available. People have questions, but we're not going to sit there and we're not going to be your consultant for free.
Everybody, a lot of corporations and governments use online only anymore. You can't even see person. You can't even call anybody anymore.
I will also do some research on that. That's a great idea.
Well, sometimes it gets so complicated, you have to think about the building codes and our ordinances and maybe something else. I mean, the impervious cover or something. The last question from 707 Crockett was, can he put a building shed or a storage shed on his asphalt driveway? Well, in the building codes, it says you can't put a storage shed in the front yard in the 2021. So the answer is still no. So, I mean, he's not going to be happy about that. But there's so many things to consider. And if you had a resource to go to that could have those answers or research them.
Or you just say, that's an interesting idea, submit a building permit for a plan review. You don't have to pay to the plan reviews. On the plan review is done and then tell you, based on your submitted plans, your permit fee is this.
That amount.
And then you can pay online through the
Instead of
portal.
What's happening is this person's coming in and just taking over the day.
Oh, for hours,
Yeah.
hours. And it's all the time. All the time. There's probably 12 hours a week lost.
I know, they're not even looking online.
Well, and I think to be fair, I don't think they know where to look. I would have never known where to look. I mean, I've learned so much.
Well, that's it. That's why you hire a general contractor. And if you want to be your own general contractor, you're responsible for fulfilling the duties of what a general contractor does.
Instead, they come and, okay, no, I like the idea. Excellent.
Okay, looks good.
Park expense.
So the next big one is the parks expense. So the last several years, the budget was at 19,000. We've spent close to it, close to 19,000, 21, 22. This year, budget was increased to 25, and we're likely going to hit that. The way that this number was calculated was 3% of revenue, of total revenue, is allocated to the parks. So that's roughly in line with 2021, 2022. Plus, in addition to that 3% of total city revenues is the parking revenue, which is how you get to 36,000. So if you're interested, the roughly 3% of total city revenues is roughly 21,000, 30, 15, you can see the 36.
Okay, so 35,000, does that already include Parks Mobile, or Parks Mobile gonna be added?
This is on the expense side. So this would be the total spending in the parks budget. Like 36, yeah.
With the Parks Mobile.
Oh, that likely changed because we changed the revenue side. So because it's a 3% calculation. Yes, on your sheet likely says 35.
Yeah, okay. But is the Parks Mobile gonna be added to that?
No,
It's already, that's included already.
But why did you say you were gonna spend 25 when you got 12,000?
The projection is only based on expenses realized through the end of April. And so we're missing May, June, and most of July, or at least so far July. So we've had some expenses going out on that, and then mowing and
Road improved, the parking lot at phase one.
yeah, that's was it
A little bit.
$3,000.
Porta cans.
Yeah, so there's going to be changes. The biggest thing is we're going to have to, when we start getting into a city budget of $36,000, you start wondering at what point does it become more efficient or effective for the city to have its own staff member and doing the enforcement and the cleanup and things. I believe it still makes sense to have it be a contracted service for the maintenance, because most of the maintenance, it requires equipment, and the equipment's expensive and it breaks often. So when it comes to like tractors and mowers and things, I don't think we're at the point yet where it makes sense for us to hire somebody and also equip them and oversee their activities, but we're probably getting close to that point.
Mary Beth, you got
I've got another question. On the 2023 end of year projection, the amount shown there, 12,349. That's on my paper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That means they still have that much left in the budget for parks.
Well,
No, so as I mentioned at the very top, this is a very crude number. It's all it does is say over the first 120 days we've spent $5,000. Over the next 240 days, based on the rate of spending before, we would expect to spend another 7,000 based on that rate of spending to get to
3 months left in the system.
Well, no, the data that this is based off of is only actual spending through April. And so so
most of the expenses in the summer, so
we haven't hit.
we're gonna be at
May-
25,000 is basically what
May,
he's saying.
June, July, and August. So,
We'll likely be close.
And then, since that's not a restricted fund, the parks or the revenue generated from the Park Mobile app, that if a majority, or if that whole 36,000 is not spent by the end of the year, then it would revert back into the general fund.
It is in the general fund.
Oh, it is in the general fund because it's not restricted. Right, okay.
but you'll find ways to.
I'll have more money.
This is where as a city administrator, I could really benefit from the Parks Advisory Committee to really look hard at what they advise as their priorities. I know we've had discussions, multiple iterations. I know what I think the issues are related to, trash and restroom facilities as the priorities, but
Mowing grass.
there has to be
In the summer.
plan, I think, in place, and likely a large contract, dedicated contract to the parks generally. But
But most of the information that you've ascertained about the expense of the park is not coming from the Parks Advisory Committee. It's been coming from me, so pretty much.
Yes.
almost entirely. I do not recall when it wasn't you, but I don't want to speak for the whole city because I know Adrian's been working with the advisory committee.
Well, and just watching the budget with
Yeah, I mean,
Dwayne.
Mhm.
I mean, it'd be nice to obviously provide better service in the summer, obviously restroom facility, and this creates an avenue for us to have extra restrooms,
Mhm.
having two, but
Next
potentially in
year,
the summer.
that's what we'll do.
That'd be, this pays for it. So now you have a backup bathroom, or
Well,
you
two
clean up more often,
Mhm.
something where you're providing a little better service, and it's a good excuse. You know what I mean? And it gives us a way of doing that, not have hopefully some of the negative issues that happened this year. And I think that was the spirit of collecting the money, was to provide a better experience.
Mhm. So if you said that the parks are busier, say 6 months out of the year,
That's what we used just to come up with some
so
revenue
what
projections.
would be, say $15 an hour times 4 would be times,
That's basically 30 grand a year if you've got a full-time person at $15, just over 30 grand.
that's for the 6 months? Or is that?
That for a
full
year, that'd be for a full year. That's why really at this budget number, it doesn't make sense to hire a full-time person because you're not at a high enough number yet.
Well, I think the majority of the time we need someone is for 6 months. So if it would be $15 an
4
hour
months.
or 4.
That's why it's
4
better
months.
just to contract it out the way we do it.
Okay.
That's what he's saying. It doesn't make sense to, you know what I mean? You're not quite big enough budget and usage to get to there.
Eventually could happen.
We could look at hiring a part-time individual for 6 months.
4 months.
And probably cost the city somewhere around
May, June, July, and August.
$15,000 in salary expenses for 30 hours a week for half the year. But then we're going to have to equip them and we're going to have to manage them.
Yeah.
And I don't have the oversight or the capability to oversee them.
Mhm.
It's a big issue. Equipping them, we probably could do, but then where are we storing it? How is it being maintained? Where,
I know about that. I
and
got.
then we're basically running a business, right, in the park
On a shoestring.
on a shoestring, and people are going to be using equipment that's not their own.
Tear it
They
up.
don't want to tear it up. So I don't know. It's whether at this point it makes sense to contract for services for park maintenance or do hire and do those services internally.
Right. Well, I see in the foreseeable future that we could be making a little bit extra money over there. Could allocate a savings for the park and then eventually maybe talk to the library or somebody who's writing grants. I know there's money that we're not getting for parks services. And we could definitely, I think we need permanent restrooms over there. Porta potty is.
Problem permanent restaurants.
Especially at Allen Dates.
Yeah, but you can, there's
It's a
got,
problem having temporary restrooms in the floodway too.
yeah.
Floodways, you gotta build some, you
Yeah.
gotta do some substantial structure.
Better than having a porta potty.
Well, I don't know at this time. I think we need grants. We need to have
Well, that's what I'm saying, and I'm saying in the future, but
regional park.
putting it in.
Yeah.
Having a plan for it. I think if you have money coming in, treat it as a business and look at that in 5 years, we're gonna have enough money to put contract somewhere where we can store things out there for the parks and then a restroom and then
But not in the floodway.
make it accessible.
Maybe
Raise it up.
hold up. Probably Allen Tate should get away with it.
Anyway.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I think we're all on that same
Yeah.
thought process,
Yeah.
that's
It's a
what we'd like to have.
growing growing thing.
Gotta see how it goes.
Especially when the Colville
Let's-
River dries up.
Let's start by acquiring that little Walker property at Allen Bay where those two concrete slabs are.
That would be good.
And
Has anyone
and
figured
have-
out
Have something
how much
there.
how much they
We
really
need to start acquiring land
I
too.
haven't called them. I can
Yeah.
call them.
That'd make a perfect bathroom, wouldn't it? It's already,
Yes,
already
and it's not
elevated.
in the floodway.
Yeah, I agree. That'd be a perfect, that's down the road.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready to
Yeah.
move past parks,
Okay.
believe it or not.
Next one, attorney's fees. This budget item reflects last year's budget item. And is in line with the last two years. We'll likely be under it this fiscal year. But
We're never done.
audit fees, I want to work with Dwayne. I've had discussions with him about changing our auditor. But there's a concern that when we change, it's going to be a big cost increase.
They went this year to doing it all online. He's been struggling with that.
You should give us a discount then.
Well, they haven't charged us much.
They were going to charge 26,000.
Oh.
We talked to them and said, we only budgeted 20. We had no idea that you were gonna go up that much. And so they brought it back down.
Good for you.
They haven't done it yet.
They seem to be working very slow. I don't know.
And they want to do everything online. That's what's been the struggle.
Well, yeah, because it requires us to scan documents.
Are you happy with the overall?
I was, but I think I'm curious if we swap over an auditor to a new auditor, what they might uncover and find, and they might have a different advice on us. It's probably we've been using the firm as it's currently named for several years, 4 or 5 years, and prior to that, we were using their precursor firm before they were bought or sold or whatever to somebody else. So we've been essentially using the same firm for about the last 8 years or so.
Do they want us as a customer though? If they don't want us as a customer,
I think so. I think they're willing to work with us on the rates this last time. That's just one of those things of, would it make sense? I don't want to speak too far out of turn.
Yeah.
This is going to be mostly Wayne's call because it's under his purview. But the concern is if we're using the same auditors over and over and over again, how much of it are we just checking the block? And are we getting some value out of, auditors work on surveying. They take a sampling of documents and sampling of transactions. Are we looking at the same samples, areas 1 year from next? And I don't know.
Every year. Might as well get a new fresh eyes on it.
How are we doing deposit accounts correctly?
yeah, they're supposed to, as a rule of thumb, provide you suggestions of improvement that are gonna help save you money as a rule.
Yeah, we
And if you're not getting any feedback, then you're just getting a rubber stamp.
we're getting a rubber stamp because it's
Real quick, have y'all priced other auditing firms? That's standard, that's a standard.
not yet.
Okay.
But going from $20,000 budget to a $22,000 budget, 10% increase.
Okay.
IT upgrade. Go ahead.
Back up, in engineering, we've had some, is that a turf or?
Yeah.
Had some surprises from him in this past year, recently about drawing up plans and stuff that came up unexpectedly. That was a big expense.
And are we gonna be able to take that money back out of that and apply it once we get it?
Yeah, we're going to cover it with the ARPA funding.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying?
You
If that,
can't take it out of the grant at this point.
if we prepay it, we can't take it out of the grant. See, that's,
So that's,
that's,
we're going to use the federal funding to do it.
but you know what I'm getting? Yeah, that's what.
And that federal funding's still
Is he gonna
available.
give us a more of a, give us a cost before he gives us a bill, like give us an estimate? We're gonna charge you. He needs to do that.
Well, I think though, what we have just recently paid for the shared use path expense, that there may be another expense on the horizon from him that is unexpected. And so we need to.
Is there a
not-
project you have in mind?
What is it?
Is there a project you have in mind? I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
You.
I think it's from the shared use path. I did.
Yeah, that was the last one.
Well, I should hopefully get it.
Do you know something we don't know?
I thought there was another expense. I'm not sure.
So that we had one expense related to the treatment plant grant, which we got. And then we had another expense with the shared use path, which is still under the grant application still under review.
There
Yeah.
may be another
And
expense.
We got the new bill. You should have gotten that.
What's
It was
the
like
bill?
another $3,300.
Really?
I haven't
How
seen
much
that
are we
yet.
talking about? Total
Another 33.
$3,300 more.
for the shared use path? Well, you better get that grant.
Yeah, but
A lot
the whole issue is that we can't, if we prepay on, we can't take it out of that grant.
I know what I'm saying.
We take it out of other funding.
Is there, I'm just saying,
Oh, well.
We-
we won't-
we know we'll make mistakes to give, but he needs to give us a bid, I understand with Northwest River Road, that's part of the deal, getting the grant, and it's part of his pay. But this one is kind of a, I can say everything's cool if we get the grant. If we don't get the grant,
Well, the
It
issue
ain't
is
cool.
also, don't forget, him building the way we are, it doesn't come out of that grant. That's the negative. We're taking it out of something
I know.
else that we
I know,
should use.
exactly.
And so
That's my
we're getting
point.
the money. It's not,
That's my point.
you can't,
That's a
you
risky
can't go back
part.
and do it afterwards.
If we get the grant, it's no problem. But if we don't, we just lost.
Even if we do, it's like,
I
that was an
understand.
expense
That
that
should
should
have
have
been part of
been,
the grant.
that should have been part of the grant.
Exactly.
Following the process that was called for in the contract.
So
Before he does any work, he's supposed to get a request from you,
He did.
that's been the issue.
He
and
did.
then he's supposed to reply and say it's gonna cost this much.
That
He
was,
did.
that was the issue.
So, because we didn't ask her, because he didn't reply, and we went ahead and did it anyway.
Both.
We boo-booed.
It was one of those, in a meeting, in a meeting on a different topic. Hey, it would be real, what if we did something like this other grant? Oh, want me to do that? Sure. Without any further discussion. And it was just bad business. Bad.
Well, maybe we were a little foolish, but you don't rip us off again. I mean,
I don't think
I didn't really care for it.
I don't think we're getting ripped off. I think we were
We got our
under
money's
misled.
worth.
two very, so.
He was not upfront.
We're under the course of dealings under the contract when related to grant applications. Grant applications were always done pro bono at first, and then fee was going to be collected later. Then when it got to these two grant applications, which were done in quick succession, they weren't done under the same procedure as the other grant applications. Now, we have paid them direct for project work with a task order based system for non-grant
Sewers.
application sort of thing.
Like the sewer system.
Like sewer systems and stuff. So we had an expectation based on prior course of dealing. It was going to happen.
And granted, he's made a lot of money off that Northwest River Road. I mean, I have an issue with it. I'll leave it at that. I really do. It's not good. That's not a good relationship.
My point is the blame is also on the city.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
But again, there's a little trust there. I have an issue and I'll leave it at that. Let's go on to the next one.
You brought it up the topic. Anything else you want to discuss?
I don't know if I'm saying I just wanted to be full disclosure and mention that, and I think we learned something from it, and let's just chuck it up to a learning experience.
IT, maintenance, We've seen these costs rise. We've gotten control over them better than they were in 2022. To some extent, we still intend to go out with a new RFP. It's just been a little bit difficult making sure that we're writing the request for proposals to cover what we want, going through the requirements analysis on that. So Baker's been doing a lot of good work on that front. I think we're close. Actually, I think the last step is for my review being sent to me a couple weeks ago. But for the budget item, we're looking at $22,000 in the IT space. And that's for admin support on our network and help desk level support for issues. The next one is street and road maintenance out of the general fund. Part of our street maintenance is paid out of general fund. Part of it's paid out of a special revenue fund, restricted fund account that's funded through sales tax. This is the general fund portion. And this continues where the future year spend plan had planned for our budget.
So the 0.25 of 1% you said is separate than what this is?
Yeah, that's under the special revenue fund. We still we don't rely solely on our sales tax revenue to do street maintenance. We also set aside money out of our general fund to do it as well.
That $7,000 you said is your projection for the year is not wrong. It's not. It was 7,000 to date. Does not have a this one is one of those that doesn't have a straight line projection, so I would expect that one to change as we go forward. And then the next one's the library. So the library, you'll see here, is at a reduced rate. So the presentation earlier today, the library requested $25,000. The $17,000 number comes from a different calculation. The $17,000 number reflects the state minimum spend. So under the Texas Administrative Code, as we understand it, they look at the last per 3-year average as the minimum maintenance amount that has to be expended by the library. And you have to have local government funding for at least 50% of that spend level. So for the last 3 years, basically 2020 is an odd year, but let's go with the highest number. For 2020, the library financial reports show that they spent $30,000, 29 or 31,000, 28,000, and $46,000. Their 3-year average for that period was just shy of $35,000 a year. Half of it, I would look at this as the minimum. The minimum funding to maintain accreditation, according to this procedure, is $17,500 basically. The question for City Council is to fund the library at this minimal value or at the requested amount of 25.
Or somewhere in between.
Why would we not give them 25?
Well, prior to the change in our expected revenues from interest rate, the budget wouldn't be balanced. With the increased interest rate revenue projection, the current spend categories in other system, in other areas would be unmolested by changing this. So if you want, you can make that 25,000 as an example, and you're still going to run with a balance.
I mean, everything else we've seen has gone up with inflation. And we've been pretty consistent with the library for the last 2-3 years. Giving them something less than they actually got in 2021 doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I would also like to see it at the 25,000 as requested.
Matthew?
I'm still thinking.
But I also wanted to ask about something. So I know that whenever we did whenever it went for a vote for the fire department to be able to get some revenue from sales tax, why aren't we as a city able to do that also for the library?
Because the city does it already for the street and road maintenance. If we wanted to cancel the street and road maintenance,
The library
could do it.
1/4%.
So you're saying if we wanted to cancel the street and road,
They still have to become a district.
It's all, yeah, it's still, they would have to go through the district process, which realized the county,
Gotcha.
but it would also, I believe, would have to have a vote at some point relating to sales tax.
Have everybody in
because
The
I thought
district.
whenever we barely did it for the fire department, that the library was supposed to be with them.
yes. That didn't happen.
Now, what,
That might have been,
that before?
that-
Before y'all's time.
if that was the case, that's not what was put on the ballot, unfortunately. Well, I don't know what the insight on that is.
Change it.
The audience is saying it was changed at the last minute.
And see, so then I don't know about that, but if that's why, I think I've asked this like on multiple occasions, about the library and just wanting to know more about it, because I know that when it originally, hey, Vinny, do you remember that?
There was a long discussion within the library board, go to a district. But by the time we got ready to think serious about that, all the rest of all the sales tax percentage had been gobbled up by other entities. And there was never, to my knowledge, any kind of merge. Our department.
No, I've never heard
Those
of
were
that.
totally separate discussions.
I don't think you could put the library and the fire department
You can't.
together.
The,
And
it
see, I don't
wasn't even originally when we were talking about library district, it wasn't so much the city. We were gonna go through precinct 3 throughout the county. And there was a lot left to go there, but the other ESDs, ESD2 and ESD conglomerate between Hayes County and Caldwell County, which takes care of the Union and Mustang Ridge. They had all got there too, so basically, within Caldwell County, there is no sales tax to be given right now that I know of. ESDs and the counties groups have taken it all.
Do districts, special districts have to be sales tax funded, or they can also be property tax funded? Because I know there's a
Depends on the
move.
district. ESDs can be both. Library districts are only sales tax.
Okay. Because they're doing an emergency services district that's property tax based.
Yes, yes.
The emergency,
Because there's nothing else to give. ESD 5, which we're trying to together that's going to have to just be property tax. That's going to be countywide.
so our
Okay,
first meeting with the library, they were only asking for the 21. So what happened was during the talk, let me see if I can remember exactly how it happened. We asked if there was something that could be funded that was not, you might have to help me. I forget how that went.
Yeah, the question that we were going through with the library is other revenue sources, trying to understand the expense requirements. And through that discussion, it was illuminated that really the biggest hurdle for the library board was the personnel expenses related to the librarian, dedicated librarian, part-time librarian. And I asked them what would that cost be? And they said, well, that's something to consider. And so that's how it came up, and that's where the request kind of originated out of. The minimum following prior years would be following the local expenditure minimum that does not take into account prior years, which is the 21,000. That number comes from a different section of the code.
Of the code.
Is any of your projections of that 17,000, is any of that reduction based on our personnel costs? Or is that just you equating a 3-year average and taking half of that?
It's a 3-year average of local expenses that the library's had over the last 3 years.
And we did not have the personnel for that.
Right. Yeah, they added personnel in that period.
Have we seen, do we have a budget from them? Have we
No.
ever done? I'm sorry?
Why not?
Why not?
Where's the budget?
City department.
What?
They're not a city
Are
department,
you a
so
501?
anything we give them
Are
is
you
a
a
gift.
501c? Are you a nonprofit? You're not required to disclose your budget as a nonprofit,
They had to show it to you.
but it's required. All nonprofits are required to have a budget that is public. That's a requirement. That I'm very familiar with. I've been involved with a lot of them. I've donated and been on the boards before, and I've had people come in, obviously, and request that. So, but it's never been provided to the city. Has it been asked for?
Yes, the mayor brought up the desire to review the budget.
How long ago was that?
Just a couple weeks ago, and they said no.
What's that, Mayor?
Just a couple weeks ago, and they said no.
That,
But we did have the annual report.
From the year
I would
prior.
like to say
No,
that in
this year.
previous years, they did disclose what they did with their funding.
I
And
don't
like,
think I've seen anything in the last 2 or 3 years about that.
There's no contractual requirement that they do so under the current contract.
Right, so we
So-
haven't seen anything in the last 3 years.
That's not true, Sam. This lady right here has come in here repetitively when she was having discussions and shared that with y'all.
Well, I meant on an actual spreadsheet, though. about
So
the
what we,
individual
so
expenses.
we have their annual financial statement. And
You
that,
have that.
yeah,
Okay.
for all prior years. What it doesn't do is line item analysis.
Oh, it's just
I don't-
one
It's
solid
what they
number
turn
of what-
into.
Oh, okay. Well, I hadn't
Yeah,
even
they've
seen
been,
that.
I have them here if you want to look at them.
No, if you say you received it, then
that's what I'm
fine.
asking. That's all I'm asking.
No,
But we don't have like, well, their budget years work different than ours, but we haven't received like a fiscal year. What we do have is the financial report that's done after the fact. After the year closes, oftentimes every February, March, April, they'll give us a financial report for our review. And then we basically sign off saying, yes, we gave you money, and we attest to that fact.
Maybe it would have been helpful if we would have seen that for the last 3 years.
It's been presented, I believe, to council on every occasion. If we missed one, then
Okay.
we can. I can print.
I don't remember seeing anything like that, but that's fine.
Not here.
I think,
I just got on council.
if
Yeah,
the
but you've been to a
council,
lot of meetings. Not to put you on the spot, but you've been coming. to
I'm on
see-
the spot there, dude. No, I don't,
well, I
I
think
don't
if the
remember.
council wanted to write a contract, they could they could put in the contract what they would want.
There's the
from
report.
Library.
There's a report for 2022. Here's a report for 2021. Here's a report for 2020. If you want to review those, but the basic feature is on their spending is reflected here. Now 2020 is a little bit of a unique situation because that was COVID year, and they submitted an application to the state saying, you know, can we have this year waived, basically, and have the 2019 number used. The 2019 number was 22,000. However, I think at the end of the year of 2020 on their annual report at the 30. So actually they got a waiver, but at least from my perspective, it looks like they might not have needed it after all. But
So I think if we were to write a contract, the city could put in there some things, because basically the contract right now just says, we'll give you money. And that's about it that it says. But if there were things that the city would like to see, I mean, we could write it wasn't called a contract, it was called an agreement. I mean, we could write that agreement and then ask the library if they would agree to our terms as well as them agreeing, you know, vice versa. I think that the library does serve a valuable asset
Definitely.
to our
Yes,
community.
definitely,
It
yes.
just depends on, they are not a city department. So as you can see from our budget, any money we give them is a gift. So,
It's an exchange for the services we have in the library. It's free
Yeah.
to citizens.
but they aren't a library department. We can't afford to have them as a department.
well, this at the $25,000 rate, we're almost funding the personnel as if they were
Yeah,
personnel.
it's the one personnel expense. So it's,
Shouldn't people volunteer? I mean, everybody volunteers. Everybody you know, I was in Fort Davis. It's the town's not incorporated. It's all volunteer. Everything's volunteer. Everybody, nobody's on the payroll. Everything's volunteer.
well, I think the agreement that Ashley said too was that they had to have the library director and that there's certain rules.
I don't get paid. I don't get paid for what you don't get paid. I mean, there needs to be volunteer work.
There's volunteers down.
Well, I'm just saying. Well, I'm just saying, I'm saying, I do volunteer, you volunteer. So how many volunteers do they
Yeah,
have?
but needing a director for a library
Okay,
is different
go-
on a
well, go
long-term
ahead,
basis.
but
It's different.
People
But-
could step up. I don't know. It's just my opinion.
Okay.
Well, I'm just confused on what the holdup is. Like,
Well, I had some confusion last week, so go ahead, you know,
well, I mean,
having a
The
discussion.
worst thing, I don't want the library to have council members quit again. So maybe if y'all could submit to me what you would desire to see the library do, and we could write up a contract. And then
I would just like to add, you know, since I work in the school district and I'm there in San Marcos, our city of Martindale that we have the demographics of some of the poorest neighborhoods that from the schools who are served there. The library provides a service. They provide very valuable reading skills that they need. The teachers would come here and also give their lessons whenever COVID was going on. Like, and you're saying, you know, an agreement, but actually I look at it as it more like the city of Martindale is saying, yes, we believe in our demographics and our population, and we do see this as a very valuable service, and we get so much more in return for this. Now, whenever it comes to them having to break down every single itemized thing, they shouldn't have to because they're not a city entity. And I just heard my council member earlier state that he would like to see a Chamber of Commerce in there, a table, which is actually providing a city service.
So if
I'm in
y'all-
full agreement with the 25,000.
If y'all could submit to me or Jared in writing what you would like to see from the library or for the library, I think then we could compile all of that
But see, we
together.
talked about everything else in the open, every single thing. I say, but let's talk about it. Let's do it.
Are you referencing the dollar figure, Mayor, or the terms of the contract itself?
The terms of the contract itself.
All right. Are you comfortable proceeding with the conversation over setting a dollar figure for the library under the budget?
Sure, I think we should.
Mike, did you have any proposed number that I think I've heard 25. We'll get back to you and then we hit discussion. Do you?
Put it on me, huh?
But
Well, I'm starting at the other.
I don't want it to lose accreditation at all. Okay,
Let's start with you. What do you think?
I don't want it to lose accreditation.
So what do you think? How
Well,
much?
21 is what's required to be
So
accredited.
you think 20?
No, the 17 something is what it's
Accredited.
required to be.
Why did they say 21 earlier and now we're saying
It's a different interpretation of the rule.
And that was, I mean, Jared's doing what he's supposed to do, in my opinion, is he's doing the actual, they're not just doing the default number, which is 21. He's actually doing the research and saying this is what it is. Obviously, we've been funding it at 21. I don't have a problem with funding it at 21. Okay, I really don't. Okay, but again, with every one of these, I look at what we as a city is responsible for spending versus what we're collecting. I've been very consistent today about that, is that when we're starting to spend a preponderant amount of money on labor to collect a small amount of money or an amount, and I have a problem with it. I love my mother-in-law was all for the library. Everyone knows that. My family's been involved in the library for a long time and been supporting it from a distance. I have my own issues with regard to spending money from the city for a library that does good for a much bigger community than just the city. And
we
not getting any funding beyond the city's
City residents
residents.
are funding a community.
We
library.
talked about that.
You did. That's unfortunate.
Go back to your chart.
You know,
These are the 17 and 18. Notice that in 2022, their spend was 40 or 46.
46.
46. Got 21. Where did the other 25,000?
That's what I wondered myself. Where did it come from?
Came from donations, fundraising, from some of the grants that aren't, some of the grants that were operational control. That people sit there and say, hey, nobody's volunteering.
well, we know that's not true.
That's not true.
We know that's
I
not
didn't say
true.
that.
And
I didn't
to
say
sit
that.
here and say that the city funds it all, that's not true either.
I didn't-
That's less
that
than
wasn't
half.
said.
No, we didn't say
We
that.
didn't say
either.
that.
So let's put this in perspective.
Let's put it in perspective.
A statewide recognized library, started by all volunteers and has grown to the point where it needed to have a person on the payroll. And I think the Martindale citizens that pay taxes in Martindale aren't just the people inside the city limits. There are people that are outside the city limits that are in ETJ, that own property here, pay property taxes, that come into the city, utilize the heck out of the library, and just don't be short-sighted.
Mhm.
Someone else call on my wife.
Only government entities put money into the city. It is good for the city.
We asked the library board, because there's no stipulation that has to be just city funding. We heard Councilmember Villalobos talk about how the work it does with the school district. The school district participate, well, the county participate. And the board relayed to us that, no, the city is the only governmental entity that is willing to fund that.
And we asked her that again today.
Well, her answer today was peculiar. Because it seemed to reply only to the effect of the districting under a sales tax funding arrangement. We had additional clarification that, well, there's might be concern about if the county funds the Martindale Library, will they fund the Lockhart Library, will they fund the Luling Library? That's not the city's problem. You know?
My desire is to stay at the 21, not to go above 21.
21, what do you think?
McGovern.
Mrs. McGovern.
We have a comment in the back here.
My comment is that,
I'm gonna get shit.
Mr. Councilman,
We're not looking at you.
since I have been back in Martindale and working at the library, looking at the library and seeing it, I have seen so much more of volunteer. See, now I can't talk. An outreach. It's more of an outreach. It's not just a library. It's doing so much more for our community. And that has like just over, has put me over the fact why we need to get more. They're reaching citizens that might not be able to, get information any other way. Okay, so it's not just about getting books out and having a library and helping people come in and use the computer and things like that. But long-term goals and actually short-term goals is they're looking to help the city with mental health issues that are happening in the community. And
That's a grant that they get through St. David's.
that's because we're accredited, we got that.
Right.
And so I truthfully, to me, it doesn't matter but what they're doing. And
It's work.
it's, and what they want to do, what the, what the people, what the citizens that support the library want to happen and want to see the library.
So Mike, what do you think?
I agree with you, 21. I think that's fair. It's called a democracy. And it's what you do, you negotiate. And I wish the federal government would do that. You sit there, we all have our point of views. We have budgetary issues. I think 21,000 is more than fair. We gave 21,000 3 years in a row. I think that's fair due to our situation with increased costs. I think we need to keep it the same.
Especially if we're
But that's
raising,
you're just contradicting yourself. You said due to increased costs. What about their increased costs?
Just my opinion. I said 21, that's my opinion. Hey, that's a democracy. You want to argue with me? I think it should be 21. You said 21. What do you think, Mr. McGovern?
Oh, your guy put me on the spot. I got my wife there is freaking.
Sam,
What do you think, Sam?
Well, I mean, you did just say increase costs but keep it the same amount. So that was what Nick didn't understand completely because they have had increased costs. They have a director now. Carol Devaney did a lot of work there and did a lot of
So what are you for?
volunteer work. I'm leaning more towards increasing from 17,800 to the 21,000.
So you agree with me? That's what I just said.
Well, that's a start of the discussion.
Yeah.
to
so this
raise
is
it
for
to
city
21.
council.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
what
for
so you're agreeing with me, 21.
21,
Let's
just
see
to start the discussion at a higher threshold. If others wish to discuss increasing it to the 25, I'll listen, but I'm upping it up to 21 right now, so. And I think Matthew
No, I'm
said
not
that.
recognizing anybody else.
Fair enough.
It's your turn now.
Just me? Oh, you put me on the spot because my wife, I gotta go home to that. She's gonna have to go home to that. Then we're moving it to at least 24 because I'm gonna have to go home to that.
So 2 at 25, 2 at 21, 1 at 24.
2 at 25.
Two at
Well, I meant
25,
two at
24, 21 at 21.
It just doesn't make sense to me that we've literally increased everything. But there's this whole, and I understand we're gifting it to them because they're not a city.
Well, we're paying
Office.
more than just that
Well, they
much.
came in.
We're also paying garbage. And whenever we have a social event, we're
We're
paying
gonna start paying
for,
for our internet here.
we do pay for, didn't you see our IT costs?
Well, everybody
pay
here
all of that.
uses the Wi-Fi though.
Not from the library.
No?
No,
Did they say that earlier?
we have our
We've
own
used-
Wi-Fi.
we've used it once when ours have gone down. We've backstopped into theirs on I think one occasion,
We
two
have-
occasions.
Very
My phone might default to their to their Wi-Fi signal than the
Alright,
city
so
signal. but-
so this is where I get frustrated. Martindale doesn't have a lot going on for it.
Oh, yes, it does. You're
Oh,
totally
yeah, it
incorrect,
does.
sir.
Let him finish, let him finish.
What how are you gonna say that we have a river and we have 3 stores down here?
It's gonna grow.
But what's the backbone of the city right now?
Backbone of the city is a river.
Who is putting
Always been a river.
who is putting on? The river's not putting on fairs and kite
Why do you
day.
think they come here? What do you
And
think they come to Martindale?
you go down the river and get your tax returns.
We put on
Fixed.
4th of July parade.
Oh yeah, okay,
and-
yeah. But I mean, everybody's.
I mean, what I don't like, I mean, we're trying to be a democratic society here.
Uh-huh.
We're trying to have a polite conversation. I hope everybody keeps it polite. That's what it's called, you know? I understand what you're trying to say.
I just don't get why we're trying to limit some, if they.
We're not limiting
if they
anybody.
Come in here and ask for $25,000, let me talk.
Oh, there was
Let me
light last
talk.
week.
Let him speak, let him speak.
If they come in here asking and she's saying that she gets paid $20,000 a year, which is nothing.
Well, but she's getting paid for 20 hours a week. The library is only open 20 hours a week.
21. Still,
21.
let's do
21.
let's do the math on it. Let's do the math on it. I didn't do the math on it, but I guarantee it ain't nothing. But they showed us a whole backbone of stuff they did all year. And that is so good for this community. And if we're gonna grow, we need to grow with the library. And if they come in here and asking for $25,000, which is what's the
Well,
difference?
they were happy with 21
Really?
until we were having a conversation with them and
They
then
were happy with 21. Oh.
we were talking, when we first went in, it was like they'd had a 3-year contract that was stair stepping from 18, 21, 21.
But
And
we
it's supposed to be
give them
21
21.
in 20 for the next year.
It just I just don't
Okay, let me
understand
finish-
why
let me
is
finish.
everybody so against it is what
Let-
I want to know.
Well, then you already.
Not
you're
against it.
Parks, I mean, you know.
How am I against the
No,
parks?
You against me last week. I took it. I mean,
How
come
am I
on,
against
man.
the parks?
We're discussing it. You know?
Okay, let me finish what happened. So they were happy with the 21 until it expanded. So they said they wanted a 3-year contract to start with, but they didn't have the figures for 25 and 26. So Jared told them, well, the city council is not going to sign a blank check. We knew it was 21 for the next year. That's how it kind of evolved into, well, is there something that we could pay for? Well, then they asked for the 24,000 for Ashley, plus another 1,000, plus there was a whole bunch more expensive. We could pay $60,000. You know,
But
I
they're not
mean,
asking for that.
but yeah, they would accept it.
Well, who wouldn't?
Well, you know,
I think the work of the city council is to decide what's best for the city of Martindale. They were happy with 21 for the next year, so we didn't talk about a contract. They came back after meeting with the board and then said, yeah, we would like to request 24 and a contract for 1 year.
So at a funding level of $21,000, there's an unallocated spending that defaults to savings of almost $12,000 that the city council has an opportunity to play with within the budget. So there's 12,000 because we increased the capital, the investment account interest rate returns from 10,000 to 30. We have almost $12,000 in surplus at this point within the budget to allocate. It might be a useful conversation for the council members to consider where that 12,000 would be allocated. If 21,000 seems like the baseline number, now you have 12,000, almost $12,000 to allocate, 11,800 to allocate across the budget in terms of priorities. It sounds like at least some council members would like to see 4,000 of that 12 put towards the library. Does that context assist the conversation for you guys on?
I totally understand what you're saying, and that's the reason I picked the 30 is I knew you're going to get to it. So you're going to be able to fund the library. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
The money is there. That's not the problem. The issue I have going forward is at what point does it stop? You know what I mean? There's no guarantee that we're going to have this type of surplus going forward. And it's the same thing that we brought up before about looking forward, as Sonia brought up about, doing these, not charging or not raising the rate a little bit on our bills this year and then getting this big surprise. Same thing goes forward. Where are we in two to 3 years from now when this becomes a permanent line item as it's become on the budget? Are we going to be able to continue to do that? And that's partly why I'm concerned about because they have to prepare as well. You can't just, it's not fair to anyone when you have expectations of revenue to say all of a sudden like, well, no, we don't have it this year and you lose accreditation or they've increased the requirement of accreditation because they've spent more money. So it becomes a, tit for tat thing. So it's now, what is the accreditation level once they start increasing the budget? You're saying it's a 3-year look back and they have to get 50% funding.
By giving them extra money, if the library is successful, they could spend to the point where, say it put this way, if they spent more than $50,000 for the next 3 years,
Yes.
the minimum contribution from the city would be more than $25,000.
And that's, and understand, okay, I'm thinking ahead, okay? And that's one of the reasons I'm concerned, is that you're putting yourself in a box where you're going to get toasted. You know what I mean? And there's no guarantee that the city's going to have that kind of money. So when you start saying, okay, we're doing more, we start increasing the budget, and you have to be 50% funded by the city, all you're doing is making this conversation that much more difficult. There's no guarantee in the next year or two that we're still going to have this kind of money.
I'd like to interject and say.
I want to make one
Just a
statement.
minute, just a minute,
We're council.
Well, he started talking.
Okay.
just a minute, but we're not recognizing
Yeah, this is a
the,
council.
just the council, right?
I want to say something. I have never voted against the library. I want to go on record. You can look at my record. I voted.
I was asking.
Huh? Well, just like say, some people think I'm against the library. I am not against the library. I voted for it 3 years ago for 21,000. Okay. I have never voted against the library. I'm just saying that it's like, it's not like we're trying to defund them. Now, if we're trying to defund them, I would say yes, that. But again, it's like, we want this, demanding, we want this, we deserve this. And we need to have a discussion. And I think, along with the mayor, that 21 is what we gave in the last 3 years. And I think we have other issues that we have a budget. I think 21 is generous. I mean, we're not, and the way people react is like we're defunding them. We're not defunding them. We're going to give them $21,000.
I think we have to not be, we need to look at this as a business.
Yes.
In our.
So
budget
are our
and
citizens worth $2.25 each one?
Just a minute, I was talking, I think we need to look at it as a business and not be emotional about it or political about it.
Exactly.
What is best for the city
Exactly.
of Martindale? We do want to fund the library, but We
If
have
we
to
have, if we
decide.
have the money, if we have the money, and what she was saying, if we have the money and it's $4,000 more, and they can do a little bit more for this community as they already do, I don't understand what the big deal is. That's just, I mean.
It's about budgets, dude. It's about the budget.
We just cleared up $12,000.
I know, but wait, so.
I know what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
And that's why I'm saying is we already know that we're going to have an issue going forward on these budgets. This is a weird year. Okay.
Yes.
And
This
it's
is a
going
weird
to, it's
year.
going to be different going forward. Okay. And that's what I'm concerned about, because what happens is they keep spending, our commitment to them as a city goes up.
Can I answer that?
It's up to the mayor. I'm all for it.
Yes, it's up to the mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
You can look inside the Texas law.
Yes, sir.
It's not an unlimited growth to it. There's a minimum amount of dollars per person that the library covers. Population is what's reported in the annual reports. In the past, when it was 18,000, before that 10, 12, or whatever it was, the minimum times the number of people served was a bigger number than the absolute minimum. At some point in time, that minimum amount will reach the dollar value times the people instead of this flat number. At that point in time, caps out.
So do we have an idea
But
what the
that,
cap is?
well, we do, and that's what Jared,
Some odd cents time.
Yep.
Jared had looked up and we had,
17 something, $18?
$17.50 per capita.
we had looked all this up and that's how we came up with the minimum.
So we're actually giving more than the minimum.
Yes.
Yeah, over $4,000 over that. I mean, that's, so, I mean. Well, it's what our city manager just told us, you know, so.
It sounds like we have two members who are gonna stay at 24, two at 21, and I don't know.
No, we're gonna be funding at least 24. Because the two of them want 25. I'm at 24 for sure.
So I don't
'Cause I have to go
know.
home to the wife.
I don't know how to, Jared, I don't know.
What's
how
the
to
population?
Solve this problem.
It depends on what you're using as your denominator.
So basically, he's right. What we're talking about is they basically got to be 18,000 is the minimum you have to fund to maintain accreditation. Is what do we have a consensus of that? And going forward, if the population were to increase, we'd get more revenue. We wouldn't have to worry about that if we annexed or something happened. That's a discussion for 2 to 3 years down the road, correct? And we're on the same page with that, right?
This is,
So our budget would go up. We would then, and I would love nothing because then I've got some really creative ways of getting money after that. Okay. And Jared and I already had a little brainstorm about this. Okay. So I don't think this is a problem in the 5-year plan. Okay. This next 5 years is an issue for me. And that's why I'm a little hesitant about just writing a check, because I'm afraid that we're going to be getting to this expectation.
Okay, can I add something? What do we want? Do we want more reporting from the library, Mayor? Do we want them to have more open, like, give us, what do we want them to provide us with, for his expenses? Is that something we need to talk about? And Mr. Clinton talked about Chamber of Commerce. Are they willing to set up a desk in the library and do dual roles as a Chamber of Commerce? You know, that would be something to talk about, right, sir?
Yeah.
I don't think they have the room.
Yeah, that was just a suggestion.
Yeah, that's a suggestion.
They have the
I think we
historic.
already mentioned that, and it didn't seem to be to where they didn't have the room for that, so.
Well, are they willing to work with us? As Chamber of Commerce, are we willing to talk about that?
I think right now Mari and Craig are working
On that.
on that kind of thing.
But I think back to the point, I don't know why everybody's getting so hostile. It's like, we're not defunding anybody. I mean, can we have a discussion about the budget? That's what we're talking.
I think the
Well,
discussion
that's what,
is-
it's at a stalemate right now.
At this point, the discussion is, and unless council comes to a consensus, the mayor's budget goes forward as the mayor's budget for an eventual vote. Hopefully, we don't get to that point. But because the intent is to achieve consensus. There is not a majority of council members themselves, amongst the 5 of you, on what the number should be. It's
Nick,
two for
McGovern
one
wants to do
number, one
24.
for another, and 2 for another number.
I'm good
Yeah.
with 24. I mean, I'm just
I'm good with
confused on why we have
24.
so much resistance on this.
It's called democracy, dude. That's what it's called.
At that point,
Leave it at that.
at 24, Mayor, you have a majority of council.
What does that do to our budget?
You're still fine.
You're
Yes, I do.
we still have, whoops.
Like, that's a bad number.
I have to go. I have a,
Fine.
We still have almost $9,000 to be allocated in excess
So
budget.
this year we have all the ARPA funds and everything, and I don't know about next
Democracy.
year, but
leave it at that.
we'll
Yeah, leave it at
have
that.
this conversation
We're gonna have a problem.
again.
Yeah,
Like
We're
being
gonna have a
pushed.
problem
Don't.
next year.
We pushing who?
Dude, buddy.
Yes, we will.
Continue.
So, the last item in the general fund for discussion is we have almost $9,000 in capital improvement fund savings that can be, it doesn't have to be savings. This can be allocated to other priorities and projects within the general fund budget. Or you can put it into savings. Does anybody have any ideas of where they like to see that spent?
Can I add something real quick?
Do we have a place for the computers for the police?
That would be, if we included it on this budget, that would go into the IT upgrade. IT upgrade and maintenance.
We don't know how
That's
much
where
that
I
is.
put that.
Have we budgeted that? I mean, do we have an idea what that expense would be?
Yes, we do have an idea. It's about, because they're tough book computers or ruggedized computers, they're between $12,000 and $15,000 for the computers for the police department.
And the printers and everything that goes with them.
So, but
Per vehicle, that's the whole
That's-
department.
I can pull the
But basically,
line item, but
50,000.
however, my idea was to bring to council at the end of the year, or as we get towards the end of the year, recognize our budget surpluses, handling those police department expenses through that surplus. Or the council, if they choose, if you want, you can put that surplus into a capital improvement savings fund and resurface, 1,000 feet of road with it.
The one thing we haven't talked about, Mr. Vinnie brought up, was the roads. Is there something that we're missing on the roads?
Yeah, so,
I mean, we're doing pothole repair, we know that. I mean.
yeah, we're doing pothole repair. One of the things that slowed us down.
And this next week, we're gonna do a bunch.
$2,000, and according to the projections, it was only gonna spend 14. There was $8,000 left.
No, we spent about 3
We ever put together the
week
projections.
before last.
But I know what I don't know what he's referring to is that there was, the street
And this
repair
next
was,
week, we're gonna spend 6.
so your budget was 26. How close to that 26 are you gonna get to it in the expense?
I think Wayne gave me an update on Tuesday after these read aheads were sent out, so I can pull that.
But you think you're gonna be close to that 26?
Mm-hmm.
Is that just patching or is that that's just basically maintenance?
Yep, that's maintenance.
Nothing bigger on Northwest Road then, those bigger potholes, or is that trying
That's what we're gonna work on.
between Skull Bridge and 80 or whatever, right there?
There's a couple there, yes.
You mean when the sewer went into the street and they didn't put it in the easement and just decided not to do the street right over there? You're glad wasn't here when that happened. I would have freaking just.
Let's see, where's streetlights? What line are we on? Eighty. So we had 9,500 spent out of the general fund, and let me go check the other. So it's split between funds. Yeah, this is through May, and then nothing's been spent out of the restricted account. So there's 26 plus another 6.5, another 6.5 plus 26, and probably about another 32,500 to be available to be spent on pothole repair as of the end of May.
And
Do we have anything in?
Yeah, we have a lot in June, so we probably.
So the point is, you're saying the budget's like 40 grand and we're not.
You spent
Yeah.
20% or 35, 20, 30%. And the year's half gone more than that. So,
We'll get
and
on
there's
it.
plenty of potholes to fill.
Yes, there are.
What else we got?
But the other issues is that is that the best way to fill them? I mean,
Well, that's true.
that's a whole nother.
My opinion was there was a better way we were using a few years ago, but I don't know what happened to him, but
Hard to get a hold of.
there's somebody else.
But what Rob's met.
Or the Texas Patcher or some, or Westfall asphalt. Somebody's filling potholes.
What Rob's referring to is we had a company come in on a couple occasions that would do a spray in chip seal.
Yeah.
Basically a chip seal pothole
I remember that.
repair. It seemed to work well in areas where it was isolated. It did not seem to work well in areas with multiple breakages. So the area in front of Hobson Ranch was one area where we tried it and they would fail. We've tried it by the schoolhouse. The area by the schoolhouse, you can't tell what pothole you repaired today and which one you repaired 6 weeks ago. So it gets washed out so frequently. But the Hobson Ranch area was pretty insightful for me and saying, okay, when an area like the schoolhouse, the chip seal approach probably isn't the best. However, areas in like Butterfly Meadows or in the Hobson Ranch neighborhoods, other than right there by that green space, it seemed to work pretty well.
We haven't done much in Skyview. I know we've received some concerns from the residents in Skyview and that first road as you come in, which is city property, and Skyview needs a lot of work too.
That might be something where you're looking at a full resurfacing. But then we have these expenses with Don Leclerc. He'll trying to get a hold of that knucklehead coming to the county. And then so we spent our capital investment fund, I believe, on the resurfacing almost completely, but then they were going to come back and do the chip seal, and they came back and did the chip seal, and I haven't seen a quote on that.
That was 16,000.
We haven't paid that yet.
Yeah, we did.
It's not showing up in here yet.
Well, it
In the
should.
budget.
It was paid.
There's a big part of it is
It
16
was
grand
paid.
for that chip.
Not if he was taking it out of the long-term capital.
That's true, that's true. That's true.
How much did we pay him to for the first one?
90 something thousand. Maybe that's what they did.
Did a damn good job. That road's great.
I mean, didn't the county do Southeast Road for us when you were here?
Yes.
They already had that on the maintenance plan for their county roads, and yeah, we were able to barter that in, which was to a great benefit to us.
He needed water and space to store stuff. this is the clerk in the county.
Yeah.
We needed our section of Southeast River Road done. And water department jumped in and some others with being able to help. And so between all three of us, we threw in a little bit and there was no money changed hands there. Just, we gave them a spot to store their equipment and their materials. Water department gave them water. They did the work. That one was a very, very good deal because it didn't cost us any dollars. It just cost us space. Who's putting the rocks down there, by the way?
That's text.
Knows.
That's text.
Text.
And the only thing I want to talk about the roads is we got Northwest River Roads working, and we won't discuss that because I'll get upset. The second part is there was another grant that we won. Did we win that other grant for the more money for Northwest River? That was an add-on.
No. I don't know. I don't know the status of that one.
Grant that was working on another 2.8 million. Did we get that?
I mean, it's
Was-
zeroed
For road
out.
For
improvements?
road improvement?
Yes. Turquoise working.
It-
35,000.
Munch was spent on the police car. 130 something was spent on a police car, took it down to in the 90s range. Maybe there's enough left in there for the,
One for road repair. We did the one.
I have to go
sewer
and figure it out.
We did one for.
Yeah, well, I could say Northwest River Road will be okay once we get
Add-on
that
for that was the
section done.
sidewalks. People were.
Hey, by the way, is it?
So,
What?
so yeah, to bring the conversation full is, how it started. Where do we want to put the 8,000? The idea of needing to support the police equipment purchases. My idea was maybe we use a surplus. The other option for the surplus, put it in the long-term capital improvement fund. And then that's where we started getting down on the issue of roads. So I concur putting it in the IT upgrades. We'll definitely be able to find a use for it there for easily. To meet needs with whether it's radios, cameras for the police or what have you. Might be useful at this point. This is something that the chief sent me this morning. On his budget requests. Cost of living, salaries, and then tough book computers, desktop computer, iPads. I'm assuming for portable contacts, those probably have to be connected to network, or they might work off their Wi-Fi hotspots. And then some lower dollar, supplies. So
He had wanted a handheld ticket writer thing.
yeah.
It was in there. I think that was above there.
And the other thing is, he's getting concerned. He spoke to me about this. Is the Ford Explorer starting to get up there in mileage and use. It's gave us some trouble this last year. It was in the shop for about 2 weeks. And I know the interior could use if we're going to continue to use it, a service life extension program to refresh that. So that would be a few $1,000s likely.
What does it need on the inside?
A new seat and a new steering wheel.
Really, the steering wheel? Oh,
We had some large bodied police officers cramming themselves in there with big utility belts, and they're just taking gouges out of the steering wheel with their service weapon and other things.
So at some point, we're gonna have to replace this vehicle anyway.
Yeah, we're gonna have to replace. I mean, it's 130,000 miles.
We have no money set aside for that.
No.
And we would be able to lease that or.
That would be so the option with a surplus is, do we get ahead of the curve purchase another vehicle in cash, probably another 50, probably another $50,000. And then you would have 3 vehicles. And then the Ford, we would keep it around, keep using it as long as it remains serviceable. And then at some point, down the line, that we would retire that vehicle. I don't think it needs to be retired today. It's still fit for service, but it could use some.
You're talking about that extra budget money at the end of the year we have to spend.
Or if we put it in the long-term capital improvement fund, you can consider a police vehicle a capital expense. It's over $1,000 with over a 5-year depreciation. So
That'd be nice to use the savings that we get as a thought process for that.
I know Tommy was talking about maybe getting a cruiser from another, like San Marcos or.
he's looked into it. He's also looked into retired vehicles from other police departments or government agencies to use for city business, specifically his code enforcement inspector. Right now, we really don't have a vehicle for him to use. So he's either using a personal vehicle or he's doing ride-alongs with the police department.
That's what we did to the fire.
Oh, okay.
We bought a used retired one. And got it fully outfitted pretty much, just had a.
Also, we have some disposal expenses to get rid of the Tahoes. I'm gonna need to take those to a chop shop. And
You don't like the decoys? You didn't like the decoys?
we got complaints from people. We're scaring off
Well,
customers.
everybody complains.
And then what was funny,
To get all the police hardware removed out of it.
Who was complaining about the decoys?
I mean, we might be able to do it ourselves, but we'd have, I don't know if it'd be some volunteer work.
Don't look at me.
I don't know. I'm just looking around somewhere. Goes. No, but we need somebody with the tools and experience to go in there and start ripping things out and know what they're doing. We could probably figure it out, but
I could maybe talk to Sean about that if he got, are you saying on a volunteer basis or getting paid?
either
Okay.
I'll volunteer. If no, then what?
Hey, on a totally separate note, Jared, the code enforcing guy, will he be checking on Airbnbs if they're paying their taxes? Does that be part of his duty?
It can be. We were actually gearing up for some short-term rental policy regulation stuff. And then with the new laws put in place, a lot of cities are saying that overrides a city's ability to add additional restrictions on short-term rentals or to regulate them to any extent. And that seems to be an area of, it's not very clear. TML is basically advising people, take your own attorney's advice, whatever that means.
Okay, well, what about just paying the fee? What I meant, paying the fees.
Yeah, that could be part of the enforcement action for sure.
Is the building inspector getting mileage when he drives his own vehicle?
We're working to it. I would have to follow up with Dwayne, see if, what's that? We have this.
so you don't have a building
I mean, not
inspector,
a
it's
building
code
inspector, code
enforcement.
enforcement. He's using his own vehicle. Yeah, I don't mean to say, sorry about that. Another employee, but he eventually could get mileage if he uses his own vehicle?
Yes.
Or he should be getting mileage if he's using his own vehicle.
Chief was talking about turning one of those old vehicles into
Into his,
code enforcement.
potentially.
vehicle.
Kind of depends on how they turn out. I know one of them was a little iffy. The other one's nicer, but still have to, if we did that, if we're going to keep it a vehicle and we're going to use it for that purpose, we need to put a little money in it to get it branded and looking a little professional.
Yeah,
Yeah, to wrap it, it's gonna.
Yeah,
we
but
did get him his own phone.
Mm,
I mean, a city phone.
mm.
we But the decoy got shot down. People, everybody's against the decoy.
Well, you know what
Everybody.
happened?
What happened?
He, I forget the man's name who owns the Sack and Pack. He didn't like it there. He said it was chasing off customers. Within the half hour after it was removed, he got robbed.
Oh, man. What about the beer stand boys? What about the beer, the Guadalupe gas, or putting it somewhere else? I'm just curious.
Isn't that hilarious?
Well, before we conclude.
Well, we're not concluding yet. We still have our hotel tax to get through.
Rob goes then, have we reached a consensus on the library?
Yeah, library was reached a consensus. I just,
24,000.
I'll take the mayor's advice. We'll change the IT upgrade to 30. And then that basically puts us at even.
So
There's not eight-
library is what?
24.
Okay.
With $804 remainder.
Oh, what it is, you know?
No, I'm asking.
No, I'm not gonna quibble.
Well, it's better to have the discussion here
Well,
than to get in a
that's
city
why I wanted to
council.
discuss it before he left, but it doesn't seem like there's any more discussion, that we've concluded that 24 is where we've rounded it up to, and
Yeah.
that's what I'm gonna go with for now.
All right. On the special revenue fund, we'll get through this quickly. Not a lot of here. There's several court items of such little amount that makes it difficult to even budget for, and allocate for, and some things like truancy prevention and other things, we don't have a real strong method to spend or haven't spent time thinking about how to spend those. The big ones here are the street and road and hotel tax. Street and road's a consequence of the sales tax calculation, and then the hotel tax carried forward last year's budgeted amount, as that appears to be, it might be a little bit low, but we haven't really hit a steady state at a higher number than that. So my thought was we keep it about the same. On the
Wait, I have a question about the hotel tax. On another page, you had some 2023 expenditures, and it was like 5,800 or something
That was at
on
the
another
front.
page.
That
But
was under financial statement.
where was it?
yeah, it's right here.
But
These are the expenses, hotel taxes.
haven't we already spent more than that on the hotel tax for the year by giving?
Right, this was only through the financial reports through April. So,
So since then, with the other two events that we have planned, then that'll be subtracted out of their.
And you're already paid.
Yeah, they're already paid.
again, I got the May report on Tuesday. It's still not in the
They
May
were-
report yet.
They were in the June report.
For the Tammy Fest and the River Appreciation.
Yeah, so it's not in our reports yet.
Oh, so it was right after that, so that'll be added to that amount. Okay. I just didn't see it. It seemed like such a small number.
We're still gonna be a positive for the year on the hotel tax.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
We're gonna have a
it
carryover.
really doesn't.
But the street, I want to go back, can I go back to Street Road real quick?
Yeah.
Street Road, now, you had 90 some, how much did you spend on the freaking Lockhart? That was an accumulation of funds, is that correct?
Yeah, so for several years, the city took every penny that was over the budgeted amount, any surplus, put it into a savings account. We racked up a savings account about 135,000 or
Yeah.
so.
And then
Spent about 50,000 almost on, or 45,000, something like that, on the new Tahoe. And then we had about $90,000 remaining, and that was used on resurfacing Lockhart Street.
and that fund is now gone.
It's $125 in it now.
Okay. So if we're gonna continue to do a major road improvement, we need a refund?
You know, I
That's
talked
the
to
takeaway.
County about two things. One was, since that's County Road 103 and it's on their amount of county roads, would they help fund it? And they didn't answer me.
Oh,
So I have to go back and talk to them again. The other thing is that Donald LeClerc gave me an estimate to fix from Mike's house to the end to Highway 80,
All in 1984, all the way.
200,000 just for materials.
That's for the overlay.
That's not even counting labor.
Whatever we do, we don't do that tubing section. Don's
You
and,
can't.
I tell you what,
do a
though,
section.
they are the ones that tear up the road.
Then we need to go talk to them and
Towards
see.
that before.
Those guys wrecked that road, those
Yeah,
buses.
but they also contributed.
Well,
to fixing it.
that's another subject. We'll get into it.
But to your point, Matthew, only $126 is left in that long-term capital fund.
So in order for us to really do road improvements,
We have to save.
It's
we need to start saving.
those surpluses gotta get put back into the piggy bank. And
That
so the more of the surplus that we spend on things like equipment for the police, the less is going into the road. So that's what I was saying.
Yeah,
You're going to make a choice. Is it going to go in a savings account for the roads, or are we going to
yeah.
start making some spending and calls on these?
With the good news, Northwest River Road will be good partially with that
Only for that first half. month.
first half. Did you ask him what the bid would be, say, from the second curve to Quail Run? How much would that cost be?
I didn't ask that. I guess it would be.
Yes, there was.
Another 2.8 million that
Yes, there was.
we got that.
No.
I don't know the status of it. There is 2 additional grant
That was like
related
a
items.
piggyback on that one.
Yeah, so we got the grant for the project of $6,700,000. Then we got told that there's another grant that's getting allocated to cities directly for hazard mitigation activities up to like $4 million. And then we got another thing that said, which was separate but related. So, what do you want to do? We're like, we can put some gate arms, or can we look at another evacuation shelter closer to Martindale? Another maybe multiple use facility. And then I haven't heard anything about that since. I don't know. Then we got told that under the grant program 6.7, that there was a statewide surplus and that they're going to allocate out additional funding to projects. And again, I haven't heard anything about that since either. So
Because when Turk came to my house and he was telling me where he's gonna put the stuff, that we had talked about that.
yeah,
And so now that was my thing is, how far can we go past where we currently are stopping?
The original project plan was all the way.
Yeah,
to
well-
Well-
And redo that intersection.
Yeah, right.
Y'all know that.
It's
It's a disaster.
Yeah. Oh, sure.
And that's why I want, if you don't mind, I'll call Turk. Let me call Turk, because I talked to him before about this when he was at my house. Find out, because I thought that was a done deal. I thought the additional 2.8 was a done deal. And we haven't had a discussion about that for a long time.
Well, I know, it's bad. And that was original, you're right, that was original to do the Quail Run, and it's supposedly inflation and whatever,
I
And
just wanna.
that happened right away too.
Oh,
And it's gonna be a lot less to do that because you're just doing the road. You're not doing the stuff underneath. You're just redoing road base.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's gonna be more than doing what they did here, but still.
Yeah.
Relative terms, it's not.
The road is cheap. The intersection wasn't cheap because you gotta figure out how to get it. It has some more underground crap. It's only a little ways, but
Yeah, it's got that culvert underneath. Yeah, that's.
but the road to get there, cheap compared to.
yeah.
And what's so sad is that's not the worst part. The worst road is past that.
Oh, yeah.
It's the worst, that's the,
Yeah, thank the tubers for that.
I had a question or a concern. We're getting into a very hot week next week. Major cities in Texas do let individuals come to certain locations for a cooling center. We don't have that here, but say in San Antonio, they've opened up libraries that are normally open to and I'm not suggesting that right now. I'm saying
Air
that
conditioning in our library. There's no air conditioning in the library.
What?
There is a window.
Okay, it does have.
Okay, well, that's out, but we really
That
need to
landlord.
start to think about that. How can we help our citizens that do not have ACs in their homes and they're just using fans? We have to provide something like, we don't have to, but I'm just thinking about this because next week is gonna be 106, 107, 108. I don't know if we can open up this room on certain timeframes, even say for a short time, to let people come in here and sit and read a book or do something. This is really, really bad coming up here. People have been dying. 77 persons died, I think, in El Paso or whatever, but we need to consider this. That's all I'm saying, or discuss it or consider it, because we are coming up to some very, it's already bad.
Is that a future agenda item? Or is that related to the FY '24 budget?
Yeah, you go.
It's a future agenda item then, but
There you go.
It can't be too far in the future because.
Are we just about done with the?
Yeah, we're about done with it.
That's just.
The only other thing to point out is that instead of budgeting by program, allowable programming, under statute, we've budgeted this as a grant program, based on Mr. Domingo's presentation where he intends to create a 503B, whatever. This, we would allocate the funding under a grant program for them to engage in covered activities under the statute.
Of which activities?
So here's the thought. Other cities do this. Lockhart did this for many years with their Chamber of Commerce. They'll take the hotel tax revenues and they'll open it up for grant applications that are for things like art programs and other activities. My view is that city administrator, city council, we should not be event planners or getting involved in the event game. And we seem to be funding events and parties and block parties and different shenanigans. So what I would like to do is put the onus on somebody else to manage that. And I've brought it up to those people who have short-term rentals to create a representative group amongst themselves. They're the ones who represent the tourism industry. Let them have a body and let them make decisions and discussions on where the funding would best be used as it relates to supporting the tourist industry in the areas under the state. It caught a little fire, or at least ideas started going, and looks like they're going to create a nonprofit among the short-term rental providers.
This is Mari or Owen?
Yeah. Mari, Craig, and I think there's one or two others. They're looking at having a board of 3 to 5 people. And then they would oversee the use of those funds, but they would provide the city a annual budget request, and the city would grant them the funding in accordance with that budget request, and the execution of that budget would be placed off to that those short-term rental board. That way, it's not the city giving out checks to own your universe and I want to have a party over here.com, whatever it is.
Would we be involved in this? They would come up with a project or?
They would come up with an annual spend plan and project and present it. Yeah, their initial thought is to take a significant portion of the hotel taxes that have accrued in past years and develop a marketing strategy and plan, develop a website, post a website, host a website, and use the funding on more strategic aims, marketing, website stuff. There might be some parties on the side, but they're going to have us have a budget that they would submit to the city and we would approve
But
it.
as a council would approve their particular project. So
The council would be approving a grant that would be given to them in execution of the plan that they submit to council. So it's like an application. They're making it.
They don't get free reign with that money. That money has to be used as.
Right.
Intended.
So their plan is going to say marketing this amount, this advertising this amount, this amount, this amount, this amount. They'll come up with a plan. That plan will be evaluated, make sure it complies with the state. We'll approve giving them a grant to execute that plan, and then they'll come back and report whether they executed to that plan.
Does the money I heard also cover a possibility of having a chamber of commerce or a
Yes.
tourism center? That money can cover that.
Visitor Information Center, not a Chamber of Commerce.
Visitor information center.
Chamber of Commerce are oftentimes involved in a visitor information center, but this is only for the staffing or whatever of a visitor information center. If you wanted to know the particulars, there's a statute that says exactly what it is.
So if somebody had a building here that they want to rent out a small space for a visitor information center, the hotel tax money could go to pay for the renting of that room or that facility to create that.
Yes. But under this budget idea, that's something that the city council could consider as part of approval of the grant. And that, I'll put it this way, Sam, I don't know if that's the best use of the funds.
But are we getting a grant confused with just having the money there? It's not like a grant, it's money
No,
that these
no.
people
No,
have
no, no, we're
contributed.
granting to them.
We're granting them.
Oh, it's granting, it's
We're not us giving a grant, we're going to be the grantors.
Yeah, we're giving them the grant. We're gonna step out of every single event discussion and let them handle that. It's technically monies that their properties have raised. And so their goal is to generate, reinvest it, well, with the purpose of the hotel debt, to generate more. So let them be responsible for the execution of a plan that we're not gonna do, which is we're not gonna work on doing a website for them. And they do need one that needs to be linked obviously to the city perhaps, but
Visit martindale.com or something.
yeah, but that's gonna drive more, to them. And we have enough on our plate.
So, Sam, like when Terry comes in here for, on your universe,
Yes.
and she's doing her thing, instead of coming here, for
City
money,
council.
she'd basically go to them. She would already work with them, and they would already be talking about, okay, next year, next April, this is when we want to do this. So that's what they would.
And we would see that on the budget, that they're gonna do sponsorship. So we still see the big picture, what are they spending their money on? But the specific approvals is out of our hands.
But we would have some sort of input, say what kind of special event they're gonna have, like, well, just say, we're gonna have 100 Hell's Angel bikers coming in through town. They're gonna stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning.
They still have to.
I'm saying, that's
I don't know if that would be counted as arts or
well,
historical preservation.
I'm just saying the worst case scenario. I'm being devil's advocate.
They still have to.
So it's not, that's kind of my point though. Like, we're funding block parties almost at this point and calling it art programming.
Yeah, they
I
scratch
really don't
it.
think that's the best place to be doing this. We need to focus on the advertising and marketing. That's going to help the businesses in town. That's going to help the visitors in town. That's going to help basically everybody. That's the tide that lifts all the boats. It ain't going to be me or Adrian or the mayor who's doing a website. You need somebody to go off and figure it out. And both of them have decades of marketing experience that we can
So
let.
this is more of a marketing information, websites, that type of thing.
They might do art programming on the side of that too. I really don't, I don't know what they might come up
Know
with.
what they want to do, but let them, it's their,
Like, you know, we-
it's their
we-
money.
We talked about this.
Once we grant it to them,
Yes.
and as long as it's within the guidelines of the statute, yeah.
Like I've said this multiple times, one thing, if I was on that committee, I would have a nice sign at 142 and 80 about downtown Martindale, historic site, whatever, but that's another subject. Okay,
Thank you.
We leave it to the, I want to leave it to the experts.
okay, I have no problem with that.
Okay, do we have anything else to cover?
Do you
I
have
have
any?
my hand raised.
Thank you.
I've been waiting,
Thank
but
you,
it's,
Rob, and Carol too. Thank you.
So I'm just talking.
Okay, well, I was saying thanks to Rob.
You don't want to talk to you. You just want to leave.
You got your Sonia? Speak up.
yeah,
Go.
I had my hand raised. I just wanted to make sure that when it came to the discussion that like our river event isn't just being categorized as a block party, because there is a whole bunch of river awareness that's going to be going on, as well as river art and tourism for Martindale. So first and foremost, I just wanted to make sure that was known, unless y'all are getting something else from that.
No, that's using a different source of funding. That's using the child safety funds.
No, that's for the bicycle
Oh, that's for the
rodeo.
bicycle. No, she's talking.
She's
We
I'm talking
understand.
about the
I
Martindale, the river event, the River Appreciation Day.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying. We're not referring to that event, I don't think. I think I know what we're making.
I'll withhold comment. Thank you for the clarification, Sonia, and if I misstated or mischaracterized your event, I'm sorry.
No, I mean, it's just, I think like a lot of the things, that, I mean, I volunteer at these events, bicycle rodeo, different things, and generally at the cusp, in the center of these events does have Martindale, at heart. And truly, I think with these events, it needs to be that way. So yes, I'm in total agreement for there to be oversight, but I also think that Martindale does need to promote Martindale, and just like Mike loves the river, I love the river, we love the parks, and that's very central and intricate to, Martindale's being. So I hope everybody comes to the river event. It's going to be amazing. And, because of the city of Martindale, we're able to have it.
I totally agree with you.
How are you feeling, Sonia?
I mean, I've been hanging in there. I just didn't want to go cough around anybody. My husband gave it to me, so I didn't want to give it to anybody, but I have an
You have
upper
COVID?
respiratory infection.
Oh, man. Stay home, take your 2 aspirins and go to bed.
Yeah, I'm on some meds. Thank y'all.
thank you. Was there anything else, Jared?
No, that we made it through the whole budget. I think on the wastewater stuff, that was the one due out that we still have to come back to council on, is what those rates and things, we can incorporate that into a future agenda, I think in maybe next week, next Thursday's our next meeting.
Yeah, next Thursday.
We can come back with that.
Thank you so much for your work that you've done on the budget. I'm sure you spent more time than you're getting paid for, perhaps. I don't know, but.
No,
No, you pay me.
Charging us, he's not full.
You pay me.
Okay,
Wish I could charge the city, but I can't.
but yeah,
6 hours, 51 minutes right now.
But yeah, sometimes, yeah, we'll talk about other things later. It's been a long day.
All right.
Have a good one, guys.
Bye, y'all.
All right.
Bye.
3:53, we're ending this.